back to ILTV on the hour. It's 2 p.m. in Israel and 7 a.m. in New York City. I'm Caleb Ben David, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories coming out of the region. Now, despite challenges, the U.S. is still planning to deploy an international stabilization force in Gaza at the beginning of next year, a key component of Phase 2 of the peace agreement. The Jerusalem Post today citing a U.S. official saying that, at first, the planned multinational force will only include troops from 1 or 2 countries, with more nations expected to join at a later stage. The official also stating that the force will not be deployed in areas still controlled by Hamas. Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Azerbaijan have reportedly expressed interest in taking part in the ISF, although no nation has officially confirmed it will do so. Other countries said to be interested, including Turkey and Qatar, have been rejected by Israel. Now, it has been suggested that the ISF will be tasked with patrolling the so-called yellow line that demarcates the border between the areas of Gaza controlled by the IDF and those still under Hamas rule. This will be one of the key issues to be discussed when Prime Minister Netanyahu will travel to Washington on December 29th to meet President Trump. Israel and Bolivia have officially restored full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break, signing a joint communique at a ceremony in Washington, D.C. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar and his Bolivian counterpart, Fernando Aramayo, announced a new framework for cooperation in agriculture, security, innovation, and tourism, with both countries to appoint ambassadors soon. Saar called the move the end of a long and unnecessary chapter, noting that ties had been severed since 2009, except for a brief restoration in 2020. He praised Bolivia's new president, Rodrigo Paz, and said Israel wants to support the country's economic reforms. The agreement also highlights Bolivia's historic support for Jewish refugees and for the 1947 UN vote establishing Israel. With Bolivia lifting visa requirements for Israel, Jerusalem expects tourism and people-to-people ties to grow. The IDF has confirmed that it did open fire on suspects at the entrance to the southern Syrian town of Khan Arneba. According to the army, riots erupted as troops operated in the area, during which several suspects approached the forces and posed a threat to them. The IDF says troops fired warning shots in the air, and after the suspects continued to approach, the soldiers fired at the legs of 2 main instigators. The riot dispersed shortly afterwards, and troops then withdrew from the area. Now, according to Syrian media, Syrians had protested in the area after the IDF set up a checkpoint on a major highway. Footage shows that armed members of Syria's internal security forces in pickup trucks passed by the U.S. troops on the highway following the incident. The IDF and police say 6 suspected smugglers were captured following a chase on the Egyptian border. Soldiers monitoring surveillance cameras spotted the smuggling cell near the border, and following a pursuit involving troops of the 80th Division, the Israeli Air Force, Shin Bet, and police, the suspects were detained, the military says. The IDF says it also captured their vehicle and 21 kilograms of an unspecified drug. The suspects were taken in by police for further interrogation. The IDF says it will continue coordinating with other security agencies to thwart smuggling attempts and maintain security along the border. The Paran Regional Brigade is responsible for securing the nearly 150-mile-long border with the Sinai. And Israel is bracing for severe weather as Winter Storm Byron arrives after hitting Greece and Cyprus, causing severe flooding there. Cypriot authorities are reportedly now searching for a yacht that left Ashdod for Cyprus earlier this week carrying 4 passengers and has gone missing in the storm. Heavy rains and thunderstorms began last night along the coastal area, but meteorologists are warning that starting tonight, Israel could see the kind of intense downpours that come around only once in several decades. Some army bases in southern Israel have released soldiers heading for weekend leave earlier today than scheduled to avoid them being caught up in potential flooding. Well, for more on that missing yacht, our India Naftali was down in Ashdod earlier today and filed this report.
Yes, Kalev, don't let this sunny weather fool you. What you are seeing now is just the calm before the storm. I'm right now in Ashdod, which is a coastal city here in Israel that is expected to receive one of the hardest hits from Storm Byron. An Israeli official warns that Israel is about to see rainfall the likes of which we have not seen. Now, there's an expected total 200 millimeters of rainfall that Israel is going to receive. And to put that into perspective, Kalev, the average well-prepared city can only handle about 30 millimeters of rainfall within 24 hours. And after that, there will be flooding. Now, right here from the port of Ashdod, an Israeli yacht left and has disappeared. At the moment, search and rescue forces, international search and rescue forces, are looking for that yacht. There's an estimated 4 people on board, and it is yet to be discovered. And this is all happening in the midst of Storm Byron. Kalev, this is expected to be one of the most major storms in years, and Israel is bracing itself for what is to come. Back to you.
For more on the coming storm is Dr. Barry Lynn. He is the chief scientist at Weather It Is. And Dr. Lynn, are you with us?
Yeah.
So I read something you put out calling this storm, which is supposed to be really exceptional, a Medicane. What is a Medicane?
Okay, a Medicane is a storm that forms over the warm waters of the Mediterranean. It's usually kicked off by something in the upper atmosphere, but it becomes warm core, like a tropical storm that they get in the Atlantic Ocean, the Western Atlantic. So it's a very unusual storm here. It happens once in a while, and it's also being intensified by an upper level trough that is moving down from the north, and combined together, it's going to be very serious.
Right. I get Mediterranean and hurricane, if anybody has not figured it out. You get a Medicane. How serious? I mean, some people are going into the mode of saying this is like a once-in-a-century storm. Is that a little overdone, or are we talking about something that is really going to be exceptional?
I think what's going to be exceptional about it is the rain that's going to fall and the strong winds and heavy rain that will hit more of the center and southern areas. That's what makes it exceptional. And then the storm will spin up tonight, and it will move eastward into our area, and it'll intensify first in the north and spread to the central areas by the mid-afternoon tomorrow. The rain will be intense, and then it's going to intensify even further in central southern areas, and that's when the very strongest winds might occur or probably will occur.
Right. Is there any way to determine? We've had actually a very mild autumn and winter. In fact, there's been a shortage of rainfall, which is another problem. But is there any way that a storm coming this early in the season, which is I think a little unusual, certainly at this magnitude, says something about how the rest of the winter may go?
Well, we actually think that this type of weather will continue into sometime in January. After that, it's a little harder to say. So we're in a pattern. So as meteorologists, weathermen, we're happy with how the winter is starting and how we look it will continue.
Right. Let me ask you, Dr. It's not really your field, but it seems every so often Israel is hit by these heavy storms. There's severe flooding. Unfortunately, we've had loss of life. I should mention that Israeli authorities are telling people who live in apartment buildings with subterranean garages not from this evening to go down in those garages, because we had a tragic loss of life when one of those garages flooded a few years back. And then there's always a post-mortem. Why wasn't Israel prepared for this? And then people say, well, it really doesn't happen very often. I mean, people here, because the weather is generally we don't get these kinds of hurricane type events. Are the authorities a little complacent about this?
I think they are. Sometimes I predict a chance of missile weather. You know, we get these missiles from Gaza.
Right.
Fortunately, no longer. We basically have beautiful weather here in Israel. The winters are never too cold. There are never a lot of severe storms, but we get this flooding because the cities were built years ago, many of them, and even newer ones were not really built to handle a lot of water. And we live next to the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is warm because of global warming. So together, warmer water can hold more moisture, and we're being overwhelmed at times by the intensity of the rain. So it's a combination of climate change and poor management of our water resources and flood control.
I just want to pick up on your comment about climate change, because that has suddenly become, once again, kind of a controversial issue. Some people point to these kind of events as being indicative, as some kind of overall change in the climatic patterns, and others say no, that's a kind of hysteria. You hear more and more of those voices. How do you see it? Can the fact that a storm that some people are claiming could be a once in a century event be linked in somehow to this larger change in our climate?
It's difficult to link one storm in particular. However, think of it like a bathtub. You fill the bathtub halfway up and you put your hand in, you make some waves. Now you fill the bathtub most of the way up and you make some waves. The waves are going to spill over. And that's what we've done to the weather. We basically created a more upper limit of potential for severe weather. And when storms come along that would have been regular storms in the past, they can be more intense than they would have been in the past. So I don't necessarily think there's going to be catastrophe worldwide, but the world is warmer. That means less snow in some places. And when there are severe storms, they can be more intense. And that's what we're experiencing now. Now, because of climate change, well, we know that the Mediterranean is warmer than it has been. So in some sense, that is because of climate change.
All right. Well, people, definitely our viewers in Israel should exercise caution about going out this evening and follow all instructions of local authorities. Dr. Barry Lynn, from Weather It Is. It's good to know people talk about the weather and some are doing something about it. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Lynn.
You're welcome.
Well, let's move from literal storms to maybe you could talk about diplomatic storms. And of course, that is a brewing storm dealing with Gaza and the phase 2. Joining us now from the U.S., as usual, is Dr. Eric Mandel, the founder and director of MEPIN. Eric, thank you for joining us. We're moving into phase 2. A lot of focus now seems to be on the question of this ISF, this International Stabilization Force. As I said, media here in Israel, some of them are citing U.S. officials insisting that this force is going to be deployed in Gaza at the beginning of next year. We're only talking about a month away. How realistic is that when we still don't have a single country that, at least officially, is saying that it is going to allow its soldiers to be part of this force?
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me again. Again, where is this international stabilization force going in Gaza? So the latest that I understand is they're going into the eastern part, the 53% that Israel controls. Why do you need them there? The whole point is that what's supposed to go on now is dearming and demilitarization, which means taking away certainly offensive weapons, which is an open question, but also getting rid of the tunnel networks. They're not going into the part of western part where the 47% is that Hamas controls. And if they don't, and if they're only in the Israeli part, they're going to act almost as a barrier for Israel to have action against Hamas provocations. As far as countries that said they will go in and help, there's supposedly, my country is saying maybe 1 or 2 countries initially, others will join. The only country that ever said they were going to commit a fixed number of troops I know was Indonesia. That was 20,000, but they have been mum since they made those statements a few months ago. Azerbaijan doesn't seem it wants to put its soldiers in harm's way. And who would? Because nobody believes that the International Stabilization Force is going to be able or willing to disarm Hamas. So we're back to square one here. And people are trying to push ahead. So the Qataris and the Turks are lobbying President Trump. That what has to happen first is that Israel has to withdraw from more of Gaza before Hamas can disarm. But remember, their goals, they are part of the Muslim Brotherhood one way or another, financier, supporter, directly, indirectly, and they want Hamas's presence to be there. And and whether they are there physically or not, which Israel obviously wants them not to be, they want Hamas to exist. Because the ultimate goal of the Muslim Brotherhood is not for there to be a Jewish state in the Levant.
Right. I want to go back to your point about what those troops, the ISF troops, would do in the eastern part of Gaza, because there have been some reports, officials speaking anonymously or analysts are suggesting one thing they might do is patrol the so-called yellow line, that a barrier or border, some are even calling it. The chief of staff, Ayal Zamir, even suggested it's a new border, that those troops would patrol that yellow line instead of the IDF troops. And of course, we've seen repeated incidents of Hamas and other terror groups trying to penetrate it. Is that a good idea, or is that potentially a recipe for, I'm not going to say disaster, but for just further complicating the situation without solving it?
Well, I think you hit one of the important points. That's a trap that Israel should avoid, because I think about analogously be what happened up in Lebanon, where you had UNIFIL troops that got in between Israel and Hezbollah. And they actually were either indirectly, almost directly complicit in preventing Israel from performing actions. So what's going to happen if you have these international stabilization force troops that are there, and then Israel wants to respond to Hamas coming up out of a tunnel or placing an IED or whatever it is, and you know who's going to get blamed when an international stabilization force soldier gets injured, and Israel will fire, and Israel will be accused of violating the ceasefire. There's going to be a one-sided story. So I think Israel should stand firm at this point, that to remember what both President Trump said in the 20-point plan and what was endorsed but wasn't really ratified by the United Nations Security Council resolution, is for the disarming and the demilitarization of Hamas. And that must start and begin right from the beginning. If that can't begin, you can't go to step two.
Right. I want to go to another situation that, in a way, using your words, could be a trap for Israel. You mentioned Turkey and Qatar are pressing, in part also to allow their forces, certainly Turkey, to allow their forces to join the ISF, this International Stabilization Force. Now, Israel has said repeatedly that those two, especially Turkey, should not be part of it. Initially, President Trump said he would not force any foreign troops on Israel, and yet the U.S. has still not definitively said, and certainly President Trump hasn't said, that Turkey won't be part of it. Do you anticipate possibly that President Trump will pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu in that meeting at the end of the month to allow Turkey to be a part of it? And how do you respond to those who say, well, maybe Turkey is going to be the only country that can force or convince Hamas to hand over their weapons, and therefore Israel should get over their objections to them?
Well, it is true that Turkey may be the only force, because it's a real army. It is part of NATO, the second largest part of NATO, that could force Hamas to do this. That's only if they weren't ideologically aligned with Hamas and want Hamas to stay. Even if they didn't want that, then it would be okay. But to have Turkey be there, where Erdogan just this past weekend again said that Israel committed a genocide, his rhetoric is over the top. And so to trust Erdogan, who has neo-Ottoman desires, who wants to march through Jerusalem, to have his forces be there, they will act as a force to protect Hamas, not to dismantle Hamas. If I was Bibi Netanyahu, I might be thinking about getting a really bad cold at the end of December and not being able to make the trip to the States, because there will be a lot of pressure. I mean, you saw what went on in the Doha conference, the forum this past week.
Right.
A who's who, Democrats, Republicans, anti-Semites, anti-Israel bashers, all lining up, a lot from the United States, journalists. They're going to have tremendous pressure on Israel. The president wants a grand strategy. He has Qatar talking to Israel in New York with Witkoff. He wants Syria. He wants Lebanon. He wants victories. He wants accomplishments. And the only place the president really has leverage is Israel. And so I expect that to be a tough meeting, and Bibi is going to have to concede some things, but there's got to be some red lines. And again, from my perspective, anything that weakens Israel against Turkey and Qatar hurts American national security interests. I think this is a blind spot for the administration. So Turkey going in, bad idea. Right.
And talking about the Israel setting red lines in that meeting with President Trump, another issue apparently, reports coming out they will be discussing will be the composition of the alternative, if you want to call it a government, maybe administration is a better word for it, a board of peace that would be overseen by President Trump, including figures like Tony Blair, but also a technocratic administration that will be manned by Palestinians, so-called a political Palestinians. Again, how realistic is it that they're going to be able to find enough Palestinians willing to take on that jobs that will not have some affiliation to the Palestinian Authority in some way or another, or sympathy to it? And how much of that should be a red line that perhaps the Prime Minister will have to be a little flexible about, given the pressure that President Trump is going to put on him?
Well, first of all, I think Tony Blair has been jettisoned. The Arabs have vetoed his participation. They probably see him as being too pro-Israel. And again, he was he and Witkoff and Dermer, helped put together a lot of what went on as far as the 20-point plan and what went to the Security Council. So getting rid of him, as I understand it, is not good. As far as Palestinians, technocratic. Maybe there are some Palestinians that are not part of Hamas, not part of the Palestinian Authority, but they will be intimidated or pressured to acquiesce to one of those groups. And maybe we have to remember what the reality is. People, I was reading, just reviewing some of the things this morning, doing some of my research, and everybody is focused that this agreement somehow is going to lead to a Palestinian state. Everybody forgets what's there. Hamas has to be disarmed, dismantled, non-governing, gone. Palestinian Authority is still a kleptocracy of what's there. The people don't trust them. You don't have legitimate people to go into a technocratic government who won't be intimidated. So you're going to need, at the very least, protections for them. And so what we're dealing with at this point is so far away from a Palestinian state, and getting independent Palestinian technocrats may be possible, but their independence, I'm not sure. And it's not because, again, if they really are independent, they are going to feel tremendous pressure to acquiesce to one of the groups.
Right. In the terms of who'll protect them, I do want to bring up something else, because there was Reuters just released a report. As you know, the leader of one of these anti-Hamas militias, the biggest one, the so-called Popular Forces in Rafah, he was killed in fighting in somewhat murky circumstances last week. Reuters releasing a report just today saying, citing other leaders, successors of that Popular Forces, saying they're still willing to work with whatever this new administration is going to be in Gaza in order to take on Hamas if need be. But how realistic is that, do you think, that there can be an anti-Hamas military force of some kind supported by Israel and the international community that's going to take on Hamas?
Well, first of all, where are these militias that are the families, clans? Where are they? They're on the Israeli side of the yellow line. They are not where Hamas is. I think these are we hope that you have groups like this, but I don't see them being realistic. And I think that if we put them in harm's way, they will die like many other alleged Palestinian collaborators have died under Hamas's hands as they have reasserted control. So I don't see that as a force that's going to be there. There is no force that's going to disarm or demilitarize Gaza except for the IDF. The only other thing I could even possibly conceive of, which would not happen, would be private military contractors who are hired to go in there, sort of mercenaries. That's not going to happen. So anybody who thinks that these tribes, even if they are sincere, are going to confront one of the most hardened Islamist groups, Hamas, that true believers, I think it's a fantasy, but it makes people possibly feel good, and it makes good coverage where you see some of them making statements on media that sound like, wow, the Palestinians confronting Palestinians. Let's be realistic. They're not going to disarm Hamas.
Right. Eric, I want to go back to that Doha forum over the weekend that you were talking about, because I really think that really the import of that and as significance has kind of been undervalued. It was quite striking. We should say also among that group that you talked about attending, the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., was also taking part. There were administration officials. Ironically, Hillary Clinton, someone who criticized the Israeli government quite vocally when she was the Secretary of State for the U.S., seemed to be the most ardent defender of Jews in Israel at that gathering. How much of a worrying sign is it the fact that that event seemed to, and the one body missing is Israel, of course, the fact that this kind of event took place, that this may represent kind of shifting of the tie against Israel regionally and even including with the administration?
Now, first of all, there was no Israelis and there was no Palestinians there. What this really showed was the power, the tens upon tens of billions of dollars that Qatar has invested brilliantly in influencing the United States. And the power that it has goes across party lines in the United States. Everything from the Qatar Foundation run by the Emir's mother that is basically undermining a lot of the American educational system to make the Muslim Brotherhood ideology seem to be mainstream, to place anti-Israel education in the American system. There are trillions that they have of potential wealth, which has been invested in PR firms, and you have so many corporations that are now bowing down. And the only way you can really look at this is take a step back and imagine Qatar says, I want to be a neutral negotiator. Fine. Imagine if they didn't have trillions of dollars. Where would they be? This is all about money and power and influence and an agenda that is profoundly anti-Israel. And the other thing here, we in the West, and Israel's part of the West in an outpost that's the East, is that these people like Qatar, who are Muslim Brotherhood, have patience. And they're playing the long game here. And we in the West want to have answers really quickly. So they, in the Doha Forum, with lots of their American hired advisors, are playing a game to make themselves look moderate, that they are neutral negotiators. They're anything but. They are part of the Muslim Brotherhood. They've supported jihadists from Al-Qaeda to ISIS to Hamas, given sanctuary. And we seem to forget that. And I can tell you, I've gone to Congress for the last 15 years, specifically bringing up Qatar. And I get sort of punched in the nose all the time, where I bring up that we need to distance ourselves from Qatar, or that when we had the opportunity in 2017, when our true moderate Gulf allies had a boycott going on, that was an opportunity to use leverage against them. And we missed that opportunity. So this forum is representative of something that is going to have a shadow against Israel for a very long time, and also in my government, of Qatar being a place that is not going to be for good for regional stability, but one that's going to promote Islamism.
All right. Well, hopefully, Eric, there are those in the supporters of Israel in the wider Jewish community in the U.S. And here are policymakers here that will be listening to those words you just spoke, because I think they're very important to say. Eric Mandel, thank you for joining us here on
Stay dry,
ILTV. Oh, yeah. Thanks very much, Eric. And now a word from one of our sponsors about an opportunity that those of our viewers who may want to live in Jerusalem one day should be paying close attention to.
Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem! All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
Well, if you know apartment prices in Jerusalem, that sounds like a prize, a raffle worth going for. That is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Of course, you can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Kalev Ben David. Thanks for watching, and if you're in Israel, try to stay inside during the rain.
Good evening, I'm Alec Pollard and welcome to ILTV Insider. Another meeting between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump has been scheduled for December 29th, the fifth between the leaders since Trump took office. On the agenda, phase 2 of the president's 20-point plan for Gaza. But if Hamas shows no intention of disarming, can Gaza have a future any different than what has been in the last 20 years? To break it down, we're joined by Mossi Raz, former lawmaker for the Meretz Party, and Selena Ryan, a political analyst. Thank you, both of you, for being here on the show. So Trump likes deals. Trump likes seeing his plans move forward. But Hamas will not disarm in Gaza, and no international force can make them do that. Can they, Mossi?
I don't know. You have to ask Trump. But what I do know is that first, Trump has a lot of problem with this international force because I don't see states are happy to send soldiers to fight in Gaza, a part of two. One is Turkey, that we, Israel, don't like. Probably we are right. And maybe this is one of the topics between Trump and Netanyahu, because I feel Trump is supporting them, supporting Erdogan. And the second one is the Palestinian Authority, that our government is doing a terrible mistake opposing them and again preferring Hamas on the Palestinian Authority. Now, disarming the Hamas, I don't know if it's possible. We tried by force 38 years and Hamas became stronger and stronger. So it's not that we have a military way to do that. We tried and failed again and again 38 years. So we have to try another way. And one more thing, it's not anymore in our hands because we cannot fight anymore. As President Trump said to Netanyahu, you cannot fight all the world all the time. And now there is this agreement that we agree upon, and we have to obey to the agreement.
So how do Hamas disarm then?
I hope by this international force. If you ask me if it's going to happen, I don't know.
Okay, I'd like to come with a different point of view here. I think and I hope that there's a bigger plan behind all this 28 points plan that Trump came up with to give us validation and first of all to de-escalate the tension that was between Israel and basically the whole world, the Arab world, Europe. Everyone was against us and on us at some point in this war. So I think this sort of ceasefire that we kind of have now was good to de-escalate. And it's preparing the ground and the validation for Israel to actually finish Hamas. Because we've seen in the past 2 months since we did the ceasefire that Hamas is not stopping. They still attack. They killed 3 soldiers. And I think one of them right in the first week of the ceasefire. They still are planning like attacks against the forces. We saw, I think yesterday, there was an attack in Deir el-Balah in central Gaza on a Hamas terrorist that was planning to attack the troops, the Israeli troops. So they're not stopping. And I think that all this, that what's happening now, it's going to lead until December on a decision where we can see that Hamas clearly refuses to disarm. We see all the Hamas leaders, the biggest Hamas leaders, Khaled Mashal, Khalil al-Khaya, Bin Nunus, I forgot his name. All of them say, we are not going to disarm. Israel is the enemy. October the 7th was good. There's nothing to debate here. They won't disarm. They don't accept the international force. Also, there is no international force at this moment. There is nobody that actually offered to help, to fight, to de-escalate the situation in Gaza, aside Turkey, like you said. And we cannot accept that because Turkey also supports Hamas. And I also disagree with what you said that it would be a good decision to accept the Palestinian Authority instead of Hamas. How I see it is basically replacing Hamas with Hamas point 2. So I don't think that's a good solution. So I think what's going to happen in December, I hope that we are going to be allowed to go back to fighting and finish this, because you said that for 38 years we fought Hamas and we didn't manage to disarm it. I don't consider we really did fight it. I think we were never allowed to win this war against Hamas. We always stopped 50% along the way. And that's what led to October the 7th. And now I think we are on a path where there's no turning back, and it's either disarmament or disarmament. That's it.
Amazing. I don't see it, of course, like that. We killed tens of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza before October 7. And we killed again and again Hamas people. But the policy of the government is still the policy right now to prefer Hamas on the Palestinian Authority. This is why they don't like the Palestinian Authority in Gaza. This is why they ignored the Arab League peace initiative, the President Abbas saying again and again that he wants a peace solution, cooperation with the Israeli army, the IDF, and so on. And this is exactly what they are doing now, preferring Hamas on the Palestinian Authority. If I look at Ramallah, where the Palestinian Authority rule, there is no Hamas. If I look at East Jerusalem, where Israel rules, there is Hamas.
But sorry to...
So we tried 38 years, we killed again and again and again. In the same way we tried in Lebanon for now 43 years. And we failed again and again because there is no military solution to that.
You speak again about Ramallah, but let's talk about Jenin, let's talk about Nablus, let's talk about Tulkarem. They're also under fully Palestinian Authority control. They're the biggest terror hubs in the West Bank.
Yes and no. Yes and no. As you see, the Israeli armies, when we started this operation in Jenin 4 years ago, I was asked in TV if we support or not. I say, I don't know, but I do know that it's not going to prevent terror. And the IDF is acting now in Jenin 4 years, every day, and it's the same. Because when there is an occupation, there is a terrorist.
How do you explain the terror attacks that happen in Europe where there's no claim of occupation?
Just a minute.
What is the source of terrorism? Let's talk
there are
about
many
that.
sources.
No, it's a question.
There are many sources to terrorism.
Okay.
Even here, not only occupation. I'm not saying the occupation is the only problem. There are many sources to terrorism. One of them is occupation.
Okay.
What
do you think?
In our case, we see that before the occupation in '67, we had security, and after the occupation, the day after, we lost our security. We had to expand we need a bigger army, and we have again and again and again more casualties. Since '67, this is the day that everything was changed. I can give numbers if you want. I can give numbers. After '67, immediately we had the war with the surrounding country, the Atasha, with more than 1,000 Israeli soldiers.
You had many attacks before '67, including the Fedayeen that came from Gaza.
Very few. Comparing to what we had after '67. When did missiles started to Israel? When I go to Israelis, they say after the disengagement. No, after '67. Missiles from Lebanon and even from the West Bank. Not many, but even from Jordan, by the way.
This is from Iran. These are Iran proxies. Do we occupy Iran? As far as I know.
In '69, when they launched the first missiles to Israel, there was no Iran. Of course, there was Iran, but not this Iran. Yeah. No Islamic Iran. They did not get anything from Iran. Israel was the partner of Iran by then, and they launched the missiles. So if you think that the missiles is because of Iran, I'm not saying that there is no connection, but it started before there was.
So you're saying the main source is the Israeli presence beyond '67 borders is the main source of the terrorism.
Not the only one,
but the main one.
Not the only. Yes.
The main source. What do you think?
I completely disagree. These Islamists, I'll call them that, extremists, they attacked the Jews in this land way before Israel was even in plan to exist, and during its formation and up until today. So it's not connected to any occupation. You cannot talk about the occupation when even these Islamist leaders say that their goal is to reach Jerusalem. We're not talking about...
So you say that you have the same goal like them. Actually, this is what you have just said, that you are like them. Because, I understand that their goal is to reach Jerusalem. Their goal is to have all from the river to the sea, like you and like this TV channel and most of the Israelis, from the river to the sea. So what's the difference between you and them?
The difference is that the Arabs that live here, we don't call them occupiers, but the Jews that live in Judea and Samaria, we call them occupiers. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? If we can live together, let's live together.
Do you compare,
so far, we live
there is
together.
an army in the, what you call, which is not Judea and Samaria, because we are in Rishon LeZion, which is Judea. But okay, in the occupied territories, there is an army. The army rule everything.
Civilians and the
there is no Arab army in Israel. This is a comparison.
Yeah, because the attacks, the terror attacks that they do in Judea and Samaria most of the times are on civilians. They're not on the army. All the killings on the roads, the stonings on the roads.
I am against terror and I'm against civilians that don't have to be there. This is not the question. But you said that there is an Arab occupation in Israel. What are you talking about?
I did not say, no, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that. I said we have Arab citizens, civilians that live in Israel.
Great. What's the problem with that?
I agree. I agree with you. And I want the same thing to be in Judea and Samaria, and I want the same thing to be in Gaza.
In the Palestinian state, okay. Okay.
What Palestinian state?
This is not Israel. It
was Jordan before. It was Jordan before. It was never a Palestinian
state. Just two states in the world, Pakistan and UK, recognized the annexation when Jordan annexed the West Bank in, I think, 1950, maybe 49 or 51. Why? Because all the other nations in the world say this is part of Palestine.
Based on what?
This is the West Bank.
Based on what? On what?
Based on the UN resolution in 1947, the same resolution that our state was in our independence. Maybe we should say even constitution, according to the decision right now. We mentioned that according to the basis of Zionism. What is the basis of Zionism according to the First Congress? We want the right of the Jewish people for self-determination according to the international law. This is what we are talking about. This is Zionism.
And how did the Arab states react to that? They all attacked us. When you attack,
I agree.
You need to take the responsibility of losing land.
I agree that in 1947 they made a mistake and they paid. 700,000 Palestinians were deported. They don't have even now.
In 48, in 67, in 73, it's a pattern.
No, 67 we attacked them. But what I do say is, reality. You can lie whatever you want to lie.
But they closed the Straits of Tehran. They kicked out the UN peacekeeping force.
But we attacked them.
Nasser was on radio every day saying he's going to annihilate Israel. He did an alliance with Syria. So there's a bit of a context there. But wait, let's try to move on here a second, because regarding policy for Israel. Okay, there's a disagreement as far as some of the core causes of the conflict and what's been happening in Gaza. Netanyahu is going to be going to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, and they are trying to promote Israel's interest. How should Trump proceed in that environment, or rather Netanyahu proceed in that environment when Trump has, we've talked about this, good intentions in trying to get these deals between Israel and some of these Arab countries, even if maybe on the ground the situation is not as optimal as he thinks it is. But he's the deal maker, art of the deal. Trump, let's get a deal in Gaza, let's get a deal with Syria, let's get a deal maybe with Saudi Arabia. How does Netanyahu keep Israel's interests in check here?
So before I talk about what Netanyahu should or could do, I'll talk a little bit about Trump's mode of action with his peace deals, which you cannot make a peace deal and force one nation to come with a flower towards like an entity that wants to kill you and comes to you with guns and rockets. Okay, and all the ceasefire we see, like now, what he's trying to do between Ukraine and Russia, it's not really working, right? It's not working. What he did between Cambodia and Thailand, they're fighting again now. There's been attacks in the past 3 days, 5,000 civilians injured, 500,000 displaced, and several killed. It's not working. You cannot force peace between two entities that hate each other without building any mutual understanding or without changing a regime, replacing something. You cannot make two people that are like arch enemies for decades to come together and say, oh, now we're best friends. We're gonna. It's not holding. So it's not realistic. Trump's plan is good in theory. He's a businessman. He's trying to strike deals. But in the real world, especially in such a tumultuous region like the Middle East, it's not holding.
So what should Netanyahu do?
Netanyahu should learn to say sometimes no to Trump. With all due respect to Trump, I will always
the U.S. is Israel's biggest ally, and at this point, maybe Israel's only ally on the international stage.
He's not the only ally. Behind the scenes, we have more allies than you think. They all say what they need to say on TV and on camera because this is the trend. But I do believe and I know that we have a lot of economical relations and all kind of like deals with a lot of nations in the world, including the Arab world.
Can you fight with economical relations? In order to fight, you need weapons.
Of course. Economical deals are part of like selling weapons to us.
You
and
understand
like
that you need weapons.
Yeah.
You understand? Okay.
Of course. Of course.
So how do you think Netanyahu should proceed in this upcoming meeting concerning Israel's interests in Gaza and also Lebanon and Syria?
Partly I agree, but I think that we are in a very difficult situation that both sides we took ourselves, and they took themselves to this difficult situation. To say the truth, we cannot fight again. We cannot fight again. It's not that we don't want to fight again. We cannot fight again. And in the other side, it's pretty the same. It doesn't say, of course, they killed 3 soldiers and we killed back, and things are going to be difficult because Trump came with a lot of, first, I have to say, he came with a lot of willingness to help. He released the hostages. He stopped the fire, and we had huge interest to stop the war, not less than releasing the hostages. We saw what happened. We went down and down and down. And right now, the stage 2, it's a little bit more difficult. And I think that we have to help him. If he wants to build an international force, we have to be more supportive to that.
Nobody wants to fight in Gaza.
Like I said earlier, there are at least 2 who want. And at least one of them, I'm not sure about the second, but at least one of them, the Palestinian Authority, we have the interest that they will be there. It's not that they are 100%. It's not that they can disarm the Hamas in 100%. But it is not that we succeed to disarm Hamas / any other organization in occupied territories or in Lebanon in the years that we were in Lebanon. Because it's difficult. Of course, we understand that we have here a fight, we have here a war between 2 nations that have a lot of things between them.
Palestinian Authority, what do you think about them? Can anything productive be got out of the Palestinian Authority for Israel, especially considering that the other alternative maybe is Hamas? Should Israel engage with the Palestinian Authority more? That's probably your main point that you're trying to make here. That's the solution. That's the way out for Israel.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there is solution, but the way out is a way forward.
Palestinian Authority, is it a way forward for Israel?
Definitely not. And you don't need to like go too far. You can go look at the West Bank and ask there the people if they love the Palestinian Authority. Majority will say no. It's a very corrupt system. It hasn't done nothing for the civilians there. They're stealing. They are a hub for terror, and they actively reward terrorism. Yesterday, I read 2 reports. One of Regavim. They went there, and there is a neighborhood in the West Bank being built for terrorists that have spent more than 20 years in Israeli jails, mean they killed. When they go out, they get a house as a gift from the Palestinian Authority. This is the one we want to put in Gaza.
No Hamas, no Palestinian Authority, what yes?
New leadership. There is few militias now that fight in Gaza. And it's not the best. They're not at their best, but they're doing their best. They're actively fighting Hamas. They say they want peace. They don't have their weapons pointed at us, at Israel, which I think it's important because we never had this in this land until now, to have a militia fighting against Hamas that is not hateful towards Israel. Could this be a solution? Maybe we need to explore it more. But I think a system that has been here for decades, aka the Palestinian Authority, and we know exactly how rotten it is and how is a hub for terrorism, to put that in Gaza, I think it's a big mistake, and it's going to just prolong what we had until now. It's not going to lead to a peaceful solution.
First, if you ask Israelis what do they think about our government, I think the majority would say that our government is corrupted. This is not a reason to...
the difference is that in Israel we have elections every 2-3 years. In the Palestinian Authority, they didn't have elections in the past 2 decades, I think.
This is not a reason to eliminate a state. And second, if you ask the figures, how many Palestinians we killed in the last 2 years, according to Prime Minister Netanyahu, 2/3 of them are innocent. many, tens of thousands, and it is not a reason to eliminate our right for a state. So the Palestinian Authority, of course, they have a problem. Abbas was elected, yes, 20 years ago. By the way, I don't justify, of course, they are corrupted, and of course, there are many problems. He was elected 20 years ago when he supported the Arab League Peace Initiative. Why, if you ask Israelis, I spoke yesterday with 4 groups, today up to now only with 2. And they ask, have you heard about the Arab League Peace Initiative? None of them have heard about that because the media is all the time supporting the war.
What Arab Peace Initiative, the one from 2001?
That was 2002. That was adopted and re-approved from there 24 times. Last time on March 4th in the summit in Cairo that produced the Egyptian plane. That actually, if you take the Trump's plane, 70% adopted.
There was a version of that peace plan, though, in the 2001 negotiation, and their plan basically also calls for a right of return of Palestinians into Israel, which is not a framework for 2 states.
This is not what the Arab League...
It does. It says right of return of refugees. And in the negotiation, they rejected it.
No, it's not. It said agreed a just solution to the question of the refugees.
And what does a just solution mean to the Arab world?
If you think that the right of return is just, okay. But if you say agreed, meaning agreed by Israel too.
So an agreement can be reached. There is an agreement to be struck that can overcome that obstacle and the other obstacles. It's there for the waiting to be taken.
No. And we saw in the Geneva initiative that was approved by the Palestinian Authority that there is no right of return. We saw now in the plane, in the initiative of Al-Qudwa and Olmert, that there is no... And it's kind of Arab League Peace Initiative. So actually, the answer is no. But my point is that Abu Mazen came and said, I want 2-state solution. I want 67 borders. The cooperation with Israel is mukaddas, is holy. And the Palestinians supported him, but after 20 years, they told him, the Israelis don't want to talk to you. We don't have partners.
We have to wrap it up. I mean, the Israeli side would say that they tried and couldn't reach a deal because of some of those.
But they didn't.
Right? They didn't reach a deal. Well, there's a question why the deal wasn't reached. We don't have time. We're running out of time, unfortunately. Of course, we could keep on going for a long time. That always happens. So I just want to thank both of our guests here for bringing in their input, Selena Ryan and Mossi Raz. Thank you very much, and thank you for watching ILTV Insider. We will see you next time. Bye-bye.
$3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Now, before we continue, a quick word about how you can support independent journalism at ILTV. We're committed to bringing you original reporting and stories from Israel that often do not make it into the global spotlight. If you value diverse perspectives and reliable coverage, you can now subscribe through our app to help ILTV News grow. Just scan the QR code on your screen to help us expand our reporting, continue delivering the kind of journalism that informs, challenges, and connects. Your subscription helps us do more than report the news. It helps us ensure that stories from the region are told with depth, integrity, and clarity. With your support, we can continue building a space for journalism that informs, connects, and inspires. Emunah's Rishonot program is transforming the landscape of religious women's leadership in Israel, giving participants the tools, confidence, and sisterhood they need to shape the country's future. Our Mayan Hoffman sat down with journalist and social entrepreneur Avital Indig, a participant in the program and a World Emunah delegate at the recent World Zionist Congress in Jerusalem, in order to understand its impact.
Emunah has spent 90 years identifying the most urgent needs in Israeli society and stepping in where it matters most. From children's homes to trauma therapy centers, Emunah has always focused on strengthening Israeli families and communities. The Rishonot program grew out of that same mission, empowering religious women with the tools, networks, and vision to lead. ILTV asked Avital Indig how she first became involved.
So I started with one of the first programs, so it wasn't like now where everyone knows about it and all, you tell your friends you have to go there, and so for me it was different.
She explained that the program has three main goals, beginning with the deep, on-the-ground understanding of Israeli society.
The first one is for us to get to know the challenges of the Israeli people. So it's a journey that we take. They take us from place to place geographically, and we meet the people and we talk about all the challenges and difficulties, and we get inspired by the people of Israel.
The second goal is about personal growth and leadership.
The second goal is to empower yourself and to know yourself and to know your strengths and weaknesses, and to give you the feeling that the sky's the limit.
But for Avital, the third goal, the network, may be the most powerful. Rishonot creates a mission-driven sisterhood where women from diverse backgrounds unite around shared values, trust, and a genuine desire to strengthen Israeli society. It's a community that not only supports one another, but actively mobilizes around each woman's goals and initiatives, turning personal leadership into collective impact.
It's more of a spider web even. It's not just a network, because we have each other's back and we help each other. And it makes you so much more stronger to be a part of this amazing network.
That sense of sisterhood has created a unique atmosphere among the women.
I've never seen anything like it, the sisterhood that is there. It's like this special bond.
One moment especially stayed with her, an overnight retreat where participants shared the most intimate parts of their lives.
Every girl in the program had to talk about important moments in her life. It made us so much more connected to each other. It was an amazing night.
Today, after October 7th, programs like Rishonot feel more essential than ever.
I think it's essential for everyone in the world, but especially now it's such challenging times right now. It's different when you get together with women and you have the space and you have the time to process together.
For Emunah, leadership begins with connection to each other, to community, and to the future of the State of Israel.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Caleb Ben David, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories coming out of the region. Despite challenges, the U.S. is still planning to deploy an international stabilization force in Gaza at the beginning of next year, a key component of Phase 2 of the peace agreement. The Jerusalem Post today citing a U.S. official saying that at the beginning, the planned multinational force will only include troops from 1 or 2 countries, with more nations expected to join at a later stage. The official also stating that the force will not be deployed in areas still controlled by Hamas. Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Azerbaijan have reportedly expressed interest in taking part in the ISF, although no nation has officially confirmed it will do so. Other countries said to be interested, including Turkey and Qatar, have been rejected by Israel. Now, this will be one of the key issues to be discussed when Prime Minister Netanyahu travels to Washington on December 29th to meet with President Trump. Israel and Bolivia have officially restored full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break, signing a joint communique at a ceremony in Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Gideon Saar and his Bolivian counterpart, Fernando Aramayo, announced a new framework for cooperation in agriculture, security, innovation, and tourism, with both countries to appoint ambassadors soon. Saar called the move, quote, the end of a long and unnecessary chapter, noting that ties had been severed since 2009, except for a brief restoration in 2020. He praised Bolivia's new president, Rodrigo Paz, and said Israel wants to support the country's economic reforms. The agreement also highlights Bolivia's historic support for Jewish refugees and for the 1947 UN vote establishing Israel. With Bolivia lifting visa requirements for Israelis, Jerusalem expects tourism and people-to-people ties to grow. And here in Israel, people are bracing for severe weather as Winter Storm Byron arrives after hitting Greece and Cyprus, causing severe flooding there. Heavy rains and thunderstorms began last night along the coastal area, but meteorologists are warning that starting tonight, Israel could see the kind of intense downpour that comes around only once in several decades. Some army bases in southern Israel have released soldiers heading for weekend earlier today than scheduled to avoid them being caught in potential flooding. And Israeli and Cypriot authorities are reportedly now searching for a yacht that left Ashdod for Cyprus earlier this week carrying 4 passengers and has apparently gone missing in the storm. Now, our India Prasad was down in Ashdod earlier today. She filed this report.
Yes, Kalev, don't let this sunny weather fool you. What you are seeing now is just the calm before the storm. I'm right now in Ashdod, which is a coastal city here in Israel that is expected to receive one of the hardest hits from Storm Byron. An Israeli official warns that Israel is about to see rainfall the likes of which we have not seen. Now, there is an expected total 200 millimeters of rainfall that Israel is going to receive. And to put that into perspective, Kalev, the average well-prepared city can only handle about 30 millimeters of rainfall within 24 hours. And after that, there will be flooding. Now, right here from the port of Ashdod, an Israeli yacht left and has disappeared. At the moment, search and rescue forces, international search and rescue forces are looking for that yacht. There's an estimated 4 people on board, and it is yet to be discovered. And this is all happening in the midst of Storm Byron. Kalev, this is expected to be one of the most major storms in years, and Israel is bracing itself for what is to come.
And the IDF has confirmed it did open fire on suspects at the entrance of the southern Syrian town of Khan Arneba. According to the army, riots erupted as troops operated in the area, during which several suspects approached the forces and posed a threat to them. The IDF says troops then fired warning shots in the air, and after the suspects continued to approach, soldiers fired at the legs of 2 main instigators. The riot dispersed shortly afterwards. The army adds troops then withdrew from the area. According to Syrian media, Syrians had protested in the area after the IDF set up a checkpoint on a major highway. Footage showed armed members of Syria's internal security forces in pickup trucks on the highway near the soldiers following the incident. That's a wrap of this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You could scan the QR code on your screen for the latest updates. I'm Caleb Ben David. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. Israel police raid UNRWA offices in Jerusalem to shut down terror-backing UN agency. Prime Minister Netanyahu to meet with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago to discuss Israel's future. Florida follows Texas in designating CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations. What began as a municipal tax collection operation has turned international after Israeli police raided the UNRWA compound in East Jerusalem, removing the UN flag and raising the Israeli flag over the site. ILTV's Alec Pollard has the latest.
Police officers, backed by municipal enforcement teams, entered the Jerusalem complex, seizing furniture, computers, and documents, all loaded onto trucks. Authorities say it was a standard debt collection operation, citing more than 1 million shekels in unpaid city taxes. They say UNRWA ignored multiple warnings. The building has been empty since January after Israel implemented new laws banning UNRWA from operating on Israeli territory, following allegations of Hamas ties, incitement in schools, and evidence that terror groups used UNRWA facilities during the war. But UNRWA and the United Nations are calling the raid a direct violation of international law, insisting UNRWA is exempt from taxes under the 1946 UN Privileges and Immunities Convention.
So, according to Israel, UNRWA owned about 3.5 million US dollars in unpaid tax and interest. Is that theory accepted by the UN?
No. It is not applicable under the general conventions that cover the relationship between the United Nations and member states.
So which means this is actually a violation of international law.
That would be a correct interpretation by you.
The question looms, was this routine tax enforcement or a sign of Israel tightening its campaign to dismantle UNRWA Jerusalem entirely? For now, the Israeli flag still flies above the eastern Jerusalem UNRWA compound, and the international fallout is just beginning.
It's been confirmed by the Prime Minister's office that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet U.S. President Donald Trump on December 29th to discuss the next steps for Gaza's future. More in this report from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The trip will be Netanyahu's fifth visit to the U.S. to meet Trump since the president's return to office less than a year ago, but the first since the administration brokered a ceasefire and hostage deal ending 2 years of fighting. Hebrew media suggest the meeting will likely take place at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. It's also reported that the prime minister will spend a week in the U.S. with diplomatic developments expected during his stay. The two leaders are expected to discuss advancing Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan, security talks with Syria and Lebanon, and regional issues. The Gaza plan envisions Hamas disarming, a Palestinian technocratic body running Gaza, and a multinational force deploying as the IDF withdraws. PMO spokesperson Shosh Bedrosian said the two leaders will review future steps and phases in the international stabilization force of the ceasefire plan.
I can share with you that the Prime Minister will meet with President Trump on Monday, December 29th. They will discuss the future steps and phases and the international stabilization force of the ceasefire plan. Let's remember how this ceasefire plan came to be. With the military pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu put on Hamas while our troops entered their stronghold of Gaza City, and the diplomatic pressure President Trump put on Hamas. This is why we are here. We cannot forget how we got here.
Meanwhile, U.S. Ambassador to the UN Mike Waltz is in Jerusalem. Waltz met Netanyahu and praised Israel for reopening the Allenby King Hussein crossing for aid to Gaza. Waltz also stressed the need for stability in Judea and Samaria. Waltz referenced rising Jewish extremist violence in the territories which the Trump administration has been addressing in recent weeks. Later, Netanyahu spoke at a special Knesset session called by the opposition to discuss what it called the collapse of Israel's international standing. Netanyahu dismissed the debate topic, calling it a complete detachment from reality. The prime minister declared that claims that Israel's position had weakened were a wave of lies. He referenced his upcoming meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump and ongoing contact with Russia.
And now joining us to discuss the U.S.-Israel relations and the Prime Minister's upcoming trip to the United States is former MK and former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren. Michael, thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. First, I want to ask you, what is your prediction for the Prime Minister's upcoming visit to the U.S. and how will it impact the U.S.-Israel relations?
Well, good to be with you, Emily, as always. Listen, prophecy is not my strong point. I'm a historian, and I have enough problems predicting the past. But if we can base, Netanyahu's fifth meeting with this president on previous meetings, we can get maybe a good sense of what the meeting is about and what could be the outcome of the meeting. And by the way, there have been different meetings. There have been strained meetings. There have been very friendly meetings. This meeting comes in the background of the 20-point peace proposal advanced by the Trump administration, signed by virtually every nation in the region, with notable exception being Iran. And but the big problem, that in itself is a tremendous accomplishment, the return of all of our hostages, except for one. I'm still wearing this pin because Ron Kavili's remains have not been returned. But having said it's a great diplomatic achievement, but it's stuck. It's stuck between basically point one and point two. Point two is the disarmament of Hamas. And it hasn't happened. And Netanyahu is going to try to clarify how that might happen. And if the United States doesn't have a clear path forward for doing it, and from my best understanding, the goal is to get Turkey and Qatar to squeeze Hamas and get it to give up its weapons in some way, and hopefully not in just a performative way, but a substantive way. If that's not going to happen, what is Israel to do? And what are the next steps forward with regard to Gaza? And it's many, many steps. It's the deployment of the so-called International Stabilization Force. It's the fate of the 53% of Hamas, which is of Gaza, which is under Israeli control. Many, many questions. And beyond that, if you have patience, Emily, it's Lebanon, Syria, and Iran.
Well, as you mentioned, Israel is in a very difficult position with this Gaza plan. Still, no country stepping up to be a part, at least forward-facing, of this international force. No answer as to who will disarm Hamas and how. What are Israel's theoretical options, both practically and diplomatically?
Well, practically, Israel could resume the fighting with American backing. The Israeli army, Israeli defense forces could continue their advance into those areas under Hamas control to root out Hamas at tremendous cost in terms of our soldiers' lives, even Palestinian lives, and certainly in terms of Israel's image in the world. And Israel would never do that without express backing of this administration. I don't think we would do it on our own. The other option, in many ways is the easier option, is just to sort of adjust to a new status quo, where Hamas is basically bottled in this small area of Gaza. It cannot easily get rearmed, cannot easily get money into the Strip. People there live in misery with no hope of improvement. And to just leave that status quo and hope that Hamas will not be able to sort of revamp its missile firing or rocket firing capabilities and once again open fire on Gaza communities or as far north as Ashkelon and Ashdod. That would be the hope. And you take it from there and see, okay, what can we do if the status quo is maintained? Can we advance toward the goal, for example, of expanding the Abraham Accords to include Saudi Arabia and other Sunni countries?
Well, speaking of diplomatic pressure, we're on the heels of the Doha Forum in Qatar, where no Israelis were present. We see increasing soft power efforts from Qatar to influence the West. And based on the Trump administration's recent statement, it seems to be working. What are the ramifications of this for Israel?
There are many. We have succeeded in humbling to a large degree the Shiite axis in the Middle East, run by Iran and Hezbollah. And we run the risk of replacing the Shiite axis with the Sunni axis, which is Qatar and Turkey. Turkey is demanding a role in Gaza. It appears that at least parts of the Trump administration support that desire on the part of the Turks. Qatar is in there. For Israel to put Turkey and Qatar into Gaza is a very serious strategic threat to us, I think to the entire region. And we must resist it to the greatest degree possible, all the while doing our utmost to remain on the same page with the Trump administration.
Now, before I let you go, I do want to get your take also on this raid of the UNRWA offices in East Jerusalem. I mean, the UN body has already been outlawed here in Israel for their associations with Hamas, but they've continued to operate in some capacity. Is this step, this raid, the first step in shutting down UNRWA for good?
Let us hope. Let us hope. UNRWA is a source and a force for continued conflict in the Middle East. It teaches tens and tens of thousands of young people not to make peace with Israel, but to continue the battle for quote-unquote return. It is staffed, and we know it's been staffed in no significant measure by active terrorists. We know that it is the only organization like it in the world that perpetuates the Palestinian refugee issue by designating Palestinian, the descendants of Palestinian refugees from 1948, we're talking about grandchildren, great-grandchildren, still have refugee status, even if they have citizenship in another country like Jordan, perpetuates the conflict. So the degree to which Israel can disband, dismantle, and get rid of UNRWA will be good for Israel, but ultimately good for the Palestinians themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we have also seen, of course, that there are several countries who, some of which for the first time have announced that they will not be funding UNRWA, this organization that is so controversial, as you mentioned, and such an unfortunate thing, given that the mandate for the United Nations itself is something that is honorable, yet something that's been so perverted, as we have seen throughout this war, unfortunately. We do have to wrap up, but I want to thank you, former ambassador and former MK, Michael Oren, for joining us today.
Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem! All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
Well, all but one hostage has been returned as the search for Ran Gvili's remains continues. Today, Hamas and the Red Cross say they have tried and failed to find the last Israeli hostage's body in their most recent search in eastern Zaytun, Gaza. Hamas operatives and Egyptian workers, accompanied by members of the International Committee of the Red Cross, have been working in the Zaytun neighborhood of Gaza City to search for the remains of the last deceased hostage, Police Master Sergeant Ran Gvili. Al Jazeera says Red Cross and Hamas teams now concluded operations without finding Gvili's body. Major General in the reserves Nitzan Alon, who served as the IDF's main man on hostage negotiations since the October 7th massacre, confirmed that Hamas is having trouble locating the body of Gvili, stating that Hamas has objective difficulty in finding the body and that it's related to the chaos they faced immediately after October 7th. For now, the Gvili family waits with bated breath for the return of Ran's remains, pushing hard for no advancement to phase 2 of the Gaza deal before all hostages have been returned. The IDF continues carrying out a wave of airstrikes in southern Lebanon. The army says the latest strikes targeted Hezbollah sites, including a training facility used by the terror group's elite Radwan force. According to the army, the Radwan Force training and qualification compound was used by the terror group to plan and advance attacks against Israel. In addition, the IDF says it struck several buildings used by Hezbollah and a rocket launching site in southern Lebanon. The army said the targets that were struck and the military training conducted in preparation for activities against Israel constitutes a violation of the understandings between Israel and Lebanon. Staying in the north, where the IDF is digging in for winter, forces of the Mountain Brigade under the command of Division 210 have completed a full brigade-level exercise in the Mount Hermon and Lebanese Har Dov sector, aimed at maintaining and strengthening readiness for emergency scenarios and extreme weather conditions in the area. As part of the drill, the brigade's reserve and regular forces, together with medical units, practice rapid transitions from routine to emergency, rocket fire scenarios, terrorist infiltrations into outposts, and the simultaneous evacuation of dozens of casualties. New infrastructure was built and winter gear was distributed to troops serving in the sector. Well, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has designated the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, as foreign terrorist organizations, effective immediately. The executive order mirrors a move made last month by Texas, which is already facing a lawsuit from CARE. The group says Florida's action is a political stunt and plans to sue as well. DeSantis justified the move as CARE, a body officially tied to the Muslim Brotherhood, which he links to Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. Hamas is another branch of the Muslim Brotherhood's organizations. CARE, however, strongly denies any connection to Hamas. Florida's order comes amid heightened national security of Islamist advocacy groups and growing pressure from Republican officials, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio suggesting federal action may follow. This move comes only a few weeks after President Trump instructed the State Department to designate chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terror organizations at the federal level. Well, men from across the U.S. are uniting to support Israelis impacted by the war, from bereaved families and injured soldiers to small businesses struggling to recover. Joining us now via Zoom is Dr. Steve Katz, emergency medicine physician and founder and chair of the Jewish National Fund USA's Brotherhood mission to Israel. Steve was with us in the studio earlier this year, and the third annual mission is now set for February 25th through March 4th. Steve, it's so great to have you back with us. I want to start just by asking you, what is the Jewish National Fund USA's Brotherhood mission? Who's it for, and how does that fundraising aspect work?
Thank you for having me. The Brotherhood mission is all about connecting Jews from the diaspora, in this case mostly America, to our brothers and sisters in Israel. And our only goal is to perform as many acts of loving kindness for that 1 week for our brothers and sisters in Israel, and to raise as much money for those projects as possible. Last year we raised $2.4 million, the year before $1.1 million, and this year we're hoping to raise obviously a lot more, hopefully $3 million or more.
Now, since launching these missions after October 7th, as you mentioned, more than $3 million has already been raised. What have been some of the most powerful moments from the past missions, and why did it feel so urgent to do this now?
I think after October 7th, we all need to step up. This is not the time to sit on the sidelines, whether you're in Israel, in the military, or whether you're a civilian in the States. I think we all are one people, Am Yisrael, and we all must stick together. Some of the highlights were visiting Rimon Farms, which is a therapeutic farm in the South that supports the needs of children in distress, PTSD for soldiers that have served Israel so valiantly, Shomer HaChadash and Adam Va'adama, creating the future leaders of the state of Israel, supporting agricultural needs and security for kibbutzim and moshavim. We've met with former hostages. We've met with Sagi Dovev and the amazing work that he's doing at Tel HaShomer Hospital with injured soldiers on a daily basis. This particular year, we're having a huge party on Purim with Naftali Aklum and the Ethiopian community in conjunction with a bunch of combat IDF units. And I could just go on, but our goal is simply to help our brothers and sisters in Israel in every single possible way that we possibly can for 1 week straight.
Now, as you are recruiting for this third mission, what's new this year, and what do you hope that participants and the Israelis they're supporting will walk away with?
What's new this year is we're spending more time at less places. So, for example, we're spending a full day in the Golan Heights with the mayor and deputy mayor of the Golan to do a building project. We have a general contractor from the States who's going to be with us. So we're going to be doing a big building project there for 1 full day, 45 guys working. We're doing a project with the Ramat HaNegev region in the south, similar project. And we're doing a big event the first night we get there with Next October, which is a brainchild of Itzar Shai, whose son unfortunately fell after October 7th. And he created this beautiful organization that connect new high-tech companies in memory of those that were bereaved. So we're doing a big event with the families of the bereaved with next October.
Now, if someone is watching and wants to be a part of this mission, how can they get more involved? How can they support the important work that you're doing in all of these Israeli communities?
Sure. jnf.org/brotherhood mission has all the information, has all the previous videos and newspaper articles, and outlines exactly what we're doing. We are nonpartisan. The only partisan activities we have is that we're fiercely committed to the people of Israel.
All right, I want to thank you, Dr. Steve Katz of the Jewish National Fund USA.
Thank you.
The Israel Antiquities Authority, together with the Tower of David Jerusalem Museum, announced on Monday that they uncovered the remains of a 2,100-year-old wall dating back to the Hasmonean era. This discovery is still being debated by historians as the mystery behind this archaeological finding is still unresolved. ILTV's Devo Klein has the full story.
The Israel Antiquities Authority staff have uncovered a remarkable finding. Underneath the Tower of David's site, excavators discovered the remains of a dismantled border wall, a wall meant to keep the holy city of Jerusalem fortified. But there are discrepancies. Why was the wall taken down? And why does the carbon dating refer the wall to a post-Hanukkah era after the Maccabean revolt? Multiple interpretations are offered, but excavators from the Israel Antiquities Authority are saying that the wall could have been taken down as a gesture to then Greek king Antiochus, not to be confused with Antiochus, the Hanukkah story villain. Archaeologists believe that around 134 BCE, 3 decades after the Hanukkah story, Jerusalem was attacked again by another Greek king. To save Jerusalem from yet another siege, the Hashmonaim leader at the time agreed to destroy the city's fortifications and pay the Greek king 3,000 talents of gold that he withdrew from King David's sepulchre. The gesture saved the city, and the evidence remains as a testament to Jewish bravery of 134 BCE. The Tower of David complex has been excavated for years, and still today, new findings are linking the Jewish people to their history in Jerusalem millenniums ago. Well, the flu came early this year to Israel and is hitting hard with 5 times more cases than last year. The Center for Disease Control records 394 new influenza A cases in 14 hospitals in November, with children accounting for 163 of them, and with vaccination rates under 15% amid a sharp rise in flu cases and 3 child deaths from complications. The Health Ministry's epidemic control team called an emergency meeting to confront the issue. The dominant strains is influenza A H3N2, which can cause more severe respiratory problems, especially in people with weakened immune systems. Storm Byron hit Israel overnight with intense rainfall, especially in the north, marking the start of a rapidly intensifying weather system. Nahariya reported 43 millimeters of rain, Eilan 38, Akko 19, Atlit 15, and Tel Aviv 15 along the coast. Meteorologists warned this is only the first wave, with 100 to 200 millimeters expected in coastal and lowland areas over the next 48 hours. Rainfall is forecast to strengthen tonight and spread nationwide by tomorrow afternoon, with temperatures dropping and storm conditions intensifying. The peak is expected Thursday evening through Friday morning, with cold, intermittent rain continuing into the weekend. The Israel Nature and Parks Authority has issued urgent warnings, including a full ban on entering riverbeds and avoiding stream banks due to risk of sudden collapse. Fire and Rescue Services urge the public not to cross flooded roads, not to enter basements or underground garages, and to stay clear of flood-prone areas. Storm Byron has already caused extensive damage in southern Greece and Cyprus, with widespread flooding and major disruptions to transportation networks. And now let's take a look at that weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 12 degrees Celsius or 53 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see rainy showers alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 15 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all of your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our live channel. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. 6 Israeli soldiers are wounded, 3 seriously, and 13 Syrians reported dead after a clash between IDF troops and Islamist militants during a cross-border operation in the village of Bet Jin. The IDF says fighting erupted after the militants began shooting at the soldiers, who returned fire and were then aided by airstrikes. During ongoing security operations in Judea and Samaria, IDF troops neutralized a terrorist after he stabbed and lightly injured 2 soldiers near the Ateret settlement in northern Samaria. Another terrorist was eliminated near Hebron after he lightly injured a soldier in an attempted car ramming attack and destroyed the family homes of 2 terrorists, one in Nablus that belonged to a member of the terror cell that attempted to carry out bus bombings in Cholon and Bat Yam, and the other in the village of Aqaba, belonging to terrorists who shot dead Yonatan Deutsch at the Mahola Junction in April 2024. In response to shooting attacks directed at IDF troops in Gaza, the IDF launches airstrikes at terrorist targets, one of which takes out Ala al-Din Khudari, a commander of the Islamic Jihad Nukhba Brigade in Gaza City, who took part in the October 7th massacre at Kibbutz Nir Oz. Forensic examination of the latest remains handed over by Hamas show that they are not of the 2 remaining dead hostages held in Gaza, Staff Sergeant Ron Givili or Thai worker Sudasak Rinthalik. The Islamic Jihad terror group then claims they have uncovered another hostage body in northern Gaza, which will soon be returned. As the IDF's Haredi Hasmonaim Brigade marks the first ever graduating class of its squad commander's course, the Knesset debates the government's proposed legislation on draft deferments for the ultra-Orthodox community. Opposition leader Yair Lapid and former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett slammed the bill, charging it will extend deferments rather than boost Haredi enlistment. And now our big story. The IDF's cross-border raid into the village of Bet Jin in southern Syria, in which 6 soldiers were wounded and 13 Syrians reportedly killed, was the most serious ground operation across the northern border yet since the fall of the Assad government. The IDF says the operations are essential to preventing Islamist militant groups such as the Jamal Islamiyah, whose fighters opened fire on the Israeli troops in Bet Jin, from establishing bases in southern Syria. Israel also accused forces of the new Syrian government of aiding the Islamists, with some security officials suggesting the IDF may need to expand its operations there. But that view differs from the Trump administration, which has lifted sanctions and established relations with the Damascus regime, with President Trump even warmly welcoming the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, into the White House. Now, after the most recent clash, Trump released a message saying it is important that Israel maintain a strong and true dialogue with Israel, and that nothing takes place that will interfere with Syria's evolution into a strong and prosperous state. Trump also invited Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington to discuss this and other issues. Here's what Netanyahu had to say.
אני פה עם פצועי צה"ל הגיבורים, אחרי הפעולה האחרונה שלנו בסוריה. אחרי ה-7 באוקטובר, אנחנו נחושים להגן על היישובים שלנו בגבולותינו, כולל בגבול הצפון, ולמנוע התבססות של טרוריסטים בפעולות עוינות נגדנו, להגן על בעלי בריתנו הדרוזים, ולהבטיח שמדינת ישראל תהיה פתוחה מהתקפה קרקעית ואחרת מהאזורים צמודי הגבול. מה שאנחנו מצפים בסוריה לעשות זה כמובן להקים אזור חיץ מפורז מדמשק ועד אזור החיץ, וכמובן מבואות החרמון ושיא החרמון. אנחנו מחזיקים בשטחים הללו כדי להבטיח את ביטחון אזרחי ישראל, וזה מה שמחייב אותנו. ברוח טובה, בהבנה של העקרונות הללו, אפשר גם להגיע להסכם עם הסורים, אבל אנחנו נעמוד על עקרונותינו בכל מקרה.
And joining us now for more is Iftach Berman. He is a geopolitics expert at the Middle East Learning Academy and Bar-Ilan University. And we have also the former U.S. diplomat and now editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Strategic Tribune, Robert Silverman. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Iftach, I want to start with you. We heard Prime Minister Netanyahu what Israel is going to require from Syria. But there is a big debate here. Can this new regime, can President al-Shara be trusted?
Well, certainly al-Shara himself, he's a man whose aspirations talk about the presidency and uniting Syria. The question is, can he rally the troops? Can he organize the different militias? We know that these different organizations came under Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and now they're all coming into these different elements in the government. The question is, can he rein everybody in? Can he bring law and order to the different parts of Syria and have the different arms of Syria function on the day of tomorrow? That's the big question, and this is something that is hard to tell at this point.
But what's your evaluation based on what you're seeing?
I think we're still at the pilot stage. We're not there yet. He needs to bring the Druze in, the Kurds, also on the coastline. The Alawites are claiming still not to be included and still some violence against them. So he's not at that point where he can, I'm not going to say trusted, I'm going to say be able to deliver.
Right. And Robert, the Trump administration seems more optimistic about the prospects of the new regime being able to deliver on some of these conditions Israel's made. Is there a basis for that? And how much do you think President Trump is likely to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu to make some kind of concessions there with Syria?
Well, I am more optimistic. We all should be. We have to be realistic about the different options in Syria. Let's remember, it wasn't that long ago that Iran had bases all over Syria. And those don't exist anymore. Iran is no longer on our northern border with Syria. That's a huge plus. So, of course, we should all be optimistic. That's just a fact. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean you trust the new regime, but you should try to work with it. If the alternative is chaos there, the kind of chaos that allows Iran to come back in and set up missile bases, as it was doing a little more than 1 year ago, then that's a much worse situation. So we're in a far better situation. We should be optimistic. In addition to all the military steps that Israel is taking, which I think we should all support security on our northern border, obviously, we should also have a strong diplomatic outreach. The problem with Israel today is it has a super effective military wing. It has not invested in diplomacy. It has basically outsourced its diplomacy to the U.S. That's extremely dangerous for Israel. And we need to reinvest in other tools while we're continuing to keep the military strong.
Right. If you could respond to what Robert is saying, but I want to ask you, he does make the point that this new regime, whatever its faults, shares Israel's concerns about Iran. But there is another player in the region, Turkey, which this new government in Damascus is quite close to. So how much concern should there be in Israel about Turkey basically replacing Iran as a major player within Syria?
I would say that this is a triangle of three participants, Turkey, Israel, and Syria. The Syrian government and Ahmed al-Shara himself is looking for a strong ally. It could be Israel. Israel could play that card. However, Turkey is the one that trained the Syrian militants to take over Assad regime. And Turkey has bigger aspirations in the region rather than Israel just wanting to maintain its border. Turkey is looking to get into more areas geographically and geopolitically. Gaza Strip, we're seeing them trying to influence there. So Israel should be concerned more about Turkey's prospects in Syria. And for that reason, I agree with our colleague here that Israel should play a more involved role in Syria on trying to fend Turkish involvement in Syria tomorrow.
Robert, trying to fend Turkish involvement in Syria, how well will that play with President Trump when we've heard him repeatedly praise President Erdogan, calling him even his dear friend and a close ally?
Right. Well, of course, they are allies. They're NATO allies of the U.S., so that's a fact. And but I disagree a little bit with our friend Iftach here. Israel is not in a position to become an ally, an offsetting factor to Turkey in Syria. But the Gulf states are. Saudi Arabia is. And they're a moderating force on the outcome. We don't know what's going to happen with Syria. If anyone tells you that they know what's in the heart of Ahmed al-Shara or what's the future of Syria, don't believe them. It's unknown. But Israel can help affect it from the outside. Look, there's an ongoing state of hostilities between Syria and Turkey. There's been armistice, between Syria and Israel. There have been armistice, and the border was basically quiet during the Assad family's rule. But at the same time, especially in the last few years, Iran was establishing missile bases all over Syria. That doesn't exist anymore. We have to be clear about the main enemy among all the different enemies, Iran. Iran is not in Syria. At present, the Syrian government is stopping arms shipments that used to go overland from Iran to Iraq to Syria to Hezbollah and Lebanon. Those are being stopped right now at the Iraqi-Syrian border, at Bou Kamal border crossing. That's positive. Now, you can build on that, but you have to have an effective diplomacy arm. You have to work through intermediaries, not just the U.S., but intermediaries in Russia, in Europe, and in the Middle East, and in the Gulf. The real offsetting factor for Turkey in Syria will be Saudi Arabia. And they don't, and that's possible. That's very possible. Look, Turkey is not the same threat that Iran was. I know that people get worried about Erdogan's statements. I get worried about Erdogan's statements, but it's not the same threat. And failure to understand that is a basic problem in Israel.
All right. Iftach, both you and we heard earlier Prime Minister Netanyahu mention the Druze community in Syria, which has come under threat from Islamist elements, and there are some who charge that at least part of the government forces perhaps could be working on behalf or in collaboration with those extremist Islamist elements. Israel has historical ties to the Druze. Of course, there is pressure within the Druze community in Israel to aid them. But how far can Israel go in maintaining the security of the Druze in Syria?
The Druze situation is much more elaborate, much more complicated than just saying either Israel is for the Druze or against it. We have a war that's going on much longer than this current iteration between the Druze and the Bedouin community in Syria. The elements that did rise against the Druze do belong in part to the Syrian government and play a secondary role defending their own agendas. Israel is instrumental in providing humanitarian and somewhat protection for that Druze community, as it should. However, overstepping its boundaries, and this is something that's being said today in Syria, is a dangerous move for Israel. It should be worried about its image of tomorrow if it's planning of establishing some sort of a connection with the Syrian government, to not overstep its boundaries. Yes, it is possible to create some sort of a green zone, if you will, an area of demilitarization where the Druze can fend for themselves and establish
the buffer zone that Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke about.
Exactly. It's very similar to things that we've witnessed in Iraq. However, as we witnessed in Iraq, these green zones are not all the time effective. They need constant guardianship and so on. And I think that there is room for that. However, it's a delicate game between the different sides. And let's not forget those other elements in Syria, Kurdish elements that Turkey is eager to not get rid of, but at least have under control at bay.
Okay. Gentlemen, I do want to move now from Syria to its immediate neighbor, Lebanon. Of course, Israel has a, if you could even call it at this point, a ceasefire with Lebanon, considering the operations almost, it seems, weekly and certainly even maybe daily it's had to conduct against Hezbollah in South Lebanon. Morgan Ortagus, the U.S. envoy to Lebanon, was in Israel yesterday, going there today. And today we have what seems will be perhaps the first direct negotiations between non-military representatives of the Lebanese and the Israeli government. But of course, all of this hinges, Robert, on Hezbollah disarming, living up to that commitment. How likely is that happen in the face of a Lebanese government that seems impotent in front of Hezbollah?
Right. We have a core problem there. This is not new, of course. The Second Lebanon War ended with a UN Security Council resolution in August of 2006, so nearly 20 years ago, in which the Lebanese government committed itself to disarming militias, primarily Hezbollah. Well, that hasn't happened. And again, the ceasefire a year ago between Israel and Lebanon included, a new commitment to disarm Hezbollah in the south, and it hasn't happened. The Lebanese army has tried a little bit. They entered some bunkers, Hezbollah bunkers, that were booby-trapped, and when several Lebanese soldiers were killed, they stopped. So Hezbollah has deterred them from continuing that. Look, Lebanon is a failed state. We know that. Hezbollah controls it. What I could never understand, frankly, is the prior Israeli government under Yair Lapid signed a maritime agreement giving them a gas field without actually doing anything directly with Lebanon. It was all through the U.S. because the Lebanese government at that time, fearful of Hezbollah's reactions, refused to even meet with Israel. So Israel gave them whatever they wanted without any direct interaction. So this step at Nakura, where they're meeting face to face, is a positive, minor, small positive step. At least now they're meeting. Why the Lebanese government, after Israel has so severely deteriorated Hezbollah's military capacity, why it is refusing to exercise its own sovereignty and do what it's required under international agreements? I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I don't know. What I do know is Israel has to have more than just a military option. Yes, Israel can continue to batter Hezbollah and maybe should, including in Beirut. If the U.S. says no to that, and the U.S. has its own interests, let's remember, there's a very large and significant Lebanese American community that cares a lot about Lebanon, okay? Let's just remember that. So, and that's part of the equation in the U.S. So, nevertheless, Israel needs more than a military option. It needs to be able to pressure the Lebanese government through diplomatic efforts, through coalitions that Israel develops with other countries that are relevant to Lebanon. But we don't do that. We don't have that capacity. We don't have the personnel to do that. So we're relying on the U.S. to do that for us.
Well, let me ask you, Yiftach, because Robert says Israel needs more than a military option. But if you talk to security officials here time and again, even in the studio, I have heard it is inevitable, or certainly almost inevitable, that there is going to be another round of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Do you also see it in that way? And are there other options to be pursued?
Well, I'll take us back just before October 7. We were conducting the Mabam, the campaign between the wars against Hezbollah in Syria and on a rare occasion in Lebanon. I think this is what we're expecting in the near future, unless the Lebanese government is strong enough to implement any serious steps against Hezbollah. And by that, the Lebanese government will have aid from the international organizations, from the U.S. We already see a worldwide campaign against Hezbollah's money in South America, potentially in Venezuela. This is something that the Americans are conducting right now. In Europe, we're seeing a crackdown on Hezbollah's operations worldwide. We just need the Lebanese government to do the same. It's due diligence to replace Hezbollah with other things. But one has to consider, if you do replace Hezbollah, if you take away its strength, what would the Shia community in Lebanon do? We're talking about somewhere low estimates of 40%, higher estimates of about 50% of the population represented by this organization. Who will replace Hezbollah? Will Hezbollah take the IRA model that they take the political route and abandon weapons? I don't see that happening because the Shiites themselves have threatened Hezbollah that if they give up their arms, they'll finish them. In their own words, that's what they're saying. So I don't see that happening. And Hezbollah has taken care of the Shiite community's welfare, jobs, medical care. We've just seen the scouts of Hezbollah, al-Mahdi, demonstrate their power in the stadium. Who will go into that vacuum? This is something that Hezbollah is there for more than 40 years. So taking out Hezbollah just militarily is just not going to do enough.
All right. Not enough. But then let me ask you, just very briefly, what could come in place of Hezbollah? What would we be looking at?
Well, the end of confessionalism is not in the horizon in Lebanon. It is sectarian representation. But you do have independent Shiite representatives in the parliament of Lebanon. Amal is weakened. Nabi Berri is corrupt, but there is representation there. Potentially, we could see taking over the mechanism, the security mechanism of Hezbollah and working it into the army of Lebanon, the internal security forces of Lebanon. But the state has to come into the medical organizations, the NGOs, and all that. The state of Lebanon.
The state of Lebanon has to assert itself. Iftach Berman, Robert Silverman, thank you so much for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now a final word. This week saw the passing of Major General Dan Tolkowski, former commander of the Israel Air Force at age 104. Tolkowski was an ace fighter pilot who flew with the British Air Force over Europe during World War II, battled Egyptian planes during Israel's War of Independence, and led the IAF during the 1956 Sinai War. But his greatest contribution to Israel's security was perhaps in the field of technology. Tolkowski oversaw the modernization of the Air Force, including the introduction of its first jet fighters. And later, in civilian life, he played a key role in establishing Israel's tech sector as the CEO of Discount Investments and then the founder of the country's first venture capital fund, Athena, helping to create such defense firms as Elbit. Now, another former Air Force commander also made news this week. Amir Eshel, speaking at the Defense Tech Week conference at Tel Aviv University, issued a stark warning. The aerial attacks that Israel experienced over the past 2 years of war, these are the low-flying killer drones from Lebanon and Yemen, the hang gliders from Gaza, the ballistic missiles from Yemen and Iran, were, Eshel said, but a taste of the evolving threats on the battlefield against which effective defenses had yet to be developed. He cautioned that the next wars will present Israel with challenges of far greater magnitude, and that the private defense sector will not on its own be sufficient in creating and providing affordable technologies to counter those threats. He called on the government, the defense establishment, to be more proactive in aiding Israel's tech sector to sufficiently develop in meeting that challenge. Now, just as Eshel was making that speech, the defense minister announced that the laser-based Iron Beam air defense system would be ready for deployment at year's end. And while that is certainly good news, it should not be cause for either celebration or complacency. Iron Beam will not be a 100-proof magic solution for intercepting slow-moving and low-flying drones. And even if it were, it's a response to Israel's past and current conflicts, not the answer to the new threats we will be facing. The only real answer to those future challenges will be needed investments in education, even as the government is cutting school budgets amid falling test scores in science and mathematics. It will be more funding for basic research, even as universities and institutions deal with cutbacks in public support, and in assisting the local tech sector, even as its leaders implore politicians to avoid actions that could discourage foreign investment crucial to its growth. Napoleon once famously said, an army travels on its stomach. Other generals, such as George Patton, stressed the importance of blood and guts. But today, it is brain power that fuels the success of modern militaries, and that's especially been the case for Israel. Soldiers such as Dan Tolkowski showed the way for Israel, and it is up to his successors in the IDF and government to continue maintaining that standard. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Americans for Ben-Gurion University brought resilience, hope, and humor to New York City benefit.
We are supporting a fabulous university that serves southern Israel, supporting their students, supporting their people.
Campaign efforts.
A4BGU's New York City benefit celebrated 50 years of excellence at the Goldman Medical School, an institution renamed in honor of Lloyd Goldman's parents.
My sisters and I named in our parents, so it's the Joyce and Irving Goldman Medical School, and my sister Katja and my sister Dorian will be here this evening, and we are thrilled about peace, about Israel, and about Ben-Gurion University.
The Joyce and Arvi Goldman Family Foundation announced a $2 million matching grant to support the future of medicine, investing in BGU curriculum, students, and faculty.
One of the universities that was hit hard was Ben-Gurion University. Hundreds of students found themselves returning to wear uniforms.
The university itself lost about 110 of its members and families on the 7th of October. And a number of our students and graduates were taken hostage by the Hamas, mainly from the Nova Music Festival. Over 6,000 of our students have been on reserve military duty. Some have been killed killed and wounded. It's been a difficult time, but we are resilient. We're going to move forward and make Israel better and stronger.
We heard the testimony of Sasha Trufanov, a Ben-Gurion University alumnus and hostage survivor who suffered 498 days in Hamas captivity.
Started hearing shootings coming closer and closer, voices of speaking, shouting. We thought we had a discussion between me and my fiancée, Sapir. She said it's Arabic. I said that no, it's Hebrew. I wanted to believe, like there are soldiers.
And a testimony of Noah Shuker, a fourth-year medical student and casualty officer in the IDF, that shared what the importance of A4BGU.
They make sure that we have everything we need. I can say, as a student who also been in reserve service for over 400 days, they made sure that I could really just stay on top of my studies, not miss any test. I didn't miss any lecture. I had everything that I need in terms of marathons and tutoring and psychological support. They really made sure that we would see social workers, and we had talks with regular talks with psychologists, making sure really that the university is doing everything they can to protect us and to keep us on top of our studies and in good shape.
You could feel the sense of mission and goodwill among those who came to support the people of Israel and Ben-Gurion University. The evening concluded with a powerful message to the people of Israel.
For me, the most important thing for Jews around the world is to go to Israel and share the love.
The United States is in lockstep, and there is a large part of the United States that loves Israel and will be behind them, whatever it is.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Caleb Ben David, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories coming out of the region. Despite challenges, the U.S. is still planning to deploy an international stabilization force in Gaza at the beginning of next year, a key component of Phase 2 of the peace agreement. The Jerusalem Post today citing a U.S. official saying that at the beginning, the planned multinational force will only include troops from 1 or 2 countries, with more nations expected to join at a later stage. The official also stating that the force will not be deployed in areas still controlled by Hamas. Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Azerbaijan have reportedly expressed interest in taking part in the ISF, although no nation has officially confirmed it will do so. Other countries said to be interested, including Turkey and Qatar, have been rejected by Israel. Now, this will be one of the key issues to be discussed when Prime Minister Netanyahu travels to Washington on December 29th to meet with President Trump. Israel and Bolivia have officially restored full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break, signing a joint communique at a ceremony in Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Gideon Saar and his Bolivian counterpart, Fernando Aramayo, announced a new framework for cooperation in agriculture, security, innovation, and tourism, with both countries to appoint ambassadors soon. Saar called the move, quote, the end of a long and unnecessary chapter, noting that ties had been severed since 2009, except for a brief restoration in 2020. He praised Bolivia's new president, Rodrigo Paz, and said Israel wants to support the country's economic reforms. The agreement also highlights Bolivia's historic support for Jewish refugees and for the 1947 UN vote establishing Israel. With Bolivia lifting visa requirements for Israelis, Jerusalem expects tourism and people-to-people ties to grow. And here in Israel, people are bracing for severe weather as winter storm Byron arrives after hitting Greece and Cyprus, causing severe flooding there. Heavy rains and thunderstorms began last night along the coastal area, but meteorologists are warning that starting tonight, Israel could see the kind of intense downpour that comes around only once in several decades. Some army bases in southern Israel have released soldiers heading for weekend earlier today than scheduled to avoid them being caught in potential flooding. And Israeli and Cypriot authorities are reportedly now searching for a yacht that left Ashdod for Cyprus earlier this week carrying 4 passengers and has apparently gone missing in the storm. Now, our India Prasad was down in Ashdod earlier today. She filed this report.
Yes, Kalev, don't let this sunny weather fool you. What you are seeing now is just the calm before the storm. I'm right now in Ashdod, which is a coastal city here in Israel that is expected to receive one of the hardest hits from Storm Byron. An Israeli official warns that Israel is about to see rainfall, the likes of which we have not seen. Now, there is an expected total 200 millimeters of rainfall that Israel is going to receive. And to put that into perspective, Kalev, the average well-prepared city can only handle about 30 millimeters of rainfall within 24 hours. And after that, there will be flooding. Now, right here from the port of Ashdod, an Israeli yacht left and has disappeared. At the moment, search and rescue forces, international search and rescue forces are looking for that yacht. There's an estimated 4 people on board and it is yet to be discovered. And this is all happening in the midst of Storm Byron. Kalev, this is expected to be one of the most major storms in years, and Israel is bracing itself for what is to come.
And the IDF has confirmed it did open fire on suspects at the entrance of the southern Syrian town of Khan Arneba. According to the army, riots erupted as troops operated in the area, during which several suspects approached the forces and posed a threat to them. The IDF says troops then fired warning shots in the air, and after the suspects continued to approach, soldiers fired at the legs of 2 main instigators. The riot dispersed shortly afterwards. The army adds troops then withdrew from the area. According to Syrian media, Syrians had protested in the area after the IDF set up a checkpoint on a major highway. Footage showed armed members of Syria's internal security forces in pickup trucks on the highway near the soldiers following the incident. That's a wrap of this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You could scan the QR code on your screen for the latest updates. I'm Caleb Ben David. Thank you for watching.
around the world, headlines paint a picture of an Israel acting recklessly. Palestinians shot after appearing to surrender, and 2 children tragically killed after crossing the yellow line in Gaza. But is the global media missing the deeper reality of the enemy Israel is facing? Plus, Prime Minister Netanyahu asks for a pardon to focus on winning the war. And abroad, a new Trump executive order targeting the Muslim Brotherhood, a sign that the world may finally be recognizing the nature of the threat. All that and much more on The Quad. And welcome back, everybody, to The Quad here in our Jerusalem studios with my wonderful co-host, Emily Schrader, human rights activist and journalist, and par excellence activist, model, dancer, and much more, Bellamy Bellucci. Welcome back, everyone. There's so much going on as every single week. But this week, we actually have the first ever real proof and a confession of somebody used as a human shield. Look at this.
الموقف اللي صار معي ما حد صار معاه. لي المرة بتقول لي صوت خروشة، نزلت افتح الباب لو من عناصر ملتمين من عناصر حماس مرقوا عنا، قلت له اللي تنقصف الدار علينا وصاروا يصيحوا الاولاد الصغار. لو بقول لي بدي ابعتك على دار سلمان تشوف اليهود موجودين غاد، قلت له بقدرش. لو بقول لي فدا الوطن، لو ضربوني وقال لي له روح ما رضيش اروح، لو قال لي ده غصبا عنك بدك تروح فدا الوطن، قلت له انت روح فدا الوطن. اضطريت اروح اشوف. بعد ما ضربوني اضطريت اروح، والحمد لله ما لقيتش يهود ورجعت. بتعامل معنا ضروب بشريه يعني، والناس في غزه ما لهاش قيمه عند حماس يعني، وبتعاملوا بالمدارس بخشوا مدنيين، بخشوا بين المدنيين في الخيم بين المدنيين، يعني حرام اللي بصير فينا.
So here we have it again, what we've been telling the world and screaming from the rooftops, that Hamas uses human shields. And not only uses human shields, but that's exactly their strategy. And they use human shields because they know that we actually care for other people. And yet with all of that, war is horrible and war is ugly. And we've had a slew of different news items this week that expose the ugliness of the war in impossible urban conditions. And we're here to unpack all of that and much more. Let's start with Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, where these 2 terrorists, let's not confuse it, they were terrorists. There was a showdown with the Israeli army. They were there for 2 hours trying to get them out. They come out. It looks like they're surrendering. The IDF soldiers are telling us afterwards in the interviews that somebody put their hand in their pocket. You can actually see that in the video. And so they thought there was an imminent threat of getting shot and shot them. Of course, the media sees things very differently, and all of the headlines go out that Israel is summarily executing people who surrendered. How do we deal with all of this in the middle of what we're facing? Emily.
Well, I mean, I think the Army did say that they are investigating it, so I'll reserve my judgment of the situation. But what we do know so far is that Palestinian Islamic Jihad did confirm that those 2 individuals were wanted terrorists, that they were active members of Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And I think the problem that I've seen in how the media is reporting it and how, commentators, especially on social media, are responding, such as Hussam Zamla, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK, they're presenting it as if these are innocent Palestinian children who were just walking down the street and the IDF executed them.
Yes, going about their day.
And this is a total misrepresentation. And I find it highly disingenuous that someone from the Palestinian Authority is complaining about this when the Palestinian Authority is actually hunting these same terrorists. This is a terrorist organization that actually threatens the sovereignty, or what little there is, of the Palestinian Authority itself.
And they keep paying terrorists to kill us.
That's right.
In any case.
And that's right.
So it's not like they've given up.
Yeah, the idea that these are innocent people and that it's being presented as something somehow indicative of Israeli policy, or that those are the orders is ridiculous, especially given the fact that the IDF said immediately, we're investigating this, because at first you see it appears as if they've surrendered, then they're rolling around on the ground, you can see their hands moving, one of them looks like he's going back inside.
Yeah.
And again, as you mentioned, this is after a 2-hour manhunt for these individuals who are known terrorists.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things going on that we don't know when you're not the actual combat soldier. So people should reserve judgment, and I think it's irresponsible of the media to be opining on this the way that they have thus far.
This is what we've been suffering for the last 2 years, and people don't seem to realize that the IDF rules of engagement are actually very, very strict.
Yes.
In fact, many soldiers complain that the rules of engagement actually sometimes could endanger their lives. And this is the terrible situation that you find yourself in. You have to make a decision in a split second, or you're dead, or you're dead, a flinch. And people don't seem to understand that these soldiers, our soldiers, have to make these life-death decisions about their own lives, about defending their troops with terrorists. It's not like it's, like you said, people going about their lives.
But the world does understand. They just choose to not see it for exactly what it is.
You think so?
If we look at, one of my favorite things that Joan Rivers ever said is, if New Jersey came into New York, we would flatten them. That's the American mentality. If they attack even the smallest flinch of them thinking, okay, there's an imminent terrorist attack coming in, or there's a terrorist out there, they actually go about their business. So it's strange to me from the West to then have this ideology, which almost is like them washing themselves of the blood that they've already had, especially after all the other terrorist attacks. And all of a sudden after 9/11, there's this rewrite that's happened mentally of, this is how we're going to wash our hands of the blood that we have on us by constantly going back to Israel. So let's look at Israel. Don't worry about anything else. Wait, but this is Israel's surrounded. It's not like New York. It's not an island in the middle of nowhere in America that's got borders and bases all over the world, where there are eyes all over the world. And all of a sudden, like you said, anybody in the IDF has to make a quick split decision because they're the barrier between a terrorist, not just them, but Israelis.
Yeah.
How is the world not? It's such a simple. You can explain that to a 5-year-old.
No, but I also, the hypocrisy of it all. Was there ever any scrutiny like this when they were fighting ISIS? Ever? Anybody? In fact, I've got a friend who brings over a lot of senior army people to Israel, to some of them hostile, some of them less hostile, to see what the IDF faces. And they confirmed that their rules of engagement are much looser than ours. Yep. In fact, in Afghanistan and Iraq, they used to have these boys spotting for ISIS, 12-year-old boys. And the directive was, you see a spotter, you kill them. We don't care what age they are.
Yep.
And we do so much to avoid that.
Yes.
When Hamas is just throwing these kids in front. And unfortunately, horrible things happen, like what happened over the yellow line. Now, those children, I am assuming they were innocent. I'm assuming, because you can't assume anything these days.
Yep.
I'm assuming they were innocent. Of course, the whole narrative has gone that they were picking up wood for their father in a wheelchair. There's always a father in a wheelchair. I'm not sure that's right. I'm not sure it's wrong. I don't want to judge. They may have well been innocent children, but if you know there's a yellow line and you're the parent or the family, you would say, I don't know, don't go near a place that could be in danger for you. I don't know anymore what you think, but that's the nature of war.
Well, I think one of the things that's the most irritating to me about this is that let's say that those particular soldiers were wrong and that they shouldn't have engaged in both of these incidents and that they are in the wrong. First of all, it's already under investigation.
Yeah.
Second of all, the way that's
both incidents.
The way that it's being presented as if this is the policy of the Israeli army, that is what I have a major problem with. Of course, there are things that happen in war that are wrong.
Yeah.
It's going to happen invariably. That's why we don't want to fight wars.
Yes.
Okay? Because bad things happen in war. It doesn't surprise me that there are soldiers who did individual acts that are bad. The question is that the policy? Is that coming from above? Is that what the standards are? And it's not. And if you need evidence for that, you can just look at the fact that we arrested dozens of terrorists this week alone, and none of them were executed. This is not a policy of Israel. And so the intentional misrepresentation that we see from commentators, from people who don't know what they're talking about, from NGOs, and even from government officials, from foreign governments, it's completely unacceptable and totally inaccurate. And you're right, the hyper focus on Israel, and not just Israel, but specific incidents, as if that's indicative of the whole, is totally disingenuous.
I think that's a very, very clever point, that it's not a system-wide or it's not endemic. It's things that happen. You know, I saw something on Instagram the other day. Somebody said that Israel, okay, this is a new blood libel, because there's one a day at least, that there is violence in the Arab towns in Israel. In the Arab society in Israel, there's a lot of gun violence. We saw some murders recently. This is all crime, gangland stuff, okay? That the Israeli police are actually releasing illegal guns into the Arab community so that they can kill each other. So somebody puts this on Instagram. They get, of course, the token Israeli idiot who is looking for attention because doesn't have a job. They find that person, they roll them out, and they say, Israel, the police has a policy. Of course, and I write, there may be a crooked cop or two, because there are crooked cops everywhere, but is this the policy of the police? No. Which is exactly what you're saying. Do mistakes happen at war? Yes. Is war ugly? Yes. That's why, by the way, I remind everyone, we never started any wars. But is this something that is coming from a directive from above? No. And this is exactly where that blood libel lies, that you're trying to portray Israel, you're trying to demonize Israel, which is part of how a legitimate criticism moves over to anti-Semitism. You're trying to demonize Israel at every given moment. And that's what's going on.
But also within the source of what the education system is already in the world outside of the Middle East. It has dumbed people down to a point where they think that they even understand what war is. So it's not a little squabble between brother, sister, and your cousin, and then somebody reprimands you and takes you to therapy. We don't need a social worker. This is a situation that's happening to people, and they're thinking, well, you could have done it differently. Oh, okay, please tell me how.
And they're all experts.
No,
they're all war experts.
Exactly.
Dave Smith.
Dave Smith,
the best.
Deer caught in the headlight. He really looks stupid. He's now an expert. He read Google, did ChatGPT 3 times, and now he knows better than everyone else.
And the thing that there was an interview with Mark Ruffalo with one of them, I think it was Seg or somebody else, where he literally verbatim uses the words of Israelis when he says, and they all keep saying, this is the manipulative tactic that he has, and I'm also like, you're not that good of an actor because I don't believe you. Well, the wording is, so what's happening right now, I'm no longer friends with these people like Scarlett Johansson and all of them because they keep telling me that they use their own people as human shields. I mean, what kind of person that's being starved, that's going through famine, and is literally living in an open air prison would ever use their children as human shields?
Oh, God.
Okay. Hold on. Then again, ask yourself the same question. With a headline just like came out, ask yourself, if people are truly starving, if they're truly, what, logically, does that make sense? No. Then why do you have anything to say? Like, for anybody with a second grade degree will go, wait, something doesn't make sense. The milk is not the water's not the milk.
There's no logic.
But if you keep selling something so many times, like I've said multiple times, of course, at some point, if you tell yourself a lie enough, even you will believe it.
They've bought it, lock, stock, and barrel. That's it. They're committed, and they're doubling down. Even when the report in the UN comes out, there was no famine. Oh, really? We knew that. The report came out in the UN, there was no genocide. The report comes out, there's no rapes. Really? We have the video evidence. Like, it's cognitive dissonance. They just say, okay, it's AI. It's just, you've doubled down, you're lying, you don't care because ultimately you hate Jews. And
Israel's Hollywood, yes. According to them.
Okay, let's move to cheerer topics, like Netanyahu's request for a pardon, which again, it's incredible how everybody around the world is now a legal expert on the Israeli legal system. And I'm sure there'll be disagreements here around the table, but let's hash it out, ladies. So the argument is, if he wrote a letter and the letter says, for the sake of the country, I want to prove my innocence, but for the sake of the country, I have to be in court 3 times a week. For the sake of the country, we're in the middle of the war still, post-war, whatever we're at. I'm asking for a pardon or to be let off in order to get the country to move on. Okay? So the cynics will say, oh, come on, you haven't admitted your guilt and you want a pardon, which doesn't work legally. But other people are saying, and I had a little Twitter argument last night with Piers Morgan, it's an abuse of power. Sorry, everybody in this country is entitled to apply for a pardon. It's not an abuse of power because legally it's allowed. So again, there's standards for everyone else, and then there's standards for Netanyahu, there's standards for everyone else, and then there's standards for Israel. So I'm very curious to know what you think, Emily.
I mean, I don't think it's an abuse of power, and I don't think it's people are saying it's undemocratic. It is anything but. It's literally something that is structured within the legal system.
Exactly.
It also exists in other countries as well.
Absolutely.
So I don't think there's no legal problem with it. I also think that the charges are kind of ridiculous to begin with.
I agree completely.
Not really that big of a deal. I don't like Netanyahu personally. I don't support him, and I don't want him to run again. But I don't think that it's what people are making it out to be. And I think people hyper-focus on this just the same way that they do with everything related to Israel. And I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't think it's that big a deal if he does get a pardon, and I don't think it's that big a deal if he doesn't.
Well, you know, the most serious charge, which was the bribery charge, is bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. The bribery charge, basically the judges said to the prosecution, guys, really holds no water.
Yeah.
And so that's basically been thrown out. Yeah. So what's left is breach of trust and fraud, and we're talking about mainly cigars and champagne, which honestly, I find ridiculous. You have Trump taking a plane from Qatar, and people are worried about cigars.
Again, when you look at the most hated man on the face of the earth right now, everybody will always come at him from some kind of avenue, even Israelis included.
Oh, God.
My number one thing is I'd much rather listen to an Israeli lose their mind about who is part of their governing system than listen to somebody that does not have citizenship in this country and does not actually have full footing to even vote. I don't want to hear it. But if I'm going to be asked what my opinion is on is, I was born in a country where corruption fuels the 24 hours of the day. I don't think people would actually have a pulse if there was no corruption.
Yeah.
I also live, I'm a citizen of the United States of America. If I had to go down a list of every single politician that everybody is so in love with and so charismatic and they, the kumbaya, the things that they're doing behind closed doors, trust me, if you're coming at him for cigars and champagne, give me a break.
I know.
Well, it's also, I mean, if you look at the Israeli government, I'm sorry, but it's no exception. Governments are governments. There's corrupt pieces of in every government, including ours, many of them. And I don't like the idea that this is so much worse and so much more important to the integrity of democracy. It's preposterous.
Preposterous because the thing is, and people don't want to accept this, that Netanyahu, even with this over his head for the last 10 years, keeps winning elections, which means people are having their say, and this doesn't seem to bother them. It doesn't mean that if he did something wrong, he shouldn't, be prosecuted.
Well, that's a whole other issue.
Yes, but I want to say that there's a very strong chance that these are politically motivated charges.
Oh, for sure.
A, because the bribery charge was thrown out essentially by the judges. B, because, like you're saying, you come from a country where there's real corruption. This seems like they're clutching at straws. And we know that the prosecution is very, very politicized. We've seen it with other people who've been absolutely vindicated after a while.
Hey, look at Sarkozy. Great. He went in, you're guilty. He walked into the prison. A few days later, he walked out. He was just jogging 2 days ago. So, like, seriously, what's going on? You can lose your mind as much as possible, but at some point, politics is a very dirty game.
Yep.
And if you're going to have some kind of skin in it, you have to be able to play dirty. The only thing is that no one should ever find out. If we want to call a spade, no one should ever find out what you're actually doing. And you have to make sure that you've got people around you to help you keep your hands clean. And unfortunately, Israel, the size of New Jersey. If we're talking about a country with, 50 states or somewhat, I honestly, I'm not coming to his defense. I'm just saying he seems to be the number one leader who's under a microscope.
Yeah.
When you have somebody like Putin that's still blowing up Ukrainians on a daily basis, and somehow we're going to put this one on the back burner. We have to focus on Israel.
Yes, 20,000 children missing in Ukraine. 20,000 children missing, 20,000. And nothing to see here. That war has nothing to do with the rest of humanity. And this hyper-focus, again, I think Netanyahu is just taken as the bogeyman representing Israel, representing the Jew, and representing the Jew that nobody wants to see, which is the empowered, strong Jew who doesn't apologize for his own existence. And I think that, I have a lot of things that I could say about Netanyahu. I think that we, as a government, have completely failed in the communications war. They don't take it seriously. They're arrogant. There's many things I could say, but at the same time, I can also say that, what's interesting is that he's made the request for a pardon. Everybody's going nuts. I mean, Israelis have been writing horrible things to me on Twitter since I came out and just saying it is legal. What did I say? It's not an abuse of power. That's what I said. And Israelis are like coming at me, calling me the worst names in Hebrew. I don't care. Bring it on. But the point is that ultimately what I think is going to happen is that President Herzog, will come back and say, we will consider your pardon if you do A, B, and C.
Yeah.
He'll get legal advice. The legal advice will say, this is my prediction, the legal advice would say, well, he has to confess before he gets pardoned. So I think what Herzog wants to do is throw this back into the ball in the court of Netanyahu and say, yes, I can pardon you if you do A, B, and C. I think that's where it's going. I don't think there's anything else that's going to happen, and this is going to be a football for a while. Might not even get. We might have an election with this football going through. I don't know.
I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, he keeps winning elections. You have to give him one thing. He keeps winning elections no matter what, how much is coming at him. But we're not really out of the clear yet.
No.
We're not out of the clear yet. So I would honestly want to focus more on what's happening tomorrow here. What's happening tomorrow here? Where are we as Jews? And making sure that if Israel is state, Jews outside feel safer.
Yeah.
That should be the main focus.
Yeah.
You could be in New York, even when Trump was here,
yeah.
when the signing was happening, and then he was here, and then he had to go to Egypt. He said it as a joke. I would really want you, President Herzog.
I'm not sure it was a joke. I think that the whole thing was probably orchestrated by Netanyahu. But you know what? If he can get the American president to lobby on his behalf, I don't know.
Especially during a victory lap. Why not?
Well, exactly. Especially during Emily?
I don't know that I would call that a victory lap. And also part of the reason we're in the situation that we're in today in terms of security is Netanyahu's responsibility. And I don't mean that he did it, because he certainly did not. But he was a leader more than anyone else during all of this time period.
The last 20 years?
And he bears more responsibility than anyone else as a leader. And that is one of the many reasons that I have a problem with him being the leader. And I think he needs to go. It's not a left-right issue. It's not because I think he's a criminal or corrupt or any of those things. It's because I think he hasn't done his job. And I think that the electorate is not paying attention, and we don't have a highly educated electorate that is looking at these things critically. It's kind of a cult of personality, and it has been for many years.
And come on, which electorate is honestly
the electorate that votes for
sophisticated? Which electorate around the world is a clever, sophisticated electorate?
Scandinavian.
Really?
They're much higher.
Well, they're going to get swollen up very soon.
But that's because of their immigration policy.
By
which is also tied to EU immigration policy.
True. Moving swiftly on to the Muslim Brotherhood, and we got very excited last week because it was announced that Trump had asked Marco Rubio to start prescribing the Muslim Brotherhood or parts of it as a terrorist organization, terrorist group in America, which hasn't happened before. But then we had some caveats. Not in Qatar, was it? Not in Turkey, really the mecca of the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar, Turkey, and Syria, which basically takes the responsibility away from these leaders, at least two of them, who are currently fueling the hatred, the Muslim Brotherhood hatred and philosophy. So what do we think about that?
There's two arguments. So first we have the argument that terror designation can be very hard legally to enforce.
Yeah.
And so the argument of the State Department and the administration is that if they focus only on ones they know they can implement, it's a lower bar.
Yeah.
And once it's passed, once it's approved, then they can go after the individuals that are associated with those chapters in any capacity, which does, of course, include those in Turkey, those in Syria, and those in Qatar.
Right.
That's a legitimate argument. I don't accept it. I think that it makes much more sense to ban altogether the Muslim Brotherhood as an organization and as an international
And then argue
entity.
later. You mean the onus should be on them trying to get themselves out of it rather than...
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, I don't know all of the legal loopholes and justifications. It could be that I'm incorrect on this, but, you know, if all of these other countries can do it, which they have, I'm not sure why. Like, why can you ban Hamas, but you can't ban Muslim Brotherhood altogether?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. And it also adds more fuel to the argument that the Muslim Brotherhood somehow has a legitimate entity. It's like when Europe did a differentiation between Hezbollah's political wing and Hezbollah's military wing. There's no such thing as that. You know, like, it's a terrorist organization, and it's the same with the Muslim Brotherhood.
And it's the same with Iran and the IRGC.
Correct.
It's the same, it's all coming from the same place. Unfortunately, we're not going to solve all those issues here today, but what we can do is bring you the very popular Scumbag of the Week. And now, Scumbag of the Week, and we're joined by our co-host, Shoshana Keats-Jaskol, who just couldn't miss this part of the show this week. But let's start with Emily. Emily, who's your scumbag this week?
After that, I'm excited to hear Shoshana's scumbag. No, my scumbag this week is the new Qatari influencers, the conservative, American conservatives who joined the allegedly Qatar-sponsored delegation of influencers from the United States. Apparently, they were intentionally targeting people who had been to Israel. They also invited a few members of the LGBT community to take part in this delegation to Qatar to learn about how wonderful Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood are. It's awful and disgusting, and I can't believe that these people have... There's a few of them. We don't know all their names yet. I know Rob Smith was one of them. Claire Sinclair was one of them. Emily Wilson, who also goes by Emily Saves America, was one of them. Sounds like she's saving Qatar, not America.
Yes, like Tucker.
But exactly. So this is definitely a concerning trend. It's not something new, but we see that Qatar is continuously moving into these spaces, trying to buy people off. There was even a video clip that was released this week of one of their officials saying, we have many foreign journalists on our payroll. Yes,
no
we know.
Kidding. We know. It's very obvious who they are.
Yes, so they're my scumbags of the week. And I do want to add one more differentiation, because I saw that this Emily was saying, well, no one complained this much when I went on a trip to Israel. Yeah, because Israel's an ally of the United States. Israel's a democratic country. Exactly. Israel is not a country that is actively trying to undermine Western civilization and to promote a terrorist organization, or in this case, many of them, through the Muslim Brotherhood Islamist ideology. So it's not at all the same thing. It is an enemy of the United States and all of Western civilization, and anyone who's taking part in it is a part of the problem, period.
Absolutely. Here.
Weekends ago with fashion industry all flocking Doha for 3 days.
Why, there was a fashion
Three different events that had nothing to do with fashion, and Anna Wintour was there.
Of course she was, because somebody flew her in a private jet. That's really all it takes. Pathetic, but here we go. Here we have it. Shoshana.
Speaking of visiting Israel.
Okay.
I hate this guy so much, and I feel like I've said this before on the show. Peter Bainhart is my scumbag of the week, perhaps decade.
Yeah.
I can't stand you. I can't stand you. You've already blocked me on X, but I have a few accounts, so it's all good. What did you do? You come to Israel.
Yeah.
You speak at Tel Aviv University, and then you apologize for the people who you thought were your allies because they turned on you, because of course you can't come to Israel, Peter. That is a no-no when you are part of BDS. Did you not know that? And your apology is so sad that I weep for you. I weep for the weak Jew that you are.
Yeah.
By speaking earlier this week at Tel Aviv University, I made a serious mistake. In the past, when formulating my view, I can't even read it. It's vomit. It's disgusting. You want to go, you can read it online. It is so annoying and disgusting. And then what do we find out afterwards? Tel Aviv University made a statement. He was invited to speak about America and Trump and democracy, not the genocide that you say we did and the Nakba and all the things that you threw at an Israeli audience. And my one line for you is what I put on X that you won't see because you blocked me. It's Tatala. Ain't no Israelis buying what you're selling. Bye-bye.
It's not just Israelis. Nobody else seems to be buying.
He was here.
When you bend yourself into a pretzel to satisfy the people who hate you for who you are, this is what's going to happen. They didn't give you 1 inch of the benefit of the doubt that you came here to argue on their behalf, which you did. And now you're groveling like an abused spouse, which is what all these self-haters are. They're abused spouses.
Nauseating. It's nauseating. He's in a cult.
Exactly.
It's totally a cult.
He's in a cult. I always wonder, at what point does anybody go, ooh, maybe I was wrong. At what point? At what point, if it happens at all, or do they die like this? Or do you think at some point when they're like 80, they'll go, I spent my whole life turning against my own people, and who thanked me for it? Well, not the people that hated my people. I don't know. For me, it's this whole self-hating Jew is a fascinating psychological phenomenon.
I agree.
It's fascinating to me. It's so weird.
I can't grasp it.
I can't grasp it.
Yeah. And you know your grandparents are probably Holocaust survivors as well. Like, I don't get it.
I had lunch with somebody this Shabbat who was in school with him.
Yeah.
She said his family, I don't know, they're not very proud. Put it this way. They're traditional people. And you know what the worst thing is? That when he made his apology or he had an interview, he did an interview, I think it was for the Jerusalem Report. I don't know why anybody's bothering to interview him anyway. He had all these Sepharim, all these Jewish Gemara texts behind him. What are you trying to prove?
Yeah.
This is a sign that you're a good Jew? No, it ain't. Sorry. You obviously didn't actually open it.
Oh, and read them.
There's assimilation above your own people.
Oh, my God.
That's what it all
and what happens with assimilation above your own people? They don't want you anyway. Unfortunately, we have a painful history of that. Bellamy, who's your scumbag this week?
Guy Pearce is the scumbag of this week. And going back to just what you mentioned is like, for Jews, do they ever get to a point where they say, wait, maybe I should question what I did. I was wrong. Or maybe, no. Even with him, the good thing about all these actors, musicians, and entertainers is that they have PR machines behind them. So somebody went, hey, buddy, you're about to literally burn your career to the ground because this is incorrect information. We understand that you feel this way, and then we're going to give you something to say, and then we'll write it out for you, and then whatever you need to say is just say that you're taking a break for a while from social media. You don't even run your own social media. Let's get real. It's done through filters of everything else. And I was watching things that he's done on every single carpet and posting throughout since the beginning of this year. And he says, okay, this is January of this year. So they've reached a ceasefire. His response was, this is great. What a wonderful thing that the Palestinians can go back to their homes, exactly where they were, happy and sound, on October 6th. And I said to myself, if you're smart enough to be able to read a script, study a character, take yourself out of your body and embody something else, how am I not believing anything that you're selling to me? And that's the issue that I have with all of these stars that are so protected by agents and managers and everything else. Because when a Jew even wears a Magen David or a yellow pin on a stud, they come after them like a crazy person. That's a symbol of genocide, as a Zionist, blah, blah, blah. That's the end of your career. On the other side, don't worry. Go away on vacation for a few days. Don't post anything. We'll make sure that nobody takes a picture of you. Come back with a tan and say, I'm very sorry.
Yeah. It's just, honestly, that it's, as you say, it's so disingenuine. Like, basically what the guy was doing was sharing ultra far right tweets.
Yeah.
Like, this is supposed to be the liberal lefty Hollywood guy. He's sharing the worst hatred of Jews on his thing. And you know what I find really funny? We had, who was it that made, David Lang made John Cleese a scumbag of the week a few weeks ago. And now he then did another little apology tour. And now, if you watch his tweets, are like, is this true? Now, every single tweet, he's asking the audience of haters, am I getting this right? Like, man, you should be taking.
He's old enough.
Yeah, you're old enough. And nobody wants you to come here and do your show anymore. So anyway, so my scumbag of the week is this Timu Bobby villain called George Abarioni, who was the head of the Oxford Union. and who callously and disgustingly celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. And the worst thing is that he knew and met Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk went to Oxford Union to do a debate against students, and this guy faced him on the table. So he met him. He saw him as a human being, not just something on a screen. And when he finds out that Charlie Kirk gets murdered in front of his family in the most terrible way that happened, what is his reaction? Oh, great, Charlie Kirk was murdered, let's go. That's the tweet he put out. Now, why is he my scumbag? He was a scumbag then, but he's a particular scumbag this week, is because now he's going on a victim tour. Because, of course, the murder of Charlie Kirk, he's the victim. Because he got pushed out of the Oxford Union because they couldn't do anything else, let's be honest. And now he's going around, he was on LBC radio, saying that he is the victim because of the way the people reacted to him celebrating the murder of a good man that maybe you didn't agree with, but he was a good family man who got murdered in front of his children. And you are now using that and your reaction as a reason to get people to feel sorry for you. And it's just, and people are feeling sorry for him. That's the worst. A lot of people are not. A lot of people are saying, who the hell are you? I don't even know how he got into Oxford, honestly, because it's clowns letting clowns in. And that's, the lunatics have taken over the asylum, and that's the problem with the Oxford Union. But the fact that now he's the one going around making himself the victim of Charlie Kirk's murder, which he celebrated, you are really a piece of work and a scumbag, narcissist, and everything in between. Yeah. George Abarioni, you're the scumbag of the week. Okay, and now to cleanse ourselves with some good vibes for the week, to give us strength, to keep going for another week, we have Heroes of the Week. So, Bellamy, let's start with you. Who's your hero this week?
My hero this week is Sammy Steigman, who is from Birkenau. He's an Holocaust survivor. And while I was in New York, I went to the Soroka Gala to help rebuild and raise money for them. And he was one of the heroes of truth that the photographer, Limor Garfunkel, had done portraits of a lot of advocates so that they had a different angle, and they were showing all the people that have been speaking out since October 7th and even before. And he's just somebody that I had met before, but I had the pleasure of going and sitting at a gala because I really do hate galas. I've said it before, write the check, get on with it. Yeah, get on with it. But I sat next to this incredible human being who was filled with so much life and so much pride. He's not religious, whatever. He doesn't care. He was too busy flirting with people at the table, whatever. But there was just this air and this energy and this fire and the strength of a man that said, no matter what happens to me, losing my family, no matter what happens even now with Mamdani or anything else, we're in one room, we exist, look around. That was his message. Look around. We exist. You coming from where I come from, you're sitting next to somebody that survived the Holocaust. So the conversation that we should be having right now is, hey, let's make a toast. We should be cheering each other on. We should be celebrating. We should be coming back to the joy and the light that is the core and the underbelly of who we are as one body of a Jewish people and of Am Israel. Like, that is why he's my hero of the week. And how incredible that as a kid growing up in South Africa, I was able to meet Holocaust survivors when they were coming and teaching us about this. And I got out of this being indoctrinated by these demonic people that call themselves human rights, champions. And I got to sit next to him, not in a photo shoot, not in a dinner at someone's house, whatever, and have a conversation and laugh. That is something that I took away with myself, and I'm holding him with me wherever I go now.
Beautiful. If one thing has kept me going throughout this whole thing has been Holocaust survivors, because the way I see it is, if they went through the worst, what we went through is like a day in Auschwitz, let's be honest, a day or 2 days. And if they went through that for years, that gave me hope that we can get over this, that we can move on, that we can remember, but still look to a positive future. I had a friend who, she's now passed away, but I had a Holocaust survivor friend named Judith, who I miss terribly. And I used to go and just cry to her, and she's comforting me, and that gave me a lot of They give me a lot of strength. So I hear you. I really hear you. Shoshana.
Well, you know, they've been my scumbags before, so it's actually really nice to make you my heroes. Yeah, imagine that. Have they had that before? Have we had scumbag turned into a hero?
Oh, I think Bibi's been both.
Okay. Other than Bibi, who's definitely Trump both. Okay, well, that's true. That's true. Well, Australia, you're in good company with Bibi and Trump as someone who was a scumbag, and now you are a hero. Why?
What happened?
Because the Australian government has listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, as a state sponsor of terrorism. Yep. They committed to taking the step following the ASIO's assessment that the IRGC, sorry, I'm reading this, had orchestrated attacks against Australia's Jewish community in order to sow division and undermine the multicultural society by targeting Jewish Australians to inflict harm and stoke fear. And I have to say that it's not just symbolic. Like, it's a really big deal to do something like this. First of all, you have to stand by your values. If you don't stand by your values, what are you?
You're nothing.
What are you? So the fact that Australia has said, you know what, they are terror supporters, they are not somebody that we can say we are friendly with, and they are sowing division in our home, in our land, with our people, that is what a democracy does. And I applaud you, Australia. Thank you very much for being my heroes as opposed to my scumbags. Keep going.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's,
It's
well,
nice, right?
I think it's because it was in their territory that, you know, the IRGC.
How about we've been warning? If they'd listened to us, we would have told you it's coming.
Yeah.
Right?
Listen, I like the turnaround.
Yeah.
I like it. You have to recognize people when they do the right thing, as opposed to when they do horrible things.
Gives me hope that the West is waking up.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
Emily.
So my hero this week is actually related to the scumbags that I had. Xavier de Rousseau.
Oh, we love Xavier.
The activist, influencer, commentator. I don't know what title I should use for him. He wears many hats, I guess.
Yes.
He's a hoot. Love him.
He is.
But he apparently was also invited to go on this Qatari influencer tour, to which he replied he would like some answers to the questions as to why they're investing $7 billion into the education system to undermine American values. And somehow that got him uninvited from the trip.
Oh, I wonder
Shocking.
why.
Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like they're not a democratic country that accepts criticism of their government.
Or a
Who would have thought?
Or a question.
So anyway, he's my hero for not only saying no, but for making this public and calling them out on exactly what they're doing, which is indeed, as I mentioned in my scumbags, undermining Western civilization. So kol hakavod to you, my hero of the week.
Xavier's a very worthy hero. He's been here a few times. He's been on the show.
Yeah.
And we love him. And I'm glad that he stood by his principles because, you know, forget it. What people don't seem to understand is put Israel aside for a second. This is against America. That's what they're doing. They're trying to undermine your country. We're just the canary in the coal mine. We're just the first on their big leg of turning the whole world into what they are. So good for Xavier for standing through by his principles.
Important.
Okay, my hero is kind of different than what I normally do, which is normally a country or a politician. It's a sportsman called Ahava, what a great name, Ahava Gordon. Now, I'm really not a fan or a follower of MMA, which is this mixed martial arts thing, but this kid popped into my feed and I can't stop watching him because he's this really confident 19-year-old. I think he's like a mix of half Thai and half this or that. He's Israeli, but so he's a very confident, very successful MMA fighter, very young. But what I love about him is that he wears his Judaism right up in front. He wears a kippah when he's not fighting. And he goes up on stage. He says the Shema. He pulls out his flag. Look at this. And then he goes and says, I'm going to beat you. And he said to this guy who was like the champion, he said, I'm not going to beat you in the first round because I want to give people a show. I want to beat you in the second round. And he did. And people, even Israelis, were going, he's so arrogant. Maybe, you know, pipe down, be a little bit more modest. But he did exactly what he said he was going to do. But to me, he's a hero because when he went out there with his Israeli flag, of course, as you can imagine, people were booing him because of the Israeli flag. And he doesn't care. He goes out with his flag, his kippah, and he's like, I'm a hero from Israel. And anyway, go and look him up. Ahavat golden boy calls himself Gordon. Love the confidence, and I love the pride in your Jewish heritage. So thank you very much. And ladies, with that, we finish another week, and we pray that the 2 hostages that are left, fallen heroes that are left, come back to their families. We're not going to listen to Qatar when they say, oh, maybe Israel should just forget about that and move on to the second stage. No, you signed the deal, you brokered the deal to bring them all home, and we're not going to stop until they all come home. So thank you for watching, and see you next week.
And moving on, we look at how United Hatzalah prepares for mass casualty incidents. And that's why training saves lives. Joining us is Rachel Zubeda to break down what the drills are, why they matter, and how they translate into real emergencies. Well, Rachel, I know that you're an expert because you just got a master's degree in it. So break it down for us. What is a mass casualty incident?
So a mass casualty incident is when there is more victims and more people that got affected from an emergency incident than the amount of responders that can come and help those incidents.
How does it differ from a real casualty incident? I mean, United Hatzalah deals with many multi-casualty incidents.
Right. So there's all the time, every second, every minute, there's something that's going on in Israel. Mass casualty incidents, it's when you have a big amount of victims, can be dozens, can be more. We saw in the past few years in Israel the amount of real MCIs that happen, unfortunately. So what happens is the second that it started, an MCI, a real MCI, we send dozens and dozens of emergency vehicles and emergency responders.
I imagine you must coordinate also with the IDF and with
everyone,
with the police,
and with
everyone.
the IDF.
So these exercises that you do are coordinated with everyone together.
Right.
Well, that must be quite the operation.
It is. So to make it happen, we work it takes us around 2 months of preparedness for an MCI drill, from preparing and understanding what kind of accident or what kind of a scenario we want. We learn from every real MCI. If you think what happened in the last year, so it was the war of the 12 days with Iran. There was a lot of real MCIs, real collapsed buildings.
Yeah.
We took from that scenarios, real details, real stuff that we, as United Hatzalah, we as an organization, with the police, with the IDF, the stuff that we need to learn, and we put that in the drills. That's how we get better.
So I imagine you practice for the things that are more likely. I see signs along the Tel Aviv beach about tsunami possibilities, and of course sometimes we do reports about earthquakes in our region. There are so many different kind of casualties to worry about. How do you sleep at night?
We don't. No, but there is so many different kind of real-time emergency events that can happen. We try to practice and drill the most amount of real events that can happen in each sector of Israel. So if we practice in the northern Israel, we'll practice the events that can happen, most likely happened, if it's rockets, if it's an earthquake, if it's flooding or a fire, and that's how we practice and prepare.
Since 2023, since the October 7th massacre, I imagine many people have joined your efforts and are taking part in some of these exercises.
Yeah, thousands.
Thousands?
Thousands. If you think about since October 7 and now, we have over 8,000 volunteers, and we grow each year. between 1,000
and they all
and
get this
2,000.
kind of training, this special training for mass casualty incidents as well?
Each volunteer gets, in the end of his training, to become a medic or paramedic, depends of his specialty, gets mass casualty training, and for after they finish their practice. And also we do huge ones, which could be a sector of Israel, the north of Israel, 500 volunteers, a huge mass casualty event.
Well, let me just say that I cannot think of an organization that has done more amazing, holy work in this country since October 7th than United Hatzalah. Rachel, thank you so much for being with us today at ILTV.
Thank you for having me.
And here in Israel, the holidays are coming up. As Israelis prepare to ring in the new year, a staggering amount of food will go to waste. This Rosh Hashanah, households are expected to spend nearly 9 billion shekels on food, with 1.4 billion shekels worth, some 260,000 tons, wasted. But Leket Israel is working to change that by providing people in need with beautiful Rosh Hashanah boxes filled with fresh fruits and vegetables.
At Leket Israel's logistics center, volunteers are working around the clock, preparing holiday boxes filled with fresh produce and symbolic foods for the new year.
Well, basically what we can see is all these volunteers that are especially packing up the symbols of Rosh Hashanah, the Chag that's going to be next week, to 65,000 families.
Yedidia Rosenberg, the head of agency relations at Leket Israel, explains the nonprofit specializes in food rescue, salvaging surplus fruits and vegetables directly from Israeli farmers and fields.
To start here with the dates, are one of the fruit and vegetables that we bless on in the new year. As we can see the dates here, we are checking to see if there's some that are a bit less good like these, and we're taking them out, and we're going to give, of course, best quality to every family that we can.
Instead of being discarded, this fresh produce is collected, sorted, and delivered to more than 300 nonprofit partners nationwide.
So basically, we supply all the different parts of the population, but of course there's a big portion of elderly people, single-parent families.
Each item heading into the boxes this year offers special meaning for the new year ahead.
So the squash, okay, which is also something that we bless on, that all the bad things in the year should finish, and we should only have good things at the beginning of the new year.
And for the thousands of volunteers who show up, the experience is just as meaningful.
Amazing, fun environment to work in, collaborative effort, everybody with the same goal, wanting to help, wanting to contribute to Israel. The quality of the stuff we're packing is absolutely amazing. It's not substandard produce. This is A-grade, top of the range, beautiful, beautiful produce.
I think it's important because everybody should be able to sit down to a table and have a sumptuous meal and to be able to prepare good food. And, there are people who struggle, who can't afford to go to, struggle to go to the supermarket, will buy the bare essentials. This way they get basics, but they get a really nice, good box.
This is where we're making individual packages for every person. We're putting all the things in, the potatoes, squash, pomegranates. And then of course it's a blessing for the new year. We have all the special blessings that everybody can bless on all the different fruit and vegetables that we have in the box.
With Israel's cost of living rising and food waste adding an extra 10,200 shekels to the average household annually, Leket's mission takes on a new urgency.
We know that fruit and vegetables are very expensive, and a lot of people decide to give up and not buy fruit and vegetables as one of the first things when they start to reduce the food that they're buying. If Leket wasn't supplying these fruit and vegetables, they wouldn't be able to celebrate with these fruit and vegetables, and I know they're going to enjoy it a lot and have a lot of happiness from it.
This Rosh Hashanah, Leket Israel, is not just reducing waste, it's ensuring that tens of thousands of families across the country can celebrate the holiday with dignity, tradition, and abundance. From the fields to the family table, Leket Israel is using the foundation of who the people of Israel are to help each other in a time of need.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Caleb Ben David, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories coming out of the region. Despite challenges, the U.S. is still planning to deploy an international stabilization force in Gaza at the beginning of next year, a key component of Phase 2 of the peace agreement. The Jerusalem Post today citing a U.S. official saying that at the beginning, the planned multinational force will only include troops from 1 or 2 countries, with more nations expected to join at a later stage. The official also stating that the force will not be deployed in areas still controlled by Hamas. Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Azerbaijan have reportedly expressed interest in taking part in the ISF, although no nation has officially confirmed it will do so. Other countries said to be interested, including Turkey and Qatar, have been rejected by Israel. Now, this will be one of the key issues to be discussed when Prime Minister Netanyahu travels to Washington on December 29th to meet with President Trump. Israel and Bolivia have officially restored full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break, signing a joint communique at a ceremony in Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Gideon Saar and his Bolivian counterpart, Fernando Aramayo, announced a new framework for cooperation in agriculture, security, innovation, and tourism, with both countries to appoint ambassadors soon. Saar called the move, quote, the end of a long and unnecessary chapter, noting that ties had been severed since 2009, except for a brief restoration in 2020. He praised Bolivia's new president, Rodrigo Paz, and said Israel wants to support the country's economic reforms. The agreement also highlights Bolivia's historic support for Jewish refugees and for the 1947 UN vote establishing Israel. With Bolivia lifting visa requirements for Israelis, Jerusalem expects tourism and people-to-people ties to grow. And here in Israel, people are bracing for severe weather as Winter Storm Byron arrives after hitting Greece and Cyprus, causing severe flooding there. Heavy rains and thunderstorms began last night along the coastal area, but meteorologists are warning that starting tonight, Israel could see the kind of intense downpour that comes around only once in several decades. Some army bases in southern Israel have released soldiers heading for weekend earlier today than scheduled to avoid them being caught in potential flooding. And Israeli and Cypriot authorities are reportedly now searching for a yacht that left Ashdod for Cyprus earlier this week carrying 4 passengers and has apparently gone missing in the storm. Now, our India Prasad was down in Ashdod earlier today. She filed this report.
Yes, Kalev, don't let this sunny weather fool you. What you are seeing now is just the calm before the storm. I'm right now in Ashdod, which is a coastal city here in Israel that is expected to receive one of the hardest hits from Storm Byron. An Israeli official warns that Israel is about to see rainfall the likes of which we have not seen. Now, there's an expected total 200 millimeters of rainfall that Israel is going to receive. And to put that into perspective, Kalev, the average well-prepared city can only handle about 30 millimeters of rainfall within 24 hours. And after that, there will be flooding. Now, right here from the port of Ashdod, an Israeli yacht left and has disappeared. At the moment, search and rescue forces, international search and rescue forces are looking for that yacht. There's an estimated 4 people on board and it is yet to be discovered. And this is all happening in the midst of Storm Byron. Kalev, this is expected to be one of the most major storms in years, and Israel is bracing itself for what is to come.
And the IDF has confirmed it did open fire on suspects at the entrance of the southern Syrian town of Khan Arneba. According to the army, riots erupted as troops operated in the area, during which several suspects approached the forces and posed a threat to them. The IDF says troops then fired warning shots in the air. And after the suspects continued to approach, soldiers fired at the legs of two main instigators. The riot dispersed shortly afterwards. The army adds troops then withdrew from the area. According to Syrian media, Syrians had protested in the area after the IDF set up a checkpoint on a major highway. Footage showed armed members of Syria's internal security forces in pickup trucks on the highway near the soldiers following the incident. That's a wrap of this edition of ILTV on the hour. You could scan the QR code on your screen for the latest updates. I'm Caleb Ben David. Thank you for watching.
I'm in touch with people in Gaza even today, and they all tell me, what did you do? What is wrong with you? You were so close to help us and to eliminate this horrible enemy, and you just gave up. We need to be clear about the future of Gaza. If we will cooperate with a plan to reconstruct Gaza, while Hamas are still there, it will be a historic victory in the eyes of Hamas.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. Well, from Africa to Minnesota and around the world, it seems that Islamist terrorism is a growing problem, plaguing the entire globe on every continent. And as we know, Gaza is no exception to that. Yes, there is a ceasefire, at least on paper, but this is despite the fact that all last week, for example, we saw repeated violations by Hamas and swift reactions by the IDF targeting Hamas terrorists in response. So let's zoom out a little bit on this issue. Is this ceasefire even plausible? Well, joining us to discuss is the world's foremost expert on Gaza and the former head of COGOT, as well as the last Israeli mayor of Gaza before the Israeli withdrawal. We sat down with Colonel Grisha Yakubovich last week to discuss the future of Gaza. Well, joining us now to discuss the latest situation and what will become of the Gaza Strip is Colonel Grisha Yakubovich, who is the former head of COGOT, as well as the last mayor of Gaza itself, when there was still a Jewish community on the ground there. Now, Grisha has over 30 years' experience of advancing partnerships between Palestinians and Israelis, and today we're going to ask him what's going to become in the coming months and years of the Gaza Strip. Grisha, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to speak with you. To start, Israel has achieved major military gains in Gaza. I think that's undeniable. But realistically, what is the next step? How do we move from a combat phase to something sustainable without repeating the same mistakes of the past in Gaza?
Well, Emily, first of all, I want to clarify one thing. When we say that Israel achieved a lot by our amazing soldiers, the IDF, it's in the eyes of the beholder. And we need to understand that, because what looks as a victory to us, and it is a victory, the other side, Hamas, the terror groups, the terrorists, they consider the situation as their victory. And we need to understand that, because it will have a huge impact on the future. Because if in their eyes they won, it means they should get more. And if in our eyes we won, it means they should get zero. And this is actually the basic understanding that we need to clarify. Because if you ask somebody, a Western guy who won, definitely it will be Israel. But if you ask any kid in Gaza who won, they will tell you definitely Hamas. And we need to understand that, because for them, being able to stand against us for 2 years and even negotiating with us about the ability to allow to 150 terrorists to move from an underground tunnel from Rafah to Gaza, this is a victory. Yes, for us, it looks like, they are begging and they're asking and they're using the mediators. And again, I want to be clear about it. For them, this is a victory. So as long as they stay in Gaza, for them, it's a victory. And we need to be clear about the future of Gaza. If they will stay in Gaza, and if we will cooperate with a plan to reconstruct Gaza, while Hamas are still there, it will be a historic victory in the eyes of Hamas, and maybe that's how they will write their own history. In Western approach, they suffered a lot of casualties and huge destruction and whatever, but for them it's a matter of time. It can be fixed as long as we are on our legs. So if you ask me as an expert, how do I prefer that the future will look like in Gaza? That nobody will stay in Gaza, because I don't see that they have a future after what they did on October 7th. But if we will need to settle and to accept a deal, I think that we should this time put a price list, and we give nothing for free. And if they will want to get something, only if they will be able to provide us insurance, guarantees that they will be unarmed and that they will have no terror intentions in the future.
Now, I know that you've worked in Gaza for many years. I think you know it better than perhaps anyone I know. What does the reality on the ground look like right now in terms of Hamas remaining in power, remaining in command and control?
Emily, one of the things that I want to raise is that we are usually focused on one thing, and again, I'm not judging. Okay, I'm just saying that your question is towards Gaza. This is not the issue. I think that the issue is actually the West Bank. I think the issue is Lebanon. I think the issue is the Middle East.
I'm going to ask you about that too.
I know. I just wanna raise the dilemma, because it's not only Gaza. It will have a huge impact on the West Bank. It will have a huge impact on the Palestinians in Jordan and in Lebanon. So whatever we do and whatever we implement in Gaza, it will impact us from the north and from the east and from Judea and Samaria. The reality in Gaza, there's a huge destruction there. Israel succeeded to defeat Hamas as a terror army, but not the ideology and not the terror groups. That as long as they are there, as long as they are negotiating, they will stay there. And I believe that we will not have a choice than to accept them as part of the solution, as it looks like right now. And I think that this is one of the biggest mistakes that we are doing right now. On one hand, we succeeded to achieve the impossible, the unbelievable. I never even dreamed in my I don't know, the best dreams ever, that they will release the live hostages, and we achieved that thanks to President Trump and to this brilliant deal. But the price is strategically is going to be huge, really huge, and they will have to solve many problems in Gaza: water, electricity, houses, jobs, education, healthcare, etc., etc. It will take time, and as more time it will take, it will be better for us.
Well, one of the things that we're already seeing Hamas do just in recent days, they're accusing Israel of cutting off aid or denying aid. What are you hearing, despite the ceasefire, what are you hearing on the ground from Gazans, from Palestinians about the situation when it comes to the humanitarian aid? Is this just another round of the PR game that they're playing? Because from Israel's side and even from the U.S., they're confirming that aid is flowing freely. So what are you hearing on this issue?
Let me share a phone call I got 2.5 hours ago from a guy that called me and told me, "Call me, Grisha, please do me a favor. Can you help me there's a truck of vegetables that I want to send to Gaza. And unfortunately, they asked that I will pay them 70,000 shekels. Just to pay to somebody that he will allow them to enter the truck live. Later I can send you the phone call. You can call him. And I got a phone call yesterday from Gaza, from a guy that I used to work with him. And he told me, Grisha, for any truck that you will be able to coordinate and help us to bring to Gaza, vegetables, it will be 70, 80 shekels that you will get. If it's clothes, shirts, trousers, whatever, you would be able to get something like 150,000 shekels per a truck. Now I'm asking you, who can pay such money? What is wrong here? What is wrong with us that we continue sending aid to Gaza, or we continue allowing aid to be entered to Gaza, knowing that they tax that, knowing that people are paying black money, illegal money to others, and the only ones who can afford such big, I would say, sums of money is only Hamas. They are the only ones who have the money. And what is going on in there is like Hamas renewed the tax collection. They started with renewing the executions. We saw that a few weeks ago. And then they renewed their, I would say, official police to create an illusion of law and order. But it's a lie. And they demanded that the UN would send the aid because it's simpler to steal from the UN. There are no UN employees there from the United States or from, I don't know, Sweden. They're all locals. So it's like, letting the cat to keep the milk. I don't know if that's the way it's said in English. And it looks like, unfortunately, we are lying to ourselves. And I think that the best example is what is happening in Sudan. Come on, guys. It's like 100 and something thousand Christians were just butchered a few weeks ago, and nobody cares. Nobody complains about the amount of trucks being sent to Sudan. Nobody cares. Why? Because they are black people. And when it comes to Gaza, it's like, I don't understand what is wrong with all of us. And I see myself as part of the Western world. And I'm asking ourselves, what is wrong with us? This is a terror organization that just executed people a few weeks ago, and we all saw that. And nobody cares. And all we care about is what is the amount of trucks that the people of Gaza got, knowing that Hamas is stealing them, knowing that Hamas is paying the salaries to their own executors as a salary instead of $100, a few bags of flour, so they will be able to sell in the black market. And we all know that. It's like, again, what is wrong with us? Now, you can ask whoever you want, Emily. I have one advantage, that I'm in touch with people in Gaza even today. I'm talking to them. They are calling me. I'm in touch with people from Bet Hanun, from Rimal, from Khan Yunis, and Gazans that left to Egypt. And they all tell me, they all actually told me, what did you do? What is wrong with you? You were so close to help us and to eliminate this horrible enemy, and you just gave up.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting that you say that, because it's similar sentiment on the ground inside Iran, actually. Iranians are very frustrated because they felt the taste of freedom, and then we ended up stopping the war. So I am familiar with that. But I think you also brought up something interesting.
Lebanon is also the same thing, by the way.
Yeah. You brought up something interesting about how they are already taxing the people in Gaza. And indeed, we saw reports in recent weeks of them charging a property tax for people whose homes have been destroyed. Like they're taxing literal tents that people are living in. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But I do want to ask
They
you
need
about
income.
yeah, I want to ask you about the West Bank. We know that this is another front that certainly threatens Israel. There's a lot of activity of different terror organizations there, and this is under the control for anyone watching of primarily the Palestinian Authority, although Hamas also threatens their rule. I want to ask you what your take is on the stability of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, particularly right now. Is this a body that Israel has potential to work with? Is there any future with them? And setting Gaza aside for the moment, just the front in the West Bank. We've seen terror organizations and the Islamic Republic try to fund organizations to funnel in weapons, even through Jordan. Is the Palestinian Authority even really in control?
Well, I'm gonna answer, Emily, but the answer will be like that, okay? If you don't mind, it will take me 2 minutes and I'll be done. We all heard about a word in Arabic that Hamas and people in Gaza and in the West Bank used. It's called mukawama. I know that you heard about it. Now, what is mukawama? Mukawama, if you translate it to English, it will sound resistance. If you translate it to Hebrew, to what I understand, it will be terror. And what Hamas succeeded to do is they told the people that we chose the path of mukawama, we chose the path of resistance, and this is the only way that we will be able to achieve our goals, free Palestine from the river to the sea. That's the thing. Fatah, Yasser Arafat, before Mahmoud Abbas, he at the beginning chose Oslo. He chose I would say, the solution in negotiation. Mahmoud Abbas declared that this would be the only way, and he's against the way of Mukawama. And the people asked him, okay, Mr. Abu Mazen, the president, what did you achieve? You achieved nothing. And what did Hamas achieve? They succeeded to kidnap Israelis. They succeeded to kidnap soldiers. They released prisoners. And actually, in our Western way in negotiating, we played it to the hands of Hamas to show them as the heroes of the Palestinian streets. Simple as it is. What way worked? The way of Mukawama. Now, just one comment. When you say Mukawama and its resistance, and people in the West repeat resistance, it brings you back in history to the word resistance. And the first time that we heard that we all used the word resistance was in movies of Second World War, the French resistance. It means the ones that are resistance are the ones who are fighting the horrible Nazi enemy. So the subconscious of the West was created for the last 30 years that Hamas is a good thing because they are the resistance. Let's be aware about that. Now, Fatah in the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority, it's all about Mahmoud Abbas. Okay, he's 89 now. Okay, we both agree that eventually he will leave us naturally, or somebody will help him. That's how it works here. And what will be the day after? And we see the events since May 2021 from the fourth round of escalation, Garden of the Walls with Hamas, that we see, I would say, terror, or I would say the third Intifada started in May 2021. And we see more and more Fatah supporters that are actually terror groups. And this is why Israel entered to another a huge operation in the West Bank to deal with those terror groups. But the moment Mahmoud Abbas dies, I believe that also the dream will die. And people will say, okay, the only way that we believe that we choose is the way of Muqawama. Because Fatah will also be forced to choose their way, and the way will be Muqawama, resistance. So we will see Hamas, Fatah, and Page all adopting I would say, the narrative of Muqawama. And the outcome of this process will be a Palestinian civil war. And in this Palestinian civil war, that we already saw signs in Gaza, by the way, with all those militias, some of them Fatah, some of them others, fighting each other, and we will see that process in the West Bank the moment Mahmoud Abbas leaves us. But then the competition will be between them about Muqawama and about who is better. And to judge somebody who is better is who kills more Jews. So the future that I at least see is that Fatah losing power, the PA losing power, they continue losing the power. And I don't see a leader that will be able to move or enter into Mahmoud Abbas' shoes, and he's already weak. And I don't see them avoiding from choosing the narrative of Muqawama. So actually, as for now, okay, as for now, unfortunately, I'm pessimist, and the only thing that I see in the West Bank is the third Intifada in high volume, unless we do something right now, and we can. And I would say a battle between the Palestinian fractions about the hegemony in the Palestinian society, or who will lead them. Will it be Hamas, Fatah, PIJ? And the only way is who will execute, or who will be, I would say, in our understanding, who will be a bigger terrorists, who will have more blood on their hands. Will it be Fatah, PIJ, or Hamas? And they will celebrate, of course, dancing on our blood.
Well, I want to ask you, one of the things that happened in the past 2 years is we saw a lot of other countries, even some countries that were considered to be allies of Israel, recognizing a Palestinian state. What is the impact on the Palestinian Authority, on the terror groups that you mentioned in the coming months and years? What is the impact of this international recognition of a Palestinian state? Is it even possible that that could work in Israel's benefit if they're being held to the same standards of a state internationally, or is it disastrous, as so many Israeli officials have stated and have implied thus far?
It's a declaration of typical Westerns who understand nothing about the Middle East, unfortunately. And it's connected exactly to what I told you at the beginning of a victory in the eyes of the beholder. It's like if they led a massacre October 7th and they are fighting us for 2 years, and somebody else declares, I don't know, that he will recognize a Palestinian state, automatically the people will look at who? At Abu Mazen, that they consider him as a thief, as a corrupted leader, or they will look at Hamas and they will say, oh, because of the Muqawama that they are holding, because of this death narrative, and because of what they did on October 7th, and this amazing victory of this long 2 years war, this is why the West is forcing Israel to kneel and to accept a Palestinian state. Actually, the West, who understands, unfortunately, those people who understand nothing about the Middle East, are actually pouring content to the victory that Hamas is declaring against the strongest military in the Middle East. Simple. It's simple. And unfortunately, we don't understand. I do understand that. I hope that the other countries of our allies would understand that also.
Now, what can Israel do if you could give the Israeli government a plan for the next 6 months? What can Israel do both to deal with the threats in the West Bank, the problems of the Palestinian Authority, the situation in Gaza, and even broader than that, dealing with Lebanon and the head of the snake, the Islamic Republic of Iran? What should Israel be doing in the next few months?
First of all, we need to rest. We need to make sure that all the hostages are back home, and we need to heal. We need to make sure that our society, that our nation heals a little bit, reorganize. Number one. Number two, we need to improve our relations with our allies. And I think that our government knows how to do it. Any government, okay? It has nothing to do to the current government or any other government. Number two. Number three, intelligence. We need to be smarter next time, and we need to be way better with our abilities to have better and better intelligence. So next time, when the next rounds will start, we will hit them in the weakest spot, like we did in Lebanon, okay, with the beepers and whatever. And I think we can arrange things if it's in Lebanon, if it's in Iran or other places. And then we need to make sure that this victory of Hamas, in their eyes, will be somehow deleted. And I think that we could do that. It's not late, but we could do that, and we can do that. We need to take the weapons from Hamas. And I want to be clear about it. When I say weapons, it's not the RPGs, it's not the AK-47. It's the people. Because they want only one thing, Hamas. They need people. So they will be able to control them. If you take the people, so you will not give them ammunition as human shields. You will not give them ammunition to blame us with a humanitarian crisis. And you will not give them the ones that will vote for them. So if we understand that, so why not implement a plan that Gazans will not stay in Gaza? And I'm not saying that they will leave Gaza forever. I'm not saying that. I think it was a mistake that those plans were even shown. I said during the war few times, even if the price will be to build temporary cities in Israel, not only Egypt, in Israel, leaving Hamas by themselves in Gaza, they will have one of two options: or to raise the white flag or to die. Simple as it is. And yes, the people of Gaza would be checked, each one of them, one by one. We will make sure that they are not terrorists, and we have the abilities to do that. And we will provide them their needs, by the way, exactly what we are providing right now in Gaza, but in a way better conditions. And less, I would say, less trucks that Hamas will steal and sell it in the black market. It will reach the people. So if we really want to help the people of Gaza, let's help them to leave Gaza to temporary towns, neighborhoods, cities, okay? Guaranteeing to them with the mediators that it will be a temporary situation, a temporary solution until we will defeat Hamas in Gaza, or they can leave Gaza, we don't care. And then we will start the reconstruction process in Gaza.
I just want to ask, how can you build a policy like this when you're dealing with such a strong narrative of subversion from Qatar, from the Islamic Republic, that's parroted by Al Jazeera, that's parroted even by BBC, as we've seen? Because the natural response that we're going to see from the anti-Israel crowd is that that's ethnic cleansing. Despite the fact that you're talking about a temporary relocation in order to preserve lives, they will call it ethnic cleansing.
No. It's not relocation. Don't use that. Don't you use that. It's not relocation. Let's be smart. We don't need to be right. Let's be smart. Let's use the same narrative that they're using. We need to help the people of Gaza. We need to make sure that there will be no humanitarian crisis. We need to help to educate the future generations of the kids of Gaza. We need to support the poor families of Gaza. Let's use the same slogans, the same narrative, the same plan. Okay, let's use the same tool that they are using against us, that it will help and support us. They want to avoid from a crisis. Let's make sure that there will be no crisis. We are only helping the people of Gaza. That's what I'm saying, Emily. We need to be smart. We don't need to be right. And if it's about time that we implement a plan that will be smart and not right. It's not about politics. It's not about the right wing of Israel that we want to build settlements. It's not about that. It's about helping the people of Gaza, the real people of Gaza, that are not terrorists. Just imagine, you asked me earlier, what is the situation in Gaza on the ground? No schools, no water, sewage all over, diseases. We have already kids for the last 2 years that did not study. They already skipped 2 years in education. We need to close the gap. We have a lot to do. And we have many, many, many amazing people all around the world that want to help the Gazans. So let's bring them. So they will help the Gazans in temporary towns in Israel that will be surrounded with fences, that we will make sure that it will be only for Gazans, okay? And meanwhile, we will make sure that Hamas will not be able to kill them in the future. We will make sure that Hamas will not be able to steal taxes from them. We will make sure that Hamas will not execute them in the future. I think you understand the point.
Definitely. I mean, I think that's an interesting proposal, but we do have to wrap up here. So, Colonel Grisha Yakubovich, I want to thank you for joining us on Axis of Truth, shedding some light on the next steps in the Gaza Strip and beyond. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Well, joining us now is Dr. Harel Chorev, senior researcher at the Moshe Dayan Center at Tel Aviv University and an expert in Palestinian affairs. Thanks for joining us. Well,
thank you for having me.
Well, phase 1 is nearly over. The transition to phase 2 should be underway. Let me start this way. Phase 2 requires disarming Hamas. Is there any force that you can foresee, U.S. commanded or otherwise, that will take away the weapons of Hamas?
My short answer would be no. And I'm pretty sure you could recognize the skepticism in Netanyahu's voice as well. It's undoable unless an Israeli force will do it by itself. I don't see at the moment any power on earth that will be willingly doing this mission. And I think that if we want to understand Netanyahu's strategy vis-a-vis the Gaza Strip at the moment is let the Americans try, trial and error, whatever they want, and eventually to come up with the understanding that there's no other way but rather to let the IDF dismantle Hamas. I hear it also from people here around the government, around the administration, in Washington, in my visits. So unfortunately, I don't see any other alternative.
Let me ask you this. Hamas leaders and Palestinian Authority have reportedly held meetings in recent months about governing Gaza during phase 2. Are they heading toward an agreement between themselves? What is it? And could it be anything in any way acceptable to Israel?
Well, the chairman of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, clearly said several times that he won't agree to any arrangement that does not disarm Hamas and lead to a solution in which the Palestinian Authority will be the sole, I would say, sovereign, including weapons. So unless they will come up with an idea of how to resolve it, and you know what, I see already signs to such an agreement. I'm not sure they will reach to such an agreement, but I see that Hamas is trying to create something that the Palestinian Authority will be able to swallow. But unless they will reach such an agreement, I don't see the president of the Palestinian Authority signing on it. He was very consistent with his rejection of any solution that doesn't include a real disarmament of Hamas. And not because of us, of course, only because of his interest. We need to remember what Hamas did to the Palestinian Authority in 2007 with the brutal takeover of Gaza Strip is a very, very strong painful memory for any Fatah member.
There are reports of a potential Netanyahu al-Sisi summit. Egypt shares a border with Gaza, and they could be part of phase 2 and of a stabilization force. But will el-Sisi even come to the table? And could decisions reached in a meeting, potentially between Netanyahu and el-Sisi, impact post-war Gaza?
Well, Egypt is very important here, both because of the Rafah crossing, which I guess, my educated guess would be that will be the main subject that they will discuss. But also, Egypt has the strongest interest here in terms of who will reconstruct Gaza Strip, and Egypt really hope that it will boost its economy through its constructions company, raw material, anything that will go through Egypt, heavy machinery, anything which is connected to it. Egypt is supposed to be the main beneficiary of it. So these are the two things here. This is why Egypt would like to see this war over. Nevertheless, I think Netanyahu will stay firm on the Israeli interest in regard of what we can't accept in this regard, which is, of course, the remaining of Hamas and the dismantling of Turkey. Stationing Turkish soldiers.
Turkish soldiers, we'll talk about that if that becomes a reality. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm sorry we're out of time, Dr. Chorev.
Thank you very much.
To discuss the progress towards phase 2 of this Gaza deal is the director of AJC Israel, as well as the former IDF spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Avital Leibovich. Avital, thanks so much for joining us today. Pleasure to have you here on ILTV. To start, what are your thoughts on this most recent push to move to phase 2 without the return, essentially, of the final hostage?
So, as far as I know, there are a lot of actors here in the scene working at full power in order to try and facilitate and build the mechanism that will be here in Gaza in what we call the day after. But the day after, as you know, Emily, is not really a day. It's not a week, it's not a month, it's not a year. We're looking at a long period of time. On the other hand, Israel has zero motivation to deal with sewage, electricity, water, education, health for the people of Gaza. And in some ways, it will be more convenient to have some sort of a force which will manage the Gaza Strip. The question is, what force will it be? Because I don't see a situation right now that countries, Arab or others, will send security forces to be on the ground in Gaza when Hamas is still there. So I'm not sure we're that close to phase 2 as some of the media outlets actually hint that we are.
I want to talk a little bit about this international peacekeeping force or whatever you want to call it. Who is going to actually be a part of this, and how should Israel respond to Turkey's demand that we most recently saw to effectively have some kind of troops effectively on Israel's border?
With all honesty, I don't really see Israel agreeing, to host Turkish security forces on its border. You know, there are two countries in the world that are hosting Hamas officially. First one is Qatar, the second one is Turkey. Israel worked very hard in the past 2 years to demolish the Shiite axis led by Iran. And obviously, Israel is not interested to create an alternative axis led by Turkey and Qatar. So I don't see that happening. We are looking, however, at some sort of a security buffer that Israel needs to create. I think this is far more important than any foreign security forces on the ground. This is the most critical thing for Israel, especially looking forward, because Israel is very much interested for the people who evacuated from the envelope of Gaza to return one day, hopefully soon.
Now, given the fact that Hamas has claimed repeatedly they will not disarm, why are we seeing, some of them at least, pushing for an entrance into this phase 2?
Well, the answer is very clear to me. Obviously, Hamas wants to show some sort of advantages, some sort of gains for the people in Gaza. And in phase two, after disarming Hamas, there will be some sort of the beginning of renovating of Gaza. And obviously, Hamas is keen to enter that phase. However, we need to, again, keep in mind that the day after is not really a day after. By the way, I'm an optimist, and I do think that education is critical to change the hearts and minds of the people who live in Gaza. But this kind of education will take at least 1 to 2 generations, and Israel needs the moderate Arab countries to be a part of this future, as part of this stabilization. We are not there, we are not close yet. We are still waiting for the last hostage.
Now, what are Israel's options in terms of defense? We see tremendous international pressure on Israel in regards to this ceasefire. Already accusations flying left, right, and sideways, even when Israel is exercising self-defense. So when it comes to the disarming or removal of power of Hamas, can Israel really do anything given the international spotlight?
So the question is how much time Israel really has from the perspective of the international community. Are we talking about weeks? Are we talking about months? Israel's main concern is the security, and it will not move anywhere until we are assured, Israel is assured, that the border is safe and sound and that there will not be any additional rockets flying towards Israel. I'll remind the viewers that the first rocket, and maybe I'll remind the international community at the same time, that the first rocket that has been fired at Israel from Gaza was in 2001, namely 24 years ago. And obviously, this is not a situation that any country could agree to, and there is no motivation to return to that place. So I don't see really an option of Israel giving up its security for a second phase at this point of time.
All right, well, we'll follow that closely, and hopefully we're both wrong on that front. I want to thank you for joining us, Lieutenant Colonel Avital Leibovich.
Thank you.
Well, joining us now to discuss the ceasefire violations by Hamas and the rapidly developing regional events is Colonel Richard Kemp, the former commander of the British forces. Colonel Kemp, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you here on ILTV. To start, we've seen repeated violations by Hamas, including in the past day with planting an IED on an IDF vehicle. I want to ask you, is this ceasefire a lost cause?
I think it's not the end of the story, shall we say. We may well see a continuation of the ceasefire along current lines with relatively low activities by both sides. And of course, Israel maintaining the ceasefire as far as it possibly can and responding only to serious threats or attacks by Hamas. It's of course Hamas that's responsible for all of the ceasefire violations we've seen so far. So I think we may well see a continuation of that for a bit. But at some stage, particularly if the level of Hamas activity increases, and Hamas is not only carrying out low-level attacks against the IDF, but also is working very hard to consolidate its own position of influence in the area that it controls. But so I think we come to a point where Hamas has got to be finally dealt with. Now I know that Trump's plan calls for some kind of international disarmament, neutralization of Hamas. Whether that happens or not is very much an open question. We have to hope it will, but I think the reality is probably that the only people who are going to actually physically disarm, confront Hamas and fight Hamas to take their weapons away from them, because they're not going to give them up voluntarily, is of course the IDF.
Well, I want to ask you, we did just get the report about the assassination of Yasser Abu Shabab, who is the head of the Popular Forces, considered to be one of the opposition forces or limited opposition forces within Gaza against Hamas. What impact will this have, if any, on the situation on the ground?
Well, I think it's very difficult for the forces, the non-Israeli forces ranged against Hamas within Gaza. They've been under constant threat, they've been under constant attack. Hamas has done everything it can to prevent them from establishing control, from gaining the upper hand over them. And this, of course, is a big blow to them. I hope that there will be a replacement put in position who will have the same level of authority as the man that's been assassinated. But I think we can expect to see continued violence against Gazans who want to resist Hamas, and it's not just in terms of wanting to resist Hamas by use of military force, which has happened in some cases, but anybody who just rejects Hamas's control, who stands up against Hamas in any way or resists it, have in many cases have been killed, executed, and they will continue to do that because, of course, they're one of the greatest threats to them is losing the control of the civilian population.
Absolutely. Interesting how we hear very little condemnation of the attacks on Gazans by Hamas themselves. But I want to go back to this phase 1 or phase 2, hopefully, that we'll get to. It hasn't been completed yet. We do still have one more hostage remaining, despite the fact it's been weeks. Yet Hamas has been adamant, as you mentioned, that they will not abide by phase 2 either, refusing to disarm, refusing to surrender governance. How will the international community respond to this violation by Hamas?
Well, I don't think the international community, if there is such a thing, will do a thing. The United States and Israel are the only, in my view, the only significant movers in this game. Obviously, they can influence countries like Qatar and Turkey, which have to a certain extent, have influence over Hamas. But it's only really the US that has the kind of diplomatic power to maybe work towards achieving compliance with Hamas's agreement and with President Trump's agreement on the diplomatic front. And it's only Israel that has the capability of dealing with it and forcing this to happen if they don't do it voluntarily, which, as I said before, and as you kind of also said, there's no indication that Hamas is going to do so. I think Hamas is... We don't know. We don't know, of course, and we don't even know, Hamas is... anything they say cannot be relied on. Even if they reject everything, now, that could change. It could possibly change, but I'm not optimistic that it will. I don't think that unless they're forced to comply, that they're going to do so.
All right. Well, Israel has signaled a willingness to some extent to accept in full the 20-point plan, despite calls for eventual Palestinian statehood. How likely do you think that is to come to fruition?
I think it's extremely unlikely. And of course, Israel had to go along with the proposal that there might be an eventual Palestinian state. And of course, I think that's always to an extent been Israel's policy and Israel indeed in the past, the Israeli governments have offered the Palestinians their own state and has been rejected on numerous occasions. But I think the likelihood of it happening is so low, not even so much because of Israel. I think Israel obviously has to have as its number one priority the protection of its people from a future Palestinian state, sovereign state. And that can only be achieved by IDF forces being deployed within that state, which means that it's not a sovereign state.
Indeed, great questions. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you, Colonel Richard Kemp.
Thank you.
And joining me now is Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital. He is the former commander of IDF Special Forces. Doron, thank you for joining us. Let's first turn to Lebanon. We had a meeting today with a member of the Israeli government, not from the security establishment, meeting, I believe, for the first time with a civilian member of the Lebanese government. That's a bit of a breakthrough. But how much likelihood is there that this ceasefire is going to hold, even if you can call it a ceasefire, between Lebanon and Israel, when we see almost daily violations of it by Hezbollah?
I think the American administration put its full weight on maintaining the ceasefire and trying to facilitate this process that in the end everybody would have liked to see Hezbollah disarmed. So I think this meeting of, it's not from the security forces, but from the national security concept, this is a big thing. And I think this was a push of the US administration, and I hope it will generate some outcome. We have to understand how weak the Lebanese army is in terms of its attempt to do it by force, to dismantle Hezbollah. So it has to be by political means, trying to disarm them first from the heavy weaponry and so on. This is a tough process. We have to protect the buffer zone until the Litani. This is really for us, this is the first priority, and then to see that they're not getting this weaponry in the Baca. So this is where we play, but we have to play it, we navigate it smartly together with the Americans.
Right, and I want to move now to Lebanon's neighbor, Syria. Also, as we have reported, it appears President Trump pressuring Prime Minister Netanyahu to reach some kind of agreement with Syria. But a lot of skepticism here in Israel whether President al-Shara and his regime can be trusted, and even if he personally can be trusted, whether they can deliver. For example, he's been opposing this proposed buffer zone from Damascus until the Israeli border. So how realistic is it that Syria can meet Israel's conditions?
Now, here again, we have a circumstances in which we would have liked to see a country that has one law, one weapon, to see Syria the same way we want to see in Lebanon, and we can't trust fully those jihadists that are along our border. So we have to create this buffer zone. The question, how deep this buffer zone should be. We had this incident in Belgium, not far from underneath the Hermon. So we have to take care of our interests, but still, we have to work with the Americans. They have a real interest that the Syrian, that he will succeed to deliver. I mean, they trust his leadership. The question whether he will succeed to deliver it's tough. And we have the complication, which is not to be undermined, the issue of the Druze, that we have this affinity, that they have relatives in Israel. We have to see that they're interest and that they are safe. So we have to work out to balance all those interests. So a buffer zone, smart, not too aggressive, not a buffer zone that all the time does it in your face to the Syrian administration, but take hold and take care of our interest in this buffer zone of Syria, because we can't fully trust whoever runs there along our borders.
Well, how far should Israel go? How far can it go in protecting the Druze in another country, in Syria?
Yeah, so there are two questions. First of all, the maps. We won't draw the maps exactly. But in terms of the Druze, there has to be some tacit agreement between us and the Syrian government. We have to see that it is his interest, of course, to see that the minorities, the non-Sunni, the Druze, both the Druze and the Alawite that commanded Syria in the past, that they are relatively protected. Otherwise, it means that this is a regime that cannot deliver one Syria that is commanded from Damascus. So we have to do the max, but we have also to be very sensitive, because it's not like all the Druze in Syria wants to be completely aligned with the Israeli context. I mean, some of them do, some of them less, so we have to work it very smartly. It's a question of diplomacy, but this bond with the Druze, as a paratrooper, I can tell that we can't undermine or underestimate. We have to make sure that we are there for them when it's needed.
Now, along with being a former senior IDF commander, you were also a member of Knesset, Doron. The Knesset is now weighing the government's proposed revision of draft deferments for the ultra-Orthodox. Where would you stand, if you were there, on this controversial bill?
Yeah. First of all, we stood there. We stood there in 2013, and basically the government that we were part of for 4 months, the coalition that Netanyahu formed with Kadima and with Ehud Barak as the head of the Labour Party and defense minister, in the end, this coalition in 2013 got dismantled because of this problem, what we called back then the Tal law about the recruiting of the Orthodox. So this is a persistent problem. So I don't know if I was a member of parliament, how would I vote? Most of the people think that this law is really a cover-up, a not serious attempt to resolve the problem. I would say that in order to resolve this problem, you need a real reform in the infrastructure, because even had you recruited those Orthodox, The question, where would they serve? In what position in the army? Whether we can think of position within our security needs that are more connected with within the country, within the borders. Maybe we should see that soldiers that really are in the battle zone are compensated versus. So we have to work. There has to be a structural reform. I'm not sure this law is in this direction and whether it's a serious law. It's not clear to me.
All right, then not be clear at any rate if this will be the final version of the law that eventually gets voted on in the Knesset. We'll just have to see how it develops. Doron Avital, thank you for joining us here on ILTV.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories out of the region. Despite challenges, the United States is still planning to deploy an international stabilization force in Gaza at the beginning of next year, a key component of Phase 2 of the peace agreement. The Jerusalem Post today citing a U.S. official saying that at the beginning, the planned multinational force will only include troops from 1 or 2 countries, with more nations expected to join at a later stage. The official also stating that the force will not be deployed in areas still controlled by Hamas. Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Azerbaijan have reportedly expressed interest in taking part in the ISF, although no nation has officially confirmed it will do so. Other countries said to be interested, including Turkey and Qatar, have been rejected by Israel. This will be one of the key issues to be discussed when Prime Minister Netanyahu will travel to Washington on December 29th to meet with President Trump. Meanwhile, Israel and Bolivia have officially restored full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break, signing a joint communique at a ceremony in Washington. Foreign Minister Gideon Sar and his Bolivian counterpart Fernando Armayo announced a new framework for cooperation in agriculture, security, innovation, and tourism, with both countries to appoint ambassadors soon. Sal called the move the end of a long and unnecessary chapter, noting that ties had been severed since 2009, except for a brief restoration in 2020. He praised Bolivia's new president, Rodrigo Paz, and said Israel wants to support the country's economic reforms. The agreement also highlights Bolivia's historic support for Jewish refugees and for the 1947 UN vote establishing the State of Israel. With Bolivia lifting visa requirements for Israelis, Jerusalem expects tourism and people-to-people ties to grow. And Israel is bracing for severe weather as Winter Storm Byron arrives after hitting Greece and Cyprus, causing severe flooding there. Heavy rains and thunderstorms began last night along the coastal area, but meteorologists are warning that starting tonight, Israel could see the kind of intense downpours that come around only once in several decades. Some army bases in southern Israel have released soldiers heading for weekend leave earlier today than scheduled to avoid them being caught in potential flooding. Israeli and Cypriot authorities are reportedly still searching for a yacht that left Ashdod for Cyprus earlier this week carrying 4 passengers and has gone missing in the storm. Our India Naftali was down in Ashdod earlier today and filed this report.
What you are seeing now is just the calm before the storm. I'm right now in Ashdod, which is a coastal city here in Israel that is expected to receive one of the hardest hits from Storm Byron. An Israeli official warns that Israel is about to see rainfall the likes of which we have not seen. Now, there's an expected total 200 millimeters of rainfall that Israel is going to receive.
And back to security news, the IDF confirms opening fire on suspects at the entrance to the southern Syrian town of Khan al-Labeh. According to the army, riots erupted as troops operated in the area, during which several suspects approached the forces and posed a threat to them. The IDF says troops fired warning shots in the air, and after the suspects continued to approach, the soldiers fired at the legs of two main instigators. The riot dispersed shortly afterward. Troops then withdrew from the area. According to Syrian media, Syrians had protested in the area after the IDF set up a checkpoint on a major highway. Footage shows armed members of Syria's internal security forces in pickup trucks passing by the IDF troops on the highway following the incident. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that have been coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, the Arrow 3 makes its German debut. United Hatzalah honors heroes at this year's LA Gala. And after a nail-biting decision, Israel will participate in Eurovision 2026. Ask any military buff what Israeli security is best known for, and they will probably say the Iron Dome, an impressive aerial defense system built to intercept missiles and drones from neighboring countries. Well, the Iron Dome may intercept short-range missiles, but the Chetz, or Arrow 3, is far more sophisticated, with the ability to intercept long-range ballistic missiles. Well, this piece of technology is now being deployed in the European nation who stood firmly with Israel. They are, of course, Germany.
On Wednesday morning at an airbase in Schönewalde, Germany, the first of its kind ceremony was taking place. Germany became the very first European nation to deploy the Arrow 3 air defense system, engineered, built, and delivered by the State of Israel. The Arrow 3 is geared to intercept ballistic missiles as a counter to Moscow's growing threat. The Arrow 3 is one of Israel's most impressive air defense systems, operating at altitudes above 100 kilometers, which is well outside of Earth's atmosphere, and with a range of 2,400 kilometers, the stationary Arrow system stands out and overshadows shorter-range air systems. Marked with the Israel Aerospace Industries emblem, the sale of the Arrow 3 highlights the incredibly healthy arms trade between Israel and Germany, despite a previously placed embargo, which the Israeli Director General of the Defense Ministry pointed out.
Despite occasional political disagreements, military and technological cooperation is the foundation of our strategic partnership, which will only continue to grow in the years ahead. I also welcome the removal of the arms embargo on various components. Such an act should never have been imposed on an ally fighting murderous Islamic terror.
According to the Israel Aerospace Industries, a number of countries have already expressed interest in purchasing the technology, since Arrow 3 helped to thwart Iran's missile attacks on Israel in April and October 2024.
Remember when I said that the Chetz 3 is more impressive than the Iron Dome? Well, if you enjoyed that, you will absolutely love this brand new aerial defense system, which is just weeks away from being ready to use in an operational setting, and it's a laser-based system. You have to check this out.
Meet the laser system that is changing the game.
The Or Eitan should be fully operational within the coming weeks, so why does Israel need yet another aerial defense system? You may have heard of the Iron Dome, tasked with intercepting short-range rockets and mortars like the ones we see from Hamas and Hezbollah that fire at Israel. Or perhaps the David Sling system, which intercepts mid-range missiles inside the atmosphere, used to intercept Houthi or Iranian attacks. But there's one more. The Arrow's impressive technology detects long-range and high-altitude threats, such as long-range ballistic missiles and ICBMs outside of the atmosphere. As Israel faces a multi-front war from hostile neighbors, it is essential to possess these different systems. But there's one problem. Each interceptor can cost up to $50,000. So while the systems are impressive, they are extremely expensive. What if Israel could intercept aerial threats while saving financial resources? That is the mission that Rafael and Elbit Systems set out to solve. Fast forward, and we are getting the first ever laser beam, or Or Eitan. This system intercepts all types of aerial threats, ranging from simple mortars to UAVs to long-range ballistic missiles. The Iron Beam does it all. Israel is expected to field laser beam batteries across the country within weeks, thus being able to use them in operational settings very soon for the first time around the world. With regional tensions rising, this system will play a pivotal role in Israeli security, and it's pretty cool too.
United Hatzalah are holding their annual LA Gala and honoring exceptional heroes who have inspired us all. Have a look.
United Hatzalah, Israel's all-volunteer emergency response organization, is preparing for its Miami Gala coming up on December 17th. This year's event honors former Mossad Director Yossi Cohen, former U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and Nova Festival survivor Bar Cooperstein. Joining us now is United Hatzalah founder Eli Beer. Thanks for joining, Eli.
Thanks for having me.
So, Eli, why were Yossi Cohen, Mike Pompeo, and Bar Cooperstein chosen as this year's honorees?
Well, we have a few more honorees, but they are one segment of hero honorees, people who devoted their life to protect others. And I'll explain. Yossi Cohen, we all remember one of the things he did. We all remember the pager operation that was started years before it actually happened. It actually started in the days. It started in the days that Yossi Cohen was the head of the Mossad. Yossi Cohen devoted his life for the security of Israel. Many of the things that he did is never going to be exposed. And one day we'll hear about them. Maybe in the future, maybe very soon, we'll hear of them in different parts of the world. He protected not only Israel, he protected Jewish communities around the world. Yes, Jewish communities in Australia, in Brazil, in Mexico. And Mike Pompeo, who I love and I'm friendly with many years, him and his wife Susan are real lovers of Israel. The essence of Judaism is recognizing the good, hakarat hatov. Mike Pompeo did so much, of course, for America, but he did so much for Israel. He put his life for many, many years as the head of the CIA, the head of the State Department, put his life to make sure that also Israel is protected. Not only the United States is protected. It's still on the top of his mind. So I think recognizing these two heroes, Yossi Cohen and Mike Pompeo, who worked together, by the way, best friends for many, many years, and they still are best friends, together with a young boy, Bar Cooperstein.
Who was a former hostage.
Former hostage, but people only think of former hostage. He is a total hero, like a real true hero. On October 7th, he was there to protect people. He was there as a security guard. He was there as an EMT. His father, who I know for many years, Tala, was a volunteer of United Hatzalah. And 5 years ago, he was driving an ambucycle to save a 4-year-old child who was not breathing. And while he was driving to save this little girl who was not breathing, running to save her life, someone crashed into his ambucycle, the United Hatzalah ambucycle, and he was left paralyzed for the rest of his life. He cannot walk, he cannot talk.
Wow.
And the day of October 7th, when his son was actually in the Nova Festival saving lives, he did not run away. He stayed there. He was protecting people. He rescued people. He hit people. And then he was fighting the Hamas for hours. Eventually, he was caught by the Hamas and he was tortured for 738 days. So he, together with his two other heroes, are going to be honored in our gala. And I think it's going to be incredible hakarat hatov, recognizing the good to all three of them.
Now, you're launching a major mass casualty incident training campaign. Why now, and what are the goals of this campaign?
Well, if you think about what Bar Cooperstein actually did on October 7th in the Nova Festival, he had to decide. He was one of the only EMTs there. He had to decide between hundreds of people. Who do you treat first? Who do you treat? The one who's yelling the most, or the one who has the most blood, the one who's not yelling, the one who's unconscious? We as EMTs, as paramedics, and even doctors, we need training for triage. God forbid another event like this happens, or it could be a natural disaster. It could be an earthquake. It could be a lot of different fires or many other things where people injured. We had the Meron tragedy. All these terrible incidents, you need to have training for the volunteers. We took upon ourselves that 2026 will be the year of training for mass casualty incident. Every volunteer of ours should know what to do when he has 100 injured people in front of him. And he should know, or she should know, that who you run first, not the one who's yelling first, not the one who's that. You should know what to do. It's a very complex training. And it's not only theory, it's also actually giving them the feeling. We're going to put them in places where they have people screaming and yelling and smell of flesh and fire and noises of bombs. And that's where they're going to have the environment of training. And I think that's going to benefit Israel tremendously.
Sounds really tough, but super important, and so is your work. Eli Beer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And World Emunah are gearing religious women with the tools, the network, and the vision to lead. Have a look.
Emunah has spent 90 years identifying the most urgent needs in Israeli society and stepping in where it matters most. From children's homes to trauma therapy centers, Emunah has always focused on strengthening Israeli families and communities. The Rishonot program grew out of that same mission, empowering religious women with the tools, networks, and vision to lead. ILTV asked Avital Indig how she first became involved.
So I started with one of the first programs, so it wasn't like now where everyone knows about it and all, you tell your friends you have to go there, and so for me it was different.
She explained that the program has three main goals, beginning with the deep, on-the-ground understanding of Israeli society.
The first one is for us to get to know the challenges of the Israeli people. So it's a journey that we take. They take us from place to place geographically, and we meet the people and we talk about all the challenges and difficulties, and we get inspired by the people of Israel.
The second goal is about personal growth and leadership.
The second goal is to empower yourself and to know yourself and to know your strengths and weaknesses and to give you the feeling that the sky's the limit.
But for Avital, the third goal, the network, may be the most powerful. Rishonot creates a mission-driven sisterhood where women from diverse backgrounds unite around shared values, trust, and a genuine desire to strengthen Israeli society. It's a community that not only supports one another, but actively mobilizes around each woman's goals and initiatives, turning personal leadership into collective impact.
It's more of a spider web even. It's not just a network, because we have each other's back and we help each other, and it makes you so much more stronger to be a part of this amazing network.
That sense of sisterhood has created a unique atmosphere among the women.
I've never seen anything like it. The sisterhood that is there, it's like this special bond.
One moment especially stayed with her, an overnight retreat where participants shared the most intimate parts of their lives.
Every girl in the program had to talk about important moments in her life, and made us so much more connected to each other. It was an amazing night.
Today, after October 7th, programs like Rishonot feel more essential than ever.
I think it's essential for everyone in the world, but especially now it's such challenging times right now. It's different when you get together with women and you have this space and you have the time to process together.
For Emunah, leadership begins with connection to each other, to community, and to the future of the State of Israel.
And let's hear once again from Yael Eckstein of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. She's going to fill us in on everything the fellowship has been up to.
Shalom, my friends from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, Tomer and Dolev are new parents, and their baby came in a very unexpected way. They live in a small apartment right outside of Jerusalem, and at 25 weeks, suddenly she felt extreme pain in her stomach. She was rushed to the hospital, and immediately they realized that she needed life-saving medical intervention. The fellowship was there for them when the baby was in NICU to provide physical, emotional, and financial support, and we continue to be there for them today. Number 2, the fellowship recently opened a resilience center in Sdot Negev. This is the area right on the border with the Gaza Strip. All of the Israeli residents there are experiencing still the trauma of the October 7th attacks and war for 2 years already. The fellowship is there to give them the tools that they need to continue to live life in joy, in faith, and with resilience. This is one of dozens of resilience centers that the fellowship has helped build because we believe the people of Israel need to be strong to continue living out this destiny that God has promised. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me here next week, same place, same time, for more updates directly from the Holy Land. Shalom.
The fellowship are not the only ones reminding us of the crucial bond between Jews and Christians, as the Friends of Zion Museum are bringing the largest ever delegation of Christians to Israel. Let's see.
And on the topic of U.S.-Israel relations, this week, the largest ever delegation of some 1,000 Christian pastors and influencers are visiting Israel in a special program led by the Friends of Zion Museum in Jerusalem and the Foreign Ministry. They're in Israel to train to become ambassadors in combating the ideological war against Israel and the West. Joining us now with more on this historic mission is Dr. Mike Evans, the founder of the Friends of Zion Heritage Center, one of the leading voices in the Christian world today, known for his lifelong work in combating anti-Semitism and a close confidant of President Donald Trump. Dr. Evans, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
So can you tell us a little bit about this delegation, the largest ever to visit from the United States? I mean, what prompted such a visit and what's its purpose?
Well, there's been an ideological war going on in the United States. So let's just take the U.S. stock market. Around 1/3 of the U.S. stock market is controlled by the Gulf states, over $3 trillion. So you have Qatar as an example, who has dropped $400 billion into America to influence social media. They're now using AI to do it, and algorithm and bots, like they did the universities. So it's all intentional to poison the minds of the young people of America. And our objective is to use the pulpit, and the pulpit will speak louder than the propaganda.
And what is on the agenda for this delegation?
It's very strategic. We have probably over 40 meetings with in the Ambassador Summit with the top leaders of the nation. Example, we go to Nova tomorrow. We're going to have an event with the hostages and their families to show solidarity. Then we have our opening with Mike Huckabee that evening. We have an event at the Kotel, in which the 1,000 leaders will take the names of the Israelis that were massacred, put them in the cracks of the wall, pray for their family. They'll go to Mount Herzl with the flowers and the flags, and they'll put them on the graves of all the soldiers killed since October 7th, and the widows will be there also. So it's a time to educate and activate these leaders. And by the way, over 200 of them are connected with Donald Trump. They're part of the Trump faith movement. They're the most powerful. They own media stations, television stations. They're massive broadcasters. And we have to do it. We have to do it because we have some crazies out there like Tucker Carlson who's saying Israel is not an ally anymore. We don't need the state of Israel. We'll tell that to the victims of 9/11.
Absolutely. And, you know, speaking of Tucker Carlson and in general, I mean, as we just saw, Christian support for Israel is also eroding. I mean, polls are consistently showing that Christian youth are moving away from Israel. So, I mean, what, in your opinion, needs to be done to maintain the close relationship between Israel and the American Christian community?
The state of Israel has never fought an ideological war. Shimon Peres, my chairman, told me the new wars are ideological, economic, media, and proxy wars. Now, the state of Israel has a problem. Only 0.12% of the population is Israelis. That means for every 10,000 people, only 12 are Israelis. We're 9.7% of the global population. So we need to partner with the state of Israel. The majority of Zionists in the world are not Jewish. They're Christian Zionists. We need to partner with them. We need to use our influence in social media to help win these hearts and minds of these young people. They've been poisoned by the enemies of Israel. By the way, they're not only in the Gulf states, they're throughout Europe and other parts of the world, and they have a massive amounts of money and influence. Thanks to AI, they're using bots now to do it, but we can win them over. I've told the prime minister, I've told the leaders of the nation, we're on your team. We're going to do this. Listen, these 1,000 pastors not coming here for a tour. They're coming here to be ambassadors, to partner with the state of Israel, to fight the lies against the nation of Israel.
Such absolutely important work, especially these days. Dr. Mike Evans, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great honor. All the best.
And finally, exciting news. Israel will participate in Eurovision 2026. This comes with the withdrawal of Ireland, Spain, Netherlands, and Slovenia, who attempted to boycott Israel and divide the Eurovision community. Israel and its supporters, however, prove once again that unity is stronger than hate. Have a look.
Israeli Eurovision fans are celebrating after the European Broadcasting Union cleared Israel to compete in the 2026 contest, despite weeks of pressure to ban the country over the Gaza war. The decision has triggered one of the biggest Eurovision backlashes ever, with Spain, the Netherlands, Ireland, and Slovenia all announcing they'll withdraw in protest. Israel is in, several European countries are out, and the road to Eurovision 2026 just got a lot more dramatic. The Austrian hosts and Germany strongly welcomed the Israeli inclusion.
Also wir begrüßen die Entscheidung, dass Israel teilnehmen kann am European Song Contest. Israel gehört traditionell dazu und das ist natürlich eine unabhängige Entscheidung, aber aus deutscher Sicht kann ich das nur begrüßen und auch alle anderen Staaten und Organisationen, die dafür verantwortlich sind, ernsthaft zu überlegen, ob sie nicht auch dabei bleiben. Kultur sollte immer etwas Verbindendes haben.
So I feel sad that other countries are not going to compete next year because I feel like Spain's sending great songs. Slovenia brings their own kind of identity, into the songs. I have to say that Netherlands song last year was my first place, so I am sad about it. But on the other hand, I'm happy that my country is competing and that Europe supporting. Although, as Yuri said, they're supporting the new roles in Eurovision. But I'm happy that my country can compete in Eurovision.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Devo Klein. Take care, and thank you so much for watching.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order. Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem! All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
The war in Gaza may have slowed to a simmer, but Israel's leadership is now entrenched in a battle with itself. The left doesn't trust the government, the right doesn't trust the courts, and in the middle, a traumatized public demanding the truth behind the October 7th failures whilst watching their leaders play musical chairs. This is a power struggle that could shake the foundations of national security, and we're unpacking it in today's show. We'll start from the beginning. After October 7th, there was one question on everyone's mind. How, in heaven's name, did such a crazy event happen when we were supposed to have some of the world's best military and intelligence capabilities? It was only a matter of hours until conspiracy theories started to fly that it was an internal job, which hopefully by now you know is false. October 7th didn't happen intentionally. Rather, decades of ignoring a system with such obvious and glaring flaws made such an event possible. And who was behind ignoring the issues? Well, many felt that the leader of Israel for so many years probably had something to do with it. Should Bibi resign? The left thought absolutely yes. He ran the country when this happened. It was on his watch. He's the one responsible. Meanwhile, many on the right felt this might not be the time. We have a war to win, hostages to bring home, and the country doesn't need more upheaval. More to the point, there might be other factors that aren't just Bibi that were involved in everything that went wrong. Like the deep state. By the way, it wasn't like Bibi was offering to stand down. In fact, quite the opposite. He refused to publicly take any responsibility, and instead, an inquiry would happen when the war is over. This led many to believe that he prolonged the war to avoid taking responsibility. And so demand started to grow for a public inquiry. You might have heard that term, and today we're going to dissect exactly what that means. It will come as no surprise to you that countries often find themselves making colossal mistakes that harm civilians. But what government wants to admit to their failings? Not many. This is where a public inquiry comes in. It's one of the most important tools a democracy has to protect itself from corruption, incompetence, and abuse of power through accountability. When something goes wrong in a country, the public deserves to know what happened, why it happened, and how it will be prevented next time. A group of people are chosen to look into what went wrong through a public inquiry. The clearing question is, who does this inquiry? You see, in Israel, there are a few ways to go about this, as unfortunately we have a history of events that needed an investigation, like the Yom Kippur War, which took Israel by complete surprise, or the Second Lebanon War, which was a colossal failure. Both these events, and about 20 others, had what is known here in Israel as a Va'dat Chakira Mamlachtit, which translates into a state commission of inquiry. State commissions are the most independent and powerful investigative bodies that exist within a democracy. They're approved by the cabinet or the Knesset, but they operate completely independently right after. A group of people are chosen actually by the Supreme Court, and they're the ones who look into the event. Once formed, the government cannot control it. The members are usually retired judges or senior experts in areas like the military or intelligence or finance. selected because, ideally, they can't be pressured politically. The commission has very, very strong powers. Once it goes into investigation, it can call upon anyone to testify, demand any documents from agencies, even like the IDF or the Mossad. They can put witnesses under oath, issue findings that can end careers, and recommend major reforms in the military, intelligence service, or government ministries, even within emergency systems. A typical inquiry collects evidence and then hears testimonies, often public and televised because the public wants to know, will then carefully analyze the failures and produce a public report showing who is responsible and what changes are needed, and then it becomes part of Israel's official record. This can take years to get to the truth and years to get to justice. Now, there are different levels of commissions depending on the severity of the event, but the most powerful and respected one is the State Commission, and that is what the Israeli public really, really wants. Unfortunately, we have a history of these commissions. Like after the Yom Kippur War in 1973, the Israeli government decided to establish the Agranat Commission to investigate the information available prior to the war and how it was assessed and the decisions that were taken by the military and the civilian authorities, i.e. the government, as well as the readiness and the deployment of the IDF. Over its work, the commission held many sessions, heard dozens of witnesses, and in 1974, an entire year later, issued an interim report that identified serious intelligence and readiness failures, contributing to the surprise and the severity of the war's outbreak. The political fallout, however, is the most important part here. The findings played a central role of the resignation of the then Prime Minister and the Defense Minister, marking one of the most consequential consequences of a state commission in our history. We have other examples, like after the Second Lebanon War. In that aftermath of 2006, it was marked by sharp criticism of the IDF's performance and political leadership decisions. Israel established the Winograd Commission to review what went wrong. Though initially set up as a governmental review, and this is important, it was later granted powers equivalent to a full state commission. The commission conducted detailed fact-finding and scrutinized both the military and the political decision makers, and issued a comprehensive report that assigned both strategic and operational responsibility, afterwards recommending wide reforms in Israel's defense doctrine and civil-military coordination. These examples show how when Israel brings in a serious independent inquiry, the results can be public accountability, structural reforms, and in some cases, major political shakeup. These commissions are so important because Israel is a small country with complex security challenges, and without independent investigations, the institutions involved would have to investigate themselves, which usually, as you could probably imagine to yourself, doesn't work. We'll actually see that we're seeing proof of this in real time at the moment. Just FYI, these commissions don't always lead to political change, especially when it comes to one and only Bibi Netanyahu. One of the big complaints lodged against him by his haters, that when a commission holds him responsible, he doesn't leave his position. Like at the tragic stampede at the Lag BaOmer pilgrimage in the Upper Galilee, in which 45 people were crushed to death in 2021. The government set up a full state commission to understand how this could happen. The commission was appointed and its members were later chosen by the Supreme Court under the law authorizing state inquiries. It was only in March of 2024 that the commission finally published its final report, and it blamed senior officials, including then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, for personal responsibility for the failure to address long-known safety hazards at the site, and recommended structural reforms for crowd management, safety infrastructure, and the policing of mass events. The report also highlighted systematic failures, years of neglect, poor maintenance, ignored warnings, not just a one-time mistake. As critics noted, this inquiry showed again that there is no culture of accountability when it comes to tragedies and Israel's public safety and civil administration systems. 45 people were crushed to death because the system got lazy in actually doing the things that you need to do to create safety. And who's responsible for that? These are the questions that inquiries set out to answer. These three examples show, by the way, the difference of the types of commissions. Their impact can vary, but they are massively important for accountability and, more importantly, for public change. So all this sounds great. There's a public tragedy, and the government decides to appoint the Supreme Court to choose a bunch of people to look into this, to create public accountability. They'll present the information to the public, and then things will change. And it sounds, in theory, good. However, if you've been following along, you'll know that in Israel, unfortunately, being a Supreme Court judge does not mean that you cannot be pressured politically. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Here, the Supreme Court is extremely political, despite not having the public mandate to be so. This puts the state into a conundrum. A state commission of inquiry in Israel is legally binding on the government, meaning its recommendations for reforms, new procedures, or institutional changes must be implemented. Though it cannot directly jail anyone, like its findings on personal responsibility are not criminal, but are often career-ending and forced resignations, banning officials from future positions, and permanently damaging reputations. Whilst the commission cannot indict, it can refer evidence of crimes to the state prosecutor, like the Attorney General, effectively triggering legal investigations and ensuring accountability in Israel's political and military system. And so whilst on a superficial level, we hear that our government and Netanyahu aren't interested in this inquiry, well, we actually have to understand that it's a little bit more complicated. This would be directly handing over the responsibility of what happened on October 7th, the inquiry into it, to the people who have been on a man or a witch hunt of our government political officials. And whilst we want the pursuit of truth, this complicates things a little bit. Because as we know, our Supreme Court is very, very, very trigger happy. We have seen how it leans so left and looks to continuously block, remove, and undermine our right-wing government. The Supreme Court has directly been assisting the Attorney General and the IDF lawyer in incredible cover-ups, who, as we know, are in hot water, and I can say that a lot of people have lost trust in them. Whilst in theory the Supreme Court is this high and mighty thing that stays with a lot of integrity, the reality on the ground has been a little bit different. They're so publicly and proudly left-leaning, which means that such an inquiry by the people they would choose is something I know that I don't believe can be trusted. Turns out the government feels exactly the same. Look, the facts are simple. There is massive public pressure for a formal independent state commission of inquiry into what went wrong on October 7th. According to a 2024 poll by the Israeli Democracy Institute, 90% of Israelis, 90%, across political, ethnic, and religious lines support establishing such a commission. And I can tell you, I think this is the first thing in history that 90% of Israelis agree upon. The question here is not if there should be an inquiry, because yes, we need to know what happened and we need to make changes. The question is, how do we make a good one happen? And this comes to the root of a major issue we're facing here in Israel: the deep, deep, deep distrust between the right and the left. The left wants the Supreme Court choosing who is in the commission because they believe the government is corrupt and irresponsible. The right feels the opposite. A commission by the Supreme Court means it's flawed from the start and there is no chance of actually getting to the truth. And now, 2 years in, and with an election coming up, people really want answers. So does the Supreme Court, which is being petitioned by multiple people on multiple occasions to force the government into a commission. Remember, there are different levels of inquiries, the highest being the state one, but there could also be a government inquiry or more unofficial look-ins and commissions. By the way, there's an important caveat to note, which is that under the 1969 law, which asks for commissions of inquiry of the state, there is a demand that if there's a matter of vital public importance, that a commission happens. But the law only allows the government to do this. It doesn't force them. The government isn't obligated to create a commission. They can create government commissions where members are picked by ministers and they're less independent, but can still get subpoena power if led by a judge, like the Winograd Commission in the Second Lebanon War. This was a second grade level of commission, but still highly effective. And what we call it is a government commission. Why is that important? Well, because the High Court has said that a strong investigative body is needed, but it cannot force the government to set up a state commission specifically. Courts have repeatedly ruled that it's up to the government's discretion, though decisions can be challenged if deemed unreasonable. A few weeks ago, they demanded that the government explain why they haven't launched an inquiry within 30 days. In response, the government has moved towards forming an independent but government-appointed commission, i.e. the second level, meaning government ministers will decide who is on the commission. They're doing this to avoid our corrupt Supreme Court deciding. Now, I think we can all understand how this might feel to a public that doesn't trust the government. I mean, these people were in power on October 7th. Won't they go out of their way to appoint people to the commission who will see them favorably? And that's a serious question that the public needs to contend to. But hold that thought, because we now have to talk about something else. The question of who runs the inquiry is an important one, but what they'll be looking into is actually even more important. When we talk about who is responsible for October 7th, the opinions differ. We have the IDF, who are on the ground. We have the intelligence, which should be collecting the intel. And we have the government, which decides what to do with the intelligence. Now, I get that it's easiest to blame the politicians, because that's what we do. Blaming the government for problems makes sense. We vote them in to run our country, and when that fails, they didn't do a good job. Additionally, we don't really get to know much about how the intelligence forces work. That's good and bad. Good, because intelligence needs to be kept private to be effective. Bad, because the secrecy hides all the potential issues within the organization that might be solved with accountability. And then there's the third group that could be blamed, but we don't, the IDF. All of us, except for the pro-Palestinian critics, have the utmost respect for them. We worship our soldiers, as we should, but we are also unbelievably dependent on them for our safety. And admitting that they might have issues is incredibly hard for most Israelis, purely on a psychological level. Almost half the country went through the army and has seen the issues with the efficiency, yet it's almost an unspoken topic. It's kind of taboo. The IDF is sacred. All three of these groups operate in tandem, but they also operate separately, and the success of the country depends in many ways on the trust and the cohesion of these entities. As we saw with Ronen Bar, the head of the Shin Bet, who refused to basically step down, the relationship between these parties has been very, very rocky and has become more and more political. A few months back, when the war had calmed down a bit, Netanyahu decided it was time to make a change. He replaced his Minister of Defense, the head of the IDF, the head of the Shin Bet, and just this week, FYI, the head of the Mossad. This new Mossad chief, by the way, is his old military secretary, Roman Goffman, and he'll replace David Barnea in June, making him the first Soviet-born Israeli to reach such a senior position. Goffman brings extensive military experience, including operations in southern Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, Gaza, and the Golan Heights, and was injured on Sderot in October 7th. He has no prior Mossad experience, which is interesting because it makes him the first outsider appointed to lead the agency since 2022. And it's interesting to note that whilst it seems that Bibi has had a smooth relationship with the Mossad publicly, behind the scenes, all is not as it appears. The appointment reflects Netanyahu's trust in Goffman's offensive strategic approach and completes his overhaul of Israel's top security leadership, right? He's now reshaped the IDF, the Shin Bet, and the Mossad, and they're all under his influence. Eagle-eyed viewers will notice that the only leader who hasn't been replaced is Netanyahu. But that could change with elections coming up if a lot of the public gets what they want here in Israel. So now, there is new leadership in these entities, which allows for potentially smoother inquiries. A commission would need to look into each one of these groups, see how they failed individually, and how their relationships impacted their ability to foresee what happened. And it's much easier to do that if the people responsible for the mistakes aren't the ones in charge. Yet still, it's not that simple. When the new chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, to the IDF came in, he launched an internal investigation, and the investigation was meant to figure out what went wrong and who was responsible and how to prevent a repeat of the failures. The IDF's internal probe, again different to a state commission, into the October 7th attacks, reviewed intelligence handling, operational decisions, the chain of command, the individual officer performances, collected documents and testimonies to determine what went wrong, and recommended reforms, like we know that people saw what was going on in Gaza beforehand. How did that not get to the upper brass? It concluded that, surprise, surprise, there were catastrophic failures, and they identified some of the officer mistakes and proposed changes to procedures and coordination between units. But a deeper dive into the probe by the Torgerman inquiry, which was an inquiry into the inquiry, showed that it was actually incomplete and inadequate. The new guy didn't do a good job in reviewing what happened. Critical gaps remained, and there was very, very limited accountability. Only 2 mid-level officers were sanctioned or removed. Like, the head of the military intelligence was untouched. How? Whilst broader systematic failures and senior leadership responsibilities were basically left undressed. This has deepened not just public frustration at the way the probes work, but also the need for a much, much larger, all-encompassing inquiry. The Chief of Staff himself, Zamir, has said it's time for an external inquiry because this wasn't just the failure of the IDF. While they had an internal investigation, the things that went wrong weren't purely their fault. They were due to system failures. It's his opinion that the relationship between the IDF and the government played a massive part. The status quo before the war, intelligence failures, and other systematic issues all contributed. It wasn't purely a military failure. The irony is that despite understanding that these relationships have a massive impact on the country's security, Zamir and Katz, the Minister of Defense, and Zamir's boss, are currently involved in a massive spat. There have been multiple incidences, like Zamir appointing an IDF reservist to a senior position, someone who had previously called for soldiers not to deploy due to political reasons, and Katz publicly called out Zamir's decision, like online, making official statements contradicting him and undermining him. And whilst the reasons for this are not clear to the public, why does Katz dislike him so much? This is exactly the kind of behavior that the probe needs to be looking into. I'll confess, I don't think I want a commission. I can't bear the idea of dredging up all the pain and honestly seeing what should have happened and how this could have been avoided. I want to focus on the future. But as the political drama continues to grace our screens daily, directly impacting the future of this country, despite all the changes that are being made, it's clear to me that we need a much more dramatic change. I sit here and read the news, the petty arguments of our Knesset members, the infighting in the IDF, and I just honestly can't believe it's real. And to me, the public cry for an inquiry is about something much, much deeper. People have had enough of living in a reality here where, for totally pathetic reasons like ego and political gain, our leadership directly endangers lives. We need to understand the systems that failed. But that's the lesser part. We have to actually implement the change, because this can't continue. Leadership that thinks it can get away with anything. Incompetence in communication that feels like a Mean Girls episode. Enough is enough. This level of behavior, which continues to shock me every single day, is the real reason that people died on October 7th. Ego and infighting over things that mean nothing cannot continue. It's time for the country to change. I personally don't see how change comes with the same people. But I hope that with long-term thinking and a bit of time, the younger generation here in Israel will enter politics and make that change. Elections are coming up, and if I'm honest, I want Bibi to have one more round to get us through round 2.0 to lead us to the next stage. But then, when the inquiries are complete, I want new leadership, young blood, new blood, an understanding that what went wrong wasn't just tactical, but actually strategic. We allowed it to go on for too long, and now we must demand that change. Don't you think the time has come? I'm Meir Kay, and I'll see you next time.
Israel has approved a new plan to bring the remaining members of India's Bnei Menashe community to Israel by 2030. The group identifies as descendants of the biblical tribe of Manasseh, and they are among India's last Jewish communities. Our correspondent, India Naftali, has the details.
Israel's government has now approved a 5-year plan to bring the majority of the remaining Bnei Menashe community from India to Israel. The decision, submitted by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Aliyah and Integration Minister Ophir Sofer, will enable about 5,800 community members to make Aliyah by the year 2030. Around 1,200 are expected to arrive by the end of 2026. There are currently an estimated 5,000 Bnei Menashe already living in Israel, most having arrived over the past 2 decades under previous government initiatives. The Bnei Menashe live primarily in the northeastern Indian states of Mizoram and Manipur, within the Kuki-Chin and Mizo communities. They are descendants of the biblical tribe of Manasseh, one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, and are considered among India's last remaining Jewish communities. Under the plan, all new arrivals will undergo Orthodox conversion through the chief rabbinate. They will mainly settle in the north of the country, part of a broader effort to rebuild and strengthen the communities of the Galilee region following the war. Prime Minister Netanyahu called the move an important and Zionist decision, saying it will provide a boost to the north and help reunite families long divided between India and Israel. Aliyah Minister Sofer praised the decision as part of a wider wave of immigration in recent years, saying this aliyah strengthens Israel's resilience, solidarity, and national renewal. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said the move marks a renewed connection of brothers who have carried the yearning for Zion for generations. A government delegation is set to travel to India within days to begin processing applications. The operation will be coordinated by the Chief Rabbinate, the Conversion Authority, the Population and Immigration Authority, the Foreign Ministry, and the Jewish Agency. The first phase of the plan is budgeted at 90 million shekels through 2026. The funds will cover immigration costs, conversion, housing and absorption centers, Hebrew language programs, and employment support, helping the new arrivals integrate smoothly into their communities in the north.
And so, as Israel approves this landmark plan to bring the entire Bnei Menashe community home by 2030, we are now joined by India Naftali to discuss this issue here in studio. Thanks for joining us, India.
Thank you so much, Sivan.
So let's, to begin, understand, for viewers less familiar with this whole, with this community, who are the Bnei Menashe? What is their story?
So the Bnei Menashe are a Jewish community located in northeast India. They come from the tribe of Manasseh. They were in the land of Israel 2,700 years ago. They were exiled by the Assyrians, and they've been out of the land of Israel ever since. So for generations, they've been keeping Jewish customs and laws, keeping Shabbat, Jewish purity rituals, and that is really their claim to Judaism. They're one of the 10 lost tribes, and they're about a population of 10,000. They're part of India's very small Jewish population.
And now, what does this decision actually mean? How significant is it that Israel has now committed to bringing the entire Bnei Menashe community, roughly 6,000 people, by the end of the decade?
So this is historic, Sivan. I mean, this is the first time that the government has ever approved such a large mass aliyah. If we talk about the aliyah of the Ethiopian Jews, they were brought in several operations and waves. And this framework that's happening with the Bnei Menashe to bring the remaining roughly 6,000 that are in India, it's happening in one go, in one framework. So this is the first time. There's going to be families that have been separated for 20 years who haven't been able to make aliyah, that have been in India, and who are now going to be reunited with the roughly 5,000 Bnei Menashe community members here in Israel. Now, for you to understand, I mentioned in my piece that they're going to have to go through a conversion process, a Orthodox Jewish conversion process. So you might ask yourself, if they're Jewish, why would they have to go through that process?
Right.
Well, the answer is this. So because they've been exiled so long in the diaspora for over 2,000 years, the Judaism they practice isn't exactly the same as rabbinical Judaism, which was created after the destruction of the first temple, and they left right around that time of the destruction of the first temple. So the Judaism they practice is from that time era, and as we know, that rabbinical Judaism was created afterwards. So now that we're going to see them. That their Judaism aligns with rabbinical Judaism that is considered halakha here in Israel.
Halakha, Jewish law here in Israel. So to make sure that everyone is aligned.
In the same practice of Judaism.
None of us are really 100% aligned,
That's
but
right.
More or less. All right, so the state delegation is flying to India within days, and the government allocated 90 million shekels for this first phase, covering conversion and housing and Hebrew education and integration. What challenges do you think that the state will face in absorbing such a large wave of immigrants?
Certainly the question of education. A lot of them come from communities where they don't have traditional education, so coming and finding job placement might be a difficult issue. But like you said, 90 million shekels is a huge pledge to make sure that these new members of our society have a smooth landing, and it's going to be invested in hopefully education, definitely housing, and they already have quite a significant community here to welcome them and show them the ropes.
And what are some of the actual community members saying about this big move?
Sivan, I know people who it's been their entire life's work for the past 20 years to bring this piece of the diaspora home to Israel. So for them, this is a completion of their life's dream. I mean, this is just the beginning of a historic moment of really bringing all Jews from across the world home to Israel.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, it will be incredible to see this new wave of Aliyah of immigration coming to Israel, integrating, absorbing, and joining the Israeli public here in Israel, the Holy Land. Thank you very much, India, Naftali.
Thank you, Sivan.
And before we continue, I want to take a moment to share our mission here at ILTV, strengthening Israel's voice worldwide through clear, factual, and unapologetic reporting. That's why your support matters so much. By subscribing to our app, you become part of that mission, helping us stand firm for our values and ensuring Israel's story is told with accuracy and conviction. And with your subscription, you'll have full access to our 24/7 channel with live updates every hour, keeping you connected around the clock. Just scan the QR code on your screen to subscribe and stand with us.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Ladar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories out of the region. Despite challenges, the United States is still planning to deploy an international stabilization force in Gaza at the beginning of next year, a key component of Phase 2 of the peace agreement. The Jerusalem Post today citing a U.S. official saying that at the beginning, the planned multinational force will only include troops from 1 or 2 countries, with more nations expected to join at a later stage. The official also stating that the force will not be deployed in areas still controlled by Hamas. Muslim countries such as Indonesia and Azerbaijan have reportedly expressed interest in taking part in the ISF, although no nation has officially confirmed it will do so. Other countries said to be interested, including Turkey and Qatar, have been rejected by Israel. This will be one of the key issues to be discussed when Prime Minister Netanyahu will travel to Washington on December 29th to meet with President Trump. Meanwhile, Israel and Bolivia have officially restored full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break, signing a joint communique at a ceremony in Washington. Foreign Minister Gideon Sar and his Bolivian counterpart Fernando Armayo announced a new framework for cooperation in agriculture, security, innovation, and tourism, with both countries to appoint ambassadors soon. Sal called the move the end of a long and unnecessary chapter, noting that ties had been severed since 2009, except for a brief restoration in 2020. He praised Bolivia's new president, Rodrigo Paz, and said Israel wants to support the country's economic reforms. The agreement also highlights Bolivia's historic support for Jewish refugees and for the 1947 UN vote establishing the State of Israel. With Bolivia lifting visa requirements for Israelis, Jerusalem expects tourism and people-to-people ties to grow. And Israel is bracing for severe weather as Winter Storm Byron arrives after hitting Greece and Cyprus, causing severe flooding there. Heavy rains and thunderstorms began last night along the coastal area, but meteorologists are warning that starting tonight, Israel could see the kind of intense downpours that come around only once in several decades. Some army bases in southern Israel have released soldiers heading for weekend leave earlier today than scheduled, to avoid them being caught in potential flooding. Israeli and Cypriot authorities are reportedly still searching for a yacht that left Ashdod for Cyprus earlier this week carrying 4 passengers and has gone missing in the storm. Our India Naftali was down in Ashdod earlier today and filed this report.
What you are seeing now is just the calm before the storm. I'm right now in Ashdod, which is a coastal city here in Israel that is expected to receive one of the hardest hits from Storm Byron. An Israeli official warns that Israel is about to see rainfall the likes of which we have not seen. Now, there is an expected total 200 millimeters of rainfall that Israel is going to receive.
And back to security news, the IDF confirms opening fire on suspects at the entrance to the southern Syrian town of Khan al-Labeh. According to the army, riots erupted as troops operated in the area, during which several suspects approached the forces and posed a threat to them. The IDF says troops fired warning shots in the air, and after the suspects continued to approach, the soldiers fired at the legs of two main instigators. The riot dispersed shortly afterward. Troops then withdrew from the area. According to Syrian media, Syrians had protested in the area after the IDF set up a checkpoint on a major highway. Footage shows armed members of Syria's internal security forces in pickup trucks passing by the IDF troops on the highway following the incident. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. You can scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest updates coming out of Israel. I'm Ladar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Hadassah on Call, New Frontiers in Medicine. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. As parents, we constantly worry about our children, from their first steps to their first day of school and beyond. And one concern that has grown significantly in recent years is autism. It's a word we hear often, a diagnosis that seems more common than ever, and for many of us, a lingering worry in the back of our minds. I'm a mother of 5, and even as my kids grow older, I sometimes wonder, what if something was missed? What if a diagnosis comes later? Autism, along with other developmental and cognitive disabilities, is something every parent wants to understand better, especially when early intervention can make all the difference. Today, we're joined by Dr. Ariel Tenenbaum, an expert in pediatric disabilities and the head of Hadassah Medical Organization's Down Syndrome Center. He's here to break down what autism really is, how it's diagnosed, and what parents need to know about treatment, support, and the latest advances in early detection, including the role of artificial intelligence. We'll also discuss how the war has impacted children with disabilities and explore the broader landscape of disability care in Israel. If you've ever wondered about the signs of autism, the role of genetics, or how best to support a child with disabilities, you won't want to miss this conversation. So, let's get started. Welcome, Dr. Tenenbaum.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Of course. Now, I want to start by defining autism. We often hear this saying, people or so-and-so is on the spectrum. What does that really mean?
Well, this is a very good question because it has to be specifically identified, and there are criteria that are on the book of that is called DSM-5. It's like the Bible of psychiatry, and there are 3 main categories. All of them are there in autism. One of them is we are now doing the ping pong of the talk and of the relation. The other one is maintaining friendships and relations with persons. And the third one is the communication abilities, which are verbal and non-verbal. So all of them are typical and are actually mandatory to give the diagnosis of autism. Also, there are some behavioral and environmental aspects, which are repetitive movements or in speech, stereotypes, movements, hypersensitivity or hypersensitivity, and other things that are more of the behavioral and the habits of a person that has autism. But the three main ones that I talked to you about, it just mentioned them before, these are the mandatory criteria.
What causes autism? It's something that's genetic, you're born with it?
Well, it's a very big question, and the answer is even bigger because there are so many answers to it. Well, there is a part of the genetic, and there are some rare syndromes that autism is more frequent in them, and some people do have autism because of a specific genetic anomaly. But the environment is very important in autism, and we know that even I think that the classic example is identical twins, in which you can identify autism in one of them, and the other one does not have autism, and obviously they have the same genetics, and they live in the same house, so they are exposed to the same environment, and still we see differences. So there are many questions still ahead of us to understand the full, the answer to your question.
Sure. And I guess the next follow-up question to that would be regarding then diagnosis. How do we diagnose somebody with autism? I've heard there's some new work with artificial intelligence, perhaps, that can help us to get a better understanding.
Yes, especially in the early signs of autism. The average age of diagnosing autism in Israel and in other countries is about 3 years old. But when you go back to the history of the child, you see that the difficulties appeared much earlier. So there are some signs that you can see even when the baby is a few weeks old and months old. If I give you an example that is actually bothering, if a child, like the mother or the father, go to the cradle and look at the child in the middle of the night, and child is awake and he does not cry and doesn't seem to be bothered with the fact that there's no light and he's alone and nothing bothers him. So this is one of the phenomena that we see in retrospect, that the mother or the father can tell us about the child, even though he was diagnosed when he is 3 or 4 years old. About AI, this is actually something that Hadassah is involved in. There is a very nice startup that was, there is a clinical study that I'm involved in, and we are working on it in Hadassah. The company is called the LittleOne.care. And the device, which is actually on sale because they went to production, is called Elora. And it's a really nice device. It's about an inch square. It's not heavy. You attach it to the whatever the baby is wearing. It doesn't radiate anything, and it gets every sound that the output and the input of sound, movement, and everything that you can even think about what's happening to the baby. So you get a lot of data. And when you get a lot of data, you can try to analyze the data. And then if in a year or 2 years or 3 years, the child has autism, you can go back to the data and maybe find some very fine differences or things that pop up when you do a big data analysis, and you can see the early signs. So hopefully this device will be helpful for this kind of kids.
But what would be the advantage if you're waiting till they get the diagnosis? In other words, is this so that we can help other parents in the future be able to identify it? Is that the idea? Because it's not helping to identify it currently.
Right. So this is hopefully the near future. What we need to do is do early diagnosis. In Israel, in the mother and child centers, they do have a questionnaire for mothers. For example, can you calm the baby? If the baby cries, you take him with you, and does he respond to his name? Does he make eye contact? So there are some very simple but actually very effective questions that you can ask the parents and to see whether there are early signs. Now, the early diagnosis in autism and in other intellectual disabilities and other problems is crucial. It's key to the early intervention, and we do see a profit of measures that we take with these kids and their parents.
So when it comes to mild autism, because I know, again, we talked about that spectrum in the beginning.
Right.
If it goes missed, is that such a big deal? Can people live with autism being undiagnosed?
That's really interesting. We ran for 12 or 13 years in Hadassah Mount Scopus a center for the evaluation of disability with the contract with the Ministry of Social Affairs, and thousands and thousands of persons came for the diagnosis. And actually, it's really interesting to see adults that, you know, they are 22 years old, 25 years old, and suddenly they think about themselves. They are independent. They live, you know, the work, they live their lives, and they say, maybe I have autism, which is really extraordinary. And they do the diagnosis, and actually some of them are fine to have, you know, the full criteria of autism. So some of them do manage in life, but they can tell you about the struggle and the difficulties. And because there are some treatments and some modifications in life that you can take, I think it is really important to diagnose.
And I definitely want to talk about treatments. I do have one other diagnosis question real fast with regards to pregnant women. Can women today be tested? I mean, I know with many disorders or diseases, certainly Down syndrome, which we'll talk about soon, you can find out before the baby's born. Is that true of autism?
Well, if the mother had already a child or a few children with autism, and there is a family history of autism, and we know the gene, so the mother can be tested. You know, you do amniocentesis, and it can be tested and ruled out or ruled in. But these are not these are not most of the cases. Well, healthy pregnancy is a good thing. For, you know, the outcome of the child, but other things, well, we're not there yet.
Okay, but you think we will get there at some point?
Well, hopefully, yes. I mean, as you mentioned AI, so if we get a lot of data, and in other cases in medicine, things pop up, and then you see the connections, the relations between some data that you may miss or don't think it's very important, and the outcome of the child. Yeah.
Fascinating. Now, with regards to treatments, can autism be treated for real? Can it be cured ever?
Okay.
And what does that look like?
Well, again, it's very interesting. I treat persons with Down syndrome. It's an absolute diagnosis. I mean, whether you have an extra 21 chromosome or you don't. In autism, it's really unique. Some kids get the diagnosis because they follow, you know, you have your criteria, and the child, you put a V on the criteria, and you say, well, the child has autism. Now we start intervention.
Right.
We give him speech therapy, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, parental guidance. We put him in special class, and we do these interventions. And a year later, 2 years later, the child goes again to evaluation, and then you see that he's in another place completely. And sometimes the kids get the diagnosis stretched off their diagnosis, which is like puzzling. I mean, you ask yourself, how can you diagnose a person with a specific DSM-5 diagnosis and then remove the diagnosis? But it does happen in the real world.
I mean, wouldn't it, DSM-5, because it's psychological, as you mentioned, that's like the Bible of the mental health world. So, I mean, with depression, anxiety, can't those things come and go as well?
I'm not a psychiatrist, but I did read a very nice article about people that are treated for depression for example, with one of the SSRIs medication, like Prozac, Seroxat, maybe Cipralex, maybe you know these medications. And sometimes you go to the psychiatrist and get your treatment when you're in the bottom of the situation, of your situation. And then you start the medication, but you know, when you after a period of time, after the trauma, after the bereavement or whatever the person is going through, there is some relief, and the person can like go through a process of healing, and there's the environment and support. So sometimes the diagnosis is made when the person is in the worst of the worst situation that he was, but you can re-diagnose and reevaluate the situation and actually get off the medication if it's relevant for persons. It's also correct for many medications that people take for a very, very long time. And it's interesting to just stop for a minute after like 5 years taking a medication for your blood pressure, but you're doing now sports and you lose weight and you're eating healthy and you're in another place in your life. So maybe you do not need this medication anymore. So it is interesting. It goes also with all the diagnoses that you can think about with kids with disability.
So, are there medications that children with autism can take?
So kids with autism do take medication, some of them, but they are specifically for the symptoms that they show. So for autism per se, there are no medications. But if you see a kid who has autism, but also there are signs of ADHD, so you can treat ADHD with medications. If he has anxiety or severe behavioral problems or restlessness, or he doesn't sleep. So with these problems, we can deal and we can use the medications. But for autism per se, there are no medications yet.
Wow. Now, what about involvement of schools, communities, parents, caregivers with helping children with autism? What is the recommendation there?
So first, the diagnosis of autism is on the rise. I mean, you can see it in all the Western countries and also in Israel. We are talking now about 1 in 40, 1 in 50 kids. So it's really a lot.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is that because we are now more aware of what autism is, or is that because more people actually have autism?
Well, both. We are obviously more aware. I mean, there are persons that should have be given the diagnosis, and there are older people and like the missed cases of 20, 30, and 40 years ago. But we do see it's not just the prevalence, it's also the incidence. I mean, you do see the percentage going up, you do see the numbers going up, and we are not sure what we on Earth are doing wrong, but something is happening, and we do see more autism.
Interesting. We don't, as you said, we don't know. We don't know if it's tied to use of electronics, pesticides, how people are handling their pregnancies, all of these, kind of myths that come out. We don't really have any answers.
No, but we are sure that it's not for the from the vaccination.
Okay, right. I should have named that first. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
it's really important to emphasize this, because there was a few decades ago a horrible article that was published, and it was done wrong, and they actually deleted it from the journal. And I don't want to repeat all the history about the measles. I know that in the States there is an outbreak now of measles, and it usually occurs among persons that are not diagnosed. Measles can be a very, very severe illness with morbidity and mortality. So it's not from the vaccines.
Now, what about the difference between autism in children and adults? I mean, you mentioned that sometimes adults get diagnosed with autism later in life. Is there a difference between how you would handle adults or late onset autism, if that's even a thing, versus childhood autism?
It's interesting because one of my colleagues said that there is the Child Development Center, and he said that it should be changed to Human Developing Center, because we are evolving, and we are the development does not stop at age of 18 or 21. I mean, we're still learning new things. I didn't use my cell phone when I was 3, because I'm 56 now. So obviously I didn't use the cell phone. So I learned how to use the cell phone. We are still evolving, and we are using different machines and different kind of communication skills and etc. And our work as pediatricians is very different from what it was 20 and 30 years ago. Now, the basic things are similar, dealing with the communication skills, habits, what's wrong and what's right, environment adjustments, etc. We do see the involvement of persons with autism at work, in the military, in the army, in Israel, and some of them do very well in all kinds of companies that, for instance, the computers. Okay, so some persons that have autism do work very well in these companies that 50 years ago it wasn't a possibility because there weren't any, companies and jobs like that.
So I know that your expertise is actually more on children with disabilities, and I wanted to sort of jump over from the autism to children with cognitive disabilities in general. What are the most common ones today? What are we seeing, especially here in Israel?
So Down syndrome is about 1 in 1,000 births, and it's very stable in Israel and in most Western countries. It's around 1 in 700, 1 in 800. Also prematurity. We are in Hadassah and all around the world, we are doing much better in saving lives of kids who are born very early. But one of the what we see later on is that some of these kids do have problems with their development, and it can be global developmental delay with many areas of disabilities that we are challenged with.
So what should parents be watching for to indicate if maybe their child does have a cognitive disability?
Okay, so if we detect early signs or early risk factors, for example, prematurity or a family history and so on. So we do encourage patients to consult with their gynecologist and with a family doctor. And after the child is born, so there is a very nice system of mother and child centers. Pediatricians are available in the community clinics. And I think that's about it. And also in kindergartens, in schools, there are surveys and there are persons that come and detect kids with problems, and they send them for evaluation.
Now, this might be a little controversial where I'm going to take this next, but regarding, testing when a mother is pregnant, I mean, you mentioned before being able to do the amniocentesis and other, disabilities or disorders we can find in advance. Are there ever times that you certainly would recommend to terminate a pregnancy? Is that something that we do here in Israel? And what are the factors that go into making that decision?
Okay, so the decision is the mother decides. This is what I believe in. But I do think that the mother is. I think that my job here is to get the information as clearly as possible to the mother and to a partner, and just to make sure that when they decide, they do it with a clear understanding of what's going on. Some parents did come in different stages of pregnancy. For example, with a child that is, when he will be born, he will have Down syndrome. And they ask questions. We see it and we discuss it. And I don't give a specific recommendation because I think that it's in the mother's hands to decide. In Israel, there are the mother sits with the professionals, and she asks for termination of pregnancy if that's what she wants, and with all kinds of disabilities, physical or mental or cognitive disabilities, these requests are usually approved, and yeah.
It must be very sensitive.
Of course.
Since October 7th, I'm going to assume that more children are struggling with mental, behavioral, and other disorders, not disabilities, but disorders, challenges that are resulting in, and even, I guess, physical disabilities for the children that were unfortunately attacked on the 7th down south. And we know how much rehabilitation is going on. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing here at Hadassah, the kind of patients, obviously anonymously, that you're treating since October 7th.
Well, some of them, the impact. It's like the how do you call it, the waves when you throw a stone, and
Yeah.
so the waves are still very strong and hitting all of us. Some have mild symptoms like bedwetting. They were dry for a year, and now they're again bedwetting. Just being very alarmed in the middle of the night because of sound of an ambulance passing by, thinking maybe it's a rocket this time. Learning problems, all kinds of anxieties, both the parents and the child. So we see more of that, obviously. Our child psychiatry ward is very busy.
Wow.
With many outpatient clinics, patients that come to the outpatient clinics. It's not only that this generation just recovered from the coronavirus,
Right.
so it's they are challenged. Um, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it won't have long-term effects. I'm thinking of my own daughter. I have an 8-year-old, and she, we have so few rockets in Jerusalem, and just from that first day, from October 7th, every time afterwards, she asked me. She for almost a year, actually more than a year, slept in our bed as a result of the rockets. Just she didn't want to go to sleep, and now she's back in her bed. But she'd slept in her own bed for a couple of years already. But she kept asking me, "Well, will there be rockets tonight, Mommy? Can you tell me if there'll be rockets?" And that's not a disorder, but it's amazing, the impact that these things have on
No, of
on
course.
everyone.
I have 5 kids. Well,
Me too. There you go. Yeah.
the younger is in the army, so they are not kids anymore. But I do have 3 grandchildren.
Okay.
And the older one, who was 3.5, we went abroad to Cyprus just for a holiday. And we went into the hotel, and he asked, "Where is the safe room?" And we had to explain that rockets do not fall in Cyprus, but he couldn't figure out how it is possible, because his life, he doesn't live in Jerusalem, he lives in Gedera, and they did hear many alarms. And they know that in the kindergarten, when the alarm sounds, they have to run to the room. And he couldn't understand how the hotel doesn't have a safe room. So it's a challenge. Yes,
Definitely a
it's a struggle.
challenge for sure. So you think that there's going to be any changes that result in how we treat, children with depression, anxiety, or even cognitive disabilities as a result of the war? Is there new research coming out, anything like that?
There is a very nice article, very nice. There is well-written article about children in war in the Nelson's pediatric textbook, which was written by 3 professors from our department in Hadassah. It appears in the text, the international textbook, and you see what happens with kids at war. So kids are at risk, and kids should never be involved at war. So I am, the notion, the perception, the understanding of what happens with kids that that are under stress is documented, and we do see them. Actually, there is talking about stress. There are 3 kinds of stress.
Okay.
One of them is the acute, usually mild stress, like you are running late to somewhere.
That's like me every day. So I guess I'm always stressed.
Okay, so you're running late, or you have an exam tomorrow, or this typical stress that we deal with them every day, which is fine. And actually, in some cases, you overcome the challenge and you're fine. You did well on the test. You had many patients to see, but you saw them all, and they are doing nicely. That's one. The other one is the more severe and more, but it is still tolerable. When you lose someone who is very dear to you, but he was old and he passed, in old age. So it's very sad. And it can be traumatic, but eventually it's difficult to say, but you just get over it. And sometimes you grow from it. You understand life, and you have some notions and understanding of the circle of life, and or you move to another country, which can be actually
very stressful.
Yes, but in the end of the sometimes a very long time. I'm also an Ole Hadash. I came from Argentina many years ago.
Okay.
Yes, but eventually you understand the positive effects of it. But there is a toxic stress. This kind of stress is always bad. I mean, if a child is abused, there's no nothing good will come out of it. If the child is at war, if the child loses a parent or a sister or a brother. So these are toxic stress, especially if it goes on and on and on, like kids who are bullied at school, or kids who live in a household that like one of the parents has a very severe mental issue. So these are stresses that kids, we do see biologically, that some of them do not recover. And we can show biological markers of the stress.
Like brain biomarkers?
Brain biomarkers, but also like they are more at risk of cancer when they are older, more at risk of having hypertension, staying shorter. I mean, growing less than expected. So the effects are, I mean, the impact is very strong. So we need kids to be happy.
It's actually so fascinating thinking about, October 7th and the last year and a half of war. We really don't understand then the long-term impacts. I mean, things, we had a discussion just the other day about the impact on cancer. We're seeing more cancer patients, but from what I'm hearing from you, this is something that we might see in 10 years or in 20 years as a result of October 7th.
Yes, the war is, war is definitely a toxic stress,
Wow. Is there anything else that you want to add or you want to share that you think that our listeners and viewers would want to know that we didn't talk about or I didn't ask you?
Well, you mentioned possible treatments for autism and possible, understanding biologically, physiologically, all kinds of diagnoses and diseases and conditions. And I did want to mention a very nice startup that is also here in Hadassah. That the company is called Itai and Beyond.
Oh, I know it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So Itai and Beyond, I'm on the advisory board of the company, and they are. I mean, wow, these are really fascinating. We have in the company there are brain organoids, which actually are very mini brains that are in the lab, which originated from patients, from volunteers. And in these mini brains, it is possible to test almost everything. For example, in the future, to see whether medical interventions, all kinds of substances, all kinds of medications that we didn't think about can make a big change. And what's really elegant that you can do it outside the body. You don't have to test the baby or the child. You can first test it. It's not on animals.
Right.
It's just on the small organoid that sits on the lab. And I think it's fascinating. We are now going to, with the company, of course, we are now going to publish the first scientific article. The results are absolutely fascinating. And I think it's the future. It's definitely a very big part of the future of understanding mechanisms and what works. You can test 200, 300, 400 kinds of substances, medications, molecules, and to see what makes a change. It's really interesting.
Wow, it's super cool. And what a great way to be able to end the conversation on such a high note. So thank you so much for sharing your information today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with one of Israel's leading journalists who's been reporting on this war from the very start, Lital Shemesh. Lital is a news anchor at Israel's Channel 14. She's also a former combat soldier in the IDF, and she's the author of the book, Pay for Slay, Exposing the Palestinian Authority's Scheme to Pay for Terrorism. Lital, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Emily, for having me.
Just to start, can you describe what your October 7th was like? How did the series of events that day as a journalist impact you?
So I think for all of us in Israel, that was a traumatizing day. I don't think we're really still understanding the, how large this terror attack was. Basically, the largest terror attack from the establishment of the State of Israel. And I think for us at the beginning, especially for me as a journalist, we didn't fully understood the enormous, the number of terrorists who were entering Israel, the numbers of cities who were invaded. So we immediately covered it from the base. We had reporters being sent to all the different cities. And I think for us in Israel, it will take a long, long time to really heal and understand what we've been through.
Now, for you personally, where were you on October 7th when you realized? Were you woken up by rockets? When did you start your job as a journalist on that particular day?
Yeah, so I was actually at my brother's house with all of the family up north, so I wasn't in the range of the rockets. And I work for Channel 14, which is a Shomer Shabbat channel. So we only start airing at the end of Shabbat, unfortunately, at the end of Shabbat of that evening. We started broadcasting immediately.
I think it's interesting, actually. Some of the people who especially abroad, who keep Shabbat, who observe the Shabbat, they didn't know. They didn't know anything, and they woke up to this shocking news.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to ask you, in regards to the types of content that has come out, I mean, on that day, I think journalists, perhaps more than anyone, received awful, horrific, shocking content. What was it like for you to have to see that? I mean, it's your country that's under attack, and you're getting these awful scenes. I mean, you yourself were a combat soldier, so what was that like?
Yeah, exactly as you said. I think all of us were getting that information to our WhatsApp. We're not used to see this enormous terror attack with everything on film. You know, the terrorists were filming it. We were starting getting footage from journalists on the ground, from surveillance cameras, and basically everyone around the world was getting that harsh footage into their phones. And I think, Emily, what shocked me is the fact that everything was filmed, that everything was put out there, and still the world is criticizing us for the operation in Gaza, for our right to defend ourselves, for our right to get into Gaza and to do what's needed. After seeing that horrific attack of innocent civilians were taken from their homes, of poor people, young people who were just celebrating in a music festival and were murdered, innocent people. And I think it's a disgrace to see how the world still has the audacity to criticize Israel, to do what it takes to knock down Hamas, because I don't know any other country would have a terror entity invading its territory, butchering over 1,000 people, and not respond and not react.
Now, one of the issues in this war has been the disparity between what's happening on the ground and what the international media has been reporting. What is the most difficult or challenging part of reporting on these issues firsthand? In some cases, you're on the front lines, and then seeing sometimes the complete opposite being told by the international media.
Yeah, I was actually covering this war from inside of Gaza. So I've asked my editor not just to stay in the studio, but to enter Gaza, to cover the things from the ground, to talk to the combat soldiers, to talk to a female paramedic who was serving inside of Gaza, and to show how the IDF is going to the extent of not harming innocent civilians. And then you open CNN, day in, day out, you see stories about Palestinians constantly showing the Palestinian side, when I think the average person who is watching television is not really aware of the full picture. So when you start and painting a black and white situation of the poor Palestinians and the strong Israelis who has a strong army, you completely don't get the full picture. We are in a situation where we have 5 countries attacking us. We have rockets from Lebanon and rockets from Yemen, and Iran funding proxies all around our territory. We're fighting for our existence, for our right to have a tiny, tiny Jewish country among 300 million Muslims, and we still have the international media criticizing us for fighting to survive, to basically maintain a country, and that's what I don't understand. You yourself know how it goes on U.S. campuses, how they're being brainwashed to
polarized as the strong and the weak side. With a matter of fact, we are the underdog. We are the only minority in the world who has security guards outside of their synagogues, outside of their museums in Europe. We are the most threatened minority in the world. So I think the international media should really stop with the hypocrisy and show the truth.
I think at the diplomatic level, we've seen initially President Biden was very supportive of Israel. And then as the war continued on, we saw sort of shift. I don't know if shift is even the right word, but new discussions being had that are somehow they view as being related. For example, Biden has been very loud about advocating for a Palestinian state, for the two-state solution, which I think, whether you agree or disagree, isn't even related to this conflict. This conflict is about dealing with Iranian terror proxies. What is your take on Biden's recent statements about two states, about a Palestinian state?
As you said, I think we're very grateful for the cooperation of Israel and America. We're very grateful for them helping us fighting this war, supporting Israel in this war. But I think it's pure disgrace to give the Palestinian an award, literally an award, as a Palestinian state after we've seen the greatest terror attack in the history of the state of Israel. And I'm sure not many people know, but the Palestinian Authority, and that's actually what my book is about, is giving money to terrorists. The third largest ministry in the Palestinian Authority is the Ministry of Shaheeds, the ministry who gives money for prisoners who went and murdered Jews. The more you butcher, the more your salary the more salary you're going to get. If you're sentenced to a life prison, you're going to get 12,000 shekels a month, every month, just by sitting in the Israeli prison. The Nukhba terrorists, the Hamas terrorists who butchered our men and women on October 7th are also getting paid by the Palestinian Authority. So I'm asking you.
Wait, you're telling me that the Palestinian Authority is paying Hamas terrorists for the acts of rape, of murder, of kidnapping on October 7th?
Exactly that. They're paying Palestinian terrorists, Gazan terrorists, and Israeli Arab terrorists who are murdering Jews are getting monthly salaries by the Palestinian Authority. Just recently, we heard the vice of Abu Mazen, Abu Alul, saying, if we will have the last shekel, we would give it to the families of the prisoners. This is the next generation that they're teaching. They're indoctrinating their kids to hate Jews, to murder Jews. You know today that the most profitable occupation in the Palestinian Authority is being a murderer, is being
second only to working for UNRWA.
Yeah, maybe second only to working to UNRWA. But I think the U.S., instead of giving the Palestinians a reward, telling them, here, you can get a country, because you're basically saying to them, the terror attack, this huge terror attack has paid off. We're giving you what you want. And that's exactly the opposite. It's a disgrace for the free world. And by the way, 2018, Donald Trump has passed a law, the Taylor Force law, who says the U.S. will not pass on money to the Palestinians as long as they're paying their terrorists, as long as they're paying people to go and murder Jews. And then Biden came into power, and he decided he's going to transfer the Palestinian money through an NGO called USAID. So he's bypassing the law, giving money to the Palestinians without demanding a very basic demand. Stop paying terrorists. Stop educating your kids to go and murder Jews. Is that too much to ask?
Now, why do you think that is? Obviously, we're assuming here, but why is Biden sort of playing both sides on this issue? Why isn't he taking a stronger stance? We saw Trump cut funding to UNRWA, for example. Biden brought it back. Now, you gave another example about USAID. Why this infatuation almost with giving money to people who are clearly paying terrorists?
I think the Palestinians and the Arab world has done a very good job in painting a picture of a weak and strong side, showing the world that the Palestinians are the poor side, that the Palestinians need to be treated. When you drive today into Ramallah, which is basically a city equals to Tel Aviv, you see houses with swimming pools, but alongside Ramallah, you also see refugees camps. And it was enormously important for the Palestinians to maintain those refugees camps so the world will keep and sending millions of dollars. Millions of dollars to UNRWA, which just recently we've discovered what UNRWA has been doing and how it was participating in terror attacks, and also sending millions of dollars to the Palestinians, hundreds of millions from each country in Europe. So the more the Palestinians were working on maintaining the poor side story, the more the world feels sorry for them without asking for demands to stop funding terror. And I think this thing has to stop. And I think it's also a combination of purely anti-Semitism. You see how the international media has been covering what is going on now in Israel. For many years, we, inside of Israel, had a tendency of thinking we don't do enough advocacy, we don't explain our story enough. But after October 7th, when you had everything on film, everything was out there, everything was in every single person's iPhones, you're asking yourself, how can the international media not just show the truth of what is happening? And my answer is just purely anti-Semitism and a lot of money, a lot of Arab money who is involved, as you know, in universities, in all different research institutes, and that's a big problem.
Shifting gears a little bit, an image of you went viral, actually internationally, while you were broadcasting, while you were anchoring the news, carrying a weapon. Now, that's not that uncommon. You yourself were a combat soldier, but people seem to be very triggered by the image of a strong combat soldier, news anchor, successful woman. What is your response to some of the comments that have been made, both positive and negative, in regards to this viral image?
Yeah, I think I basically explained, and as you said, it went viral. I got interviewed from the entire world, basically, South America and India. Everyone were asking me about it because it's not a trivial to see a news anchor sitting with her gun. But I think it was important for me to emphasize that I was afraid. I was afraid for my life. I was afraid for my people. After October 7th, I saw what my sisters were going through. I've heard the horrific testimonies about the rape, about the women who's been abducted into Gaza, and I felt I need to defend myself. I was a combat soldier. Just recently, after October 7th, the government allowed people who were serving in combat to carry guns. Up until that day, only 1% of Israelis were carrying guns. It's not as easy to get a gun here as in America. And I think it's our duty to be able to defend ourselves.
Now, regarding Hamas and journalists, I'm sure you know Hamas is using journalists as cover, using them as human shields in some cases, even with international journalists. And then, of course, it was recently revealed that an Al Jazeera journalist is actually a active terrorist with Hamas, a Hamas commander, in fact. What is your response to this cynical abuse of journalism as a cover for terrorism?
Yeah. In this case, not only cover, they were participating in the October 7th massacre. We saw one journalist driving on a motorcycle holding a hand grenade. We saw that on a video. So I think this thing needs to be taken care of. UNRWA activist, a teacher of UNRWA who was holding hostages in his house. Journalists who were participating the October 7th, just like cheering from the side, taking footage of a terrorist taking a poor grandmother, putting her on a motorcycle and driving her into the Gaza Strip.
Incidentally, some of those photographers, I'm sure you know, were actually paid by major news sources, New York Times, BBC.
Yeah.
It's craziness.
Yeah. It's crazy, and it just shows you just look back and think of the coverage of those journalists in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years. How were they covering the situation where they're actively participating in terror acts? Do you really get a true coverage of what is happening in Gaza? Do you really get a true coverage of what is happening in Israel? Or you just get one side, the side that maybe the news outlet wanted to show?
Why do you think that the international media is so happy to take these statistics and the reports from Hamas themselves? Obviously, the most obvious number that comes to mind is the casualty count. The numbers they've been reporting from the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is the Hamas Ministry of Health, have just been regurgitated without any fact-checking, any research on the ground from pretty much every major international media source.
Yeah.
What's your message to these news sources about doing things like this?
Yeah. So there's a term in journalism that says it bleeds, it leads, and we've seen that throughout the recent operations in Gaza. We were getting rockets, thousands of rockets in every different escalation round. We have the Iron Dome. We have people sitting in shelters. It's not as interesting to show the scary Jewish kids who are sitting in shelters as to see the bombings of the IDF in the Gaza Strip. But I think what is important is to zoom out, to give the people the opportunity to hear the full story, not just a 5-minute segment of what has happened today in Gaza, especially, as you said, they're getting false number from the Ministry of Health, the Gazan Ministry of Health, but to give people the full story of throughout the years, Israel has been using the money to develop all these amazing defense systems like the Iron Dome, while Hamas was building tunnels, was buying rockets, was using all this money for terrorism. And that is why we have the opportunity to defend ourselves while the Gaza Strip or the Palestinian Authority is still wasting millions of dollars on terrorism instead of allowing their people to actually live in wealth. If you ask me, Israel care about the Palestinians more than their leaders care about the Palestinians. And that is what the world just don't understand. Just look at the 20% Israeli Arabs who are living in Israel, who can go to work, who are serving in the Supreme Court, who are serving in the Israeli parliament. This is
even in the army.
Even in the army, this is a perfect example on how Arabs could live in the most, flourishing area in the Middle East. So if you ask me if anyone is chanting in those pro-Palestinians demonstrations across America is not really a pro-Palestinian, it's just a pure anti-Israeli demonstrations. Because if you care about the Palestinians, go and demonstrate against Hamas. Go and demonstrate against the corrupted Palestinian Authority who is preventing its own people from getting the money and just using it to fund more and more terror. This thing has to stop.
When it comes to Al Jazeera, in Israel, there has been a push to kick out Al Jazeera from the state of Israel due to their associations with Hamas, as well as several other scandals that they've had before, incitement to violence, especially in their Arabic channel. It's been a major problem. In the United States, Al Jazeera has begun to feel the heat with calls to force them to register under FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, because they are funded by the state of Qatar, which we know has been very controversial in this conflict, as well as on American campuses. What do you think should happen both in the state of Israel and internationally when it comes to dealing with media that's unbiased like Al Jazeera?
Yeah. So we know the problem with Al Jazeera for so many years. And I have to tell you, Emily, I have a lot of criticism towards the state of Israel from allowing them to even cover the stories from the ground. Israel should have kicked out Al Jazeera journalists a long time ago. We know the way that they're covering this area. It's so easy to just get a press card and to travel Israel and to go wherever you want, because Israel is a safe place for any journalist to come here. And we've been getting unproportionate journalists from all over the world coming to cover Israel, more than any large city in Europe, basically. And I think Israel should have done it years ago and kicked out Al Jazeera journalists from its territory. And I can
now, obviously, a critic of Israel would say that this is a form of violation of, freedom of speech and, of course, freedom of press. What would be your response to that? Why is Al Jazeera different than perhaps people who are simply critical?
Because Al Jazeera is basically educating their people for terror. They're supporting terror. They're supporting what is happening in Gaza. They're spreading lies about what has happened here on October 7th. They're spreading lies about what is happening now with the war. And I think Israel shouldn't just, hand out press cards to journalists who are not really doing their job. It's as simple as that. I'll tell you another thing. I think Israel should also kick out the UN offices from East Jerusalem, because once you're seeing UNRWA, once you're seeing UN workers actively participated in the October 7th massacre. Israel should tell the UN, take your offices from East Jerusalem and come back after you deeply do research about what is happening within your organization. And after that, to call for the closing of UNRWA.
Final question. When it comes to the international media, how do you think they should be reporting this conflict? What are they lacking? You've spoke a little bit about it, but if you could elaborate a little more on what they should be speaking about when it comes to this conflict. What's not being heard?
What's not being heard, I think, is the truth, is basically the story of a tiny Jewish country, a democratic country, a Western country who's fighting this war not just for itself, but for the entire free world. We're talking about freedom, about values of democracy, about women's rights, about all these things that you don't see in any Arab countries around us. And by the world being so hypocritical about what is happening in Israel, I think it's a pure disgrace. And I'm not just saying stand for Israel. I'm saying stand for the truth, stand for the facts. Don't forget what is happening in Israel. Whilst you're showing coverage of the Gaza Strip, show also the rockets that we're getting. Tens of rockets every day from Lebanon, the rockets that we're getting from Gaza, the rockets that we're getting from Yemen, the chanting of the leaders of Iran for the destruction of the state of Israel. Every single day, terror attacks from the Palestinian Authority towards Israel. That's our day-to-day life. From the moment I remember myself, I was in constant wars in Israel. Iraq was sending rockets at us when I was in preschool. Lebanon, Syria, this is how we were raised in Israel, constantly fighting for our right to exist. And I think the world should wake up, because if they won't stand next to Israel, they will find it knocking on their back door.
Lital Shemesh, news anchor, Channel 14, Israel, and author of Pay for Slay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Emily.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladarga Velazian. Coming up in today's newscast. With only one hostage remaining, will the Gaza ceasefire plan transition into phase 2? Israel and Bolivia renew full diplomatic relations after a 16-year break. And after hitting Greece and Cyprus, Storm Byron slams into Israel.